People in Konoha, starting with a Mori Mori fruit. Chapter 1 Chiarikuto, Mori Mori fruit. Konoha 56 years. Fire Country, Konoha Village. Early morning, in the forest outside the city. Trees with lush branches and leaves swayed with the breeze. A young man about 8 years old with heroic looks. He closed his eyes alone, sitting cross-legged, meditating quietly. Temperament, extremely gentle. There was no mischief that children of the same age should have. It seemed to be integrated with nature. Occasionally, 1 or 2 birds chirped and flew over. They were not afraid of strangers at all and landed directly on him. Pieces of dry leaves fell down, falling quietly on him. 1, 2, 3. The bright sunshine, shining through the gaps in the leaves above, projected on him. But he still closed his eyes and listened to the song of nature. Are there 33 in total? The boy opened his eyes slowly. He gently patted the fallen leaves on his body. But on the ground around him, there are still many dead leaves scattered here and there. But if someone has been observing here from the beginning, they will be shocked to find that from the time the other party sat under this tree to now, there are exactly 33 fallen leaves. Looking at the sparrow that jumped from the top of his head to his hand, pecking there gently, it was not afraid of strangers at all and did not run away. Kyunyi Ren smiled faintly. The early bird catches the worm, you should go find food. The sparrow seemed to understand and chirped at him twice. Flapped its wings and flew away. He stood up slowly. The heart was empty and extremely peaceful. It has been 8 years since I woke up and came to this world. Father Kyunyi Kawase is a medical jonin in Konoha Hospital, and mother is a medical choyunin. On the night of the 9-tailed fox 8 years ago, his parents unfortunately died to protect him, leaving his elderly grandmother to depend on him. However, his parents, as medical chunin and medical jonin in Konoha Hospital, left a rich legacy, and the village even issued a considerable pension. In addition, his father's friends helped him. The two of them have been well fed and well clothed over the years. But what really surprised Kyunyi Ren was that he was born with a chakra amount far beyond that of ordinary people, and he also had a very strong perception ability. And when he was 5 years old, Kyunyi Ren accidentally picked up a green fruit with strange patterns in the forest. Recognized that it was exactly the same as the legendary devil fruit in another sailing world. After hesitating for a long time, he made up his mind to take a gamble and eat it. The taste is needless to say. But more importantly, he gained the ability of the natural system, the Mori Mori fruit. With the advantage of foresight, considering the current darkness of Konoha, he was not stupid enough to casually expose his ability of the Mori Mori fruit. Although he is still in the ninja school, Kyunyi Rikuto has perfectly inherited his father's exquisite chakra control as a medical class jonin. In the school, his written test scores and ninjutsu scores are among the best. Even the genius of the branch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji, is he slightly inferior. In terms of physical skills, the first in the grade is Hyuga Niji, who comes from a famous family, has a 360-degree field of view, amazing insight, and is good at soft fists. The members of the branch of the Hyuga clan have a 359-degree field of view due to the caged bird curse seal, and there are blind spots. The second place is not Kyunyi Rikuto. It is Rock Lee, who was born with mediocre talent, unable to use chakra, and neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu, but with his indomitable will, he worked hard to practice physical skills day and night. But in fact, no one knows. His chakra control has long surpassed his father. He has completely mastered almost all the medical ninjutsu in the relevant ninjutsu scrolls left by his father Shiakawasuke, including the extremely difficult A-level medical ninjutsu, the Palm Immortal technique. What made him overjoyed was that the ability of the natural system, the Mori Mori fruit, combined with his own chakra, produced an amazing change. Not only can he directly transform into an element, he also has the ability to generate any plant and manipulate it at will. And the wood escape he uses does not require hand seals at all, not even a clap of hands, but only a thought can easily create a large number of plants and directly manipulate them. Not only can he directly plunder other people's chakra like a carnivorous plant, he can even directly devour other people's blood. The nutrients in the meat and body are transformed into nutrients to replenish themselves. He is fully capable of graduating early. But he has no intention of applying for early graduation. However, the efforts over the years have not been in vain. Qian Ye Ren whispered to himself, after several years of continuous attempts and integration into nature, I can clearly feel the natural energy everywhere in nature. Every day he spends a long time to calm down, relax his mind, empty his heart, and meditate quietly. In addition to wanting to improve his spiritual energy and exercise his perception ability. More importantly, it is to master the immortal art. If I can only sense natural energy, it's nothing. Once I try to force it into my body, I'm afraid I won't live long enough. But I'm different. I'm the user of the nature-type forest morning fruit. I'm the source of the forest and a part of nature with my current chakra control. It's not impossible to extract fairy chakra by taking 1/3 of each of the 3 energy, spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy. Even if something goes wrong, it can be stopped immediately. Qunyi Luren was talking to himself. He lowered his head, and a hint of scarlet flashed across his eyes that ordinary people couldn't detect. Maybe, we can start. Chapter 2 Mutated Fruit Ability, 3 Megatama Sharingan. At this moment, no one noticed Qunyi Luren's eyes. Each eye was scarlet. And each had 3 black Megatama. Twisting there. Sharingan. If someone saw this scene, I'm afraid they would be stunned and speechless. Because Qunyi Luren didn't have Uchiha bloodline at all, but he could actually have Sharingan. Moreover, it was the 3 Magatama form that even pure-blooded Uchiha people rarely opened. But it was completely different from Hitaki Kakashi, who transplanted his friend Uchiha Obito's Sharingan after birth. His Sharingan could be closed and used freely like other Uchiha people. 3 Megatama. I don't know when it can evolve into a real Mangekyo Sharingan. Qunyi Luren lowered his head, stroked his eyes, and whispered there. This is the most terrifying part of the natural system Mori Mori fruit that combines chakra and produces mutations. 2 years ago, in the evening, when he was catching fish by the Nanhi River to practice medical ninjutsu, he accidentally picked up the body of Uchiha Shisui. His eyes were gone, but the chakra was still there. With his perception ability, he judged that there was no one else watching nearby. Qunyi Luren decisively plundered the huge and special chakra that had not disappeared in the other party's body. But in the process, he accidentally swallowed part of Uchiha Shisui's flesh and blood, turned it into nutrients and merged into his body. That night, he woke up in the middle of the night and found that his eyes were burning, and his vision suddenly increased, and he could see everything clearly. He found a mirror and saw that he had opened the Sharingan directly. And it was directly at the stage of 3 Megatama. It was also at that time that Qunyi Luren discovered that the ability of his Sensen fruit could actually swallow the flesh and chakra of the owner of the bloodline limit. Let it turn into nutrients and perfectly merge with himself, so as to directly obtain the other party's bloodline limit. Moreover, under the influence of Uchiha Shisui's huge chakra, he directly possessed the 3 Megatama Sharingan. However, the Uchiha clan closed the Sharingan. Qunyi Luren looked in the direction of the Uchiha clan, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As a time traveler, he knew the fate of the Uchiha clan very well. Ever since the Nine Tails attacked Konoha 8 years ago, the Konoha high-level officials who were suspicious of the Uchiha clan have been suppressing the Uchiha clan. Therefore, the Uchiha clan gradually became increasingly dissatisfied with the Konoha high-level officials. 2 years ago, the radicals of the Uchiha clan could not help but try to seize power and start a civil war. The death of Uchiha Shisui made the Uchiha genius, who was originally known as Instant Body Shisui at a young age, an important force for the Uchiha clan to launch a rebellion. The Uchiha clan, who was caught off guard, had to postpone the time of the rebellion for 2 years. To this day, the contradiction between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high-level officials has become more and more intense, and it seems to have reached an irreconcilable level. As expected, the destruction of the Uchiha clan will happen in these days. Forget it, everyone should take care of their own business. Fortunately, the school will be on holiday in 2 days, so I don't need to go to class. I have time to try slowly to see if I can extract the fairy chakra. Looking at the rising sun, Qianye Ren stretched his limbs there. Anyway, he is not from the Uchiha clan, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. Those Uchiha people who are immersed in the glory of the past clan, arrogant and paranoid, are indeed not popular. Swish a light jump. Took a few books that were placed on the tree before, and rushed towards the direction of the ninja school. In addition to the textbooks issued by the school, there are 3 books that he borrowed from the library. They are Introduction to Puppetry, Basic Skills of Puppet Masters, and Design and Production of Puppet. Puppetry is said to be a school founded by the 2nd generation Kazekage of the Wind Country. In the past 3 ninja world wars, the exquisite puppetry of the Sand Village and the unpredictable puppet mechanism had once brought great casualties to Konoha. Konoha therefore specially studied the puppetry of the Sand Village. However, due to the backwardness of related skills in this area, the puppets made were far inferior to the Sand Village, which was the first to develop the puppet school, in terms of sophistication and flexibility. In the battle with the Sand Village ninja, using the half-baked puppetry to deal with the opponent was tantamount to showing off one's skills in front of an expert. Over time, the puppet school has not been able to truly develop in Konoha. Qianye Ren is indeed interested in puppetry and plans to spend some time studying it. Of course, he does not really want to become a puppet master or something. After all, as a user of the ability of the natural system Sensen fruit, if he really wants to be a puppet master wholeheartedly, it would be a bit of a reversal of priorities. However, at present, he does not want to expose his wood release too early, so as not to attract the covetousness and fear of some people. In the ninjutsu scrolls left by his father Shiaka Wasuke, in addition to the more advanced shadow clones and instant body techniques, there are also several low-level fire escape techniques. But there are no other more powerful ninjutsu. Out of personal interest, he is only going to study puppetry a little. He can also exercise his own chakra control through puppetry. Chapter 3, Ninkai's Challenge, I am a medical ninja. At this time, the village, which was originally quiet, gradually became noisy. On the streets, pedestrians came and went. There were large and small stalls on both sides, full of shouting. Time is the most ruthless force. 8 years have passed. Some people have gradually come out of the nightmare of the 9-tailed knight. Until he saw a child with yellow hair and 6 whiskers on his face, running out in a hurry, like a gust of wind, stepping on the stalls of the vendors like a prank. Yo-ho! Naruto, it's you again. Stop right there. Damn kid, don't run if you dare. Idiot, come chase me. Witnessing this scene unintentionally, Qianye Ren, who was passing by, smiled faintly. He exerted force on his feet again, and the whole person jumped up with momentum. Continuously shuttled and jumped from the roofs of houses. At a speed that was not slow. He rushed to the ninja school. He naturally recognized the other party's identity. The so-called Child of Destiny, also the reincarnation of the chakra of Otsutsuki Ashura, the second son of the Six-Path Sage, and one of the 2 sealing protagonists of the future ninja world Uzumaki Naruto. But he didn't mean to go over and say hello to him. After all, the other party's identity was too sensitive. Just when Qianye Ren arrived at the school gate, a grey figure was standing upside down, coming over like a whirlwind. Hey, good morning, Lu Ren. The sweaty figure jumped up directly. Ignoring the strange and contemptuous looks of others around him, he greeted Kyunyi Ren enthusiastically. He was wearing a grey training suit, had a black watermelon head, and had thick eyebrows. It looked particularly funny. Little Li. Kyunyi Ren smiled and nodded. Among the students of the ninja school, Rock Lee is the person he admires the most, no one else. That level of hard work is really hard for ordinary people to learn. I really don't know what kind of weird physique that is. If other people practiced like this, to be honest, their bodies would have collapsed long ago. Haha, today is also a beautiful day. I have run around Konoha for 10 laps. Xiao Li shook off the sweat and gave Kyunyi Ren a thumbs up, showing his shiny white teeth. Because he lacked talent in controlling chakra and using ninjutsu, he could not learn any ninjutsu and illusion. In the ninja school, he was naturally discriminated against and ridiculed, and even rejected and alienated by those classmates. But Kyunyi Ren was the only exception. Not only did he not laugh at him, but he encouraged himself again and again. Make yourself more determined to become a real ninja. Even if you don't know ninjutsu, you can only know physical skills. He is one of the few good friends in the ninja school. Unfortunately, although the other party often practices with him, exercises physical fitness, and practices physical skills, he has also worked hard to treat various injuries left by his daily practice many times. But it's a pity that this good friend can't be as passionate as himself every morning, embrace youth, and run around Konoha village for exercise. This makes Xiao Li quite regretful. 10 laps. Hearing this, Kyunyi Ren couldn't help but twitch his lips. Konoha is not a small area, and it takes a long time to run 1 lap. Not to mention, this guy listened to the advice he accidentally gave in the past. In addition to normal running exercises, he often stood upside down, used his hands instead of his feet, and ran around Konoha. God knows what time this guy got up. It would be fine if he did it for 1 or 2 days, but he worked so hard every day and ran so many laps. Xiao Li, who was only 9 years old, did this. That tenacious willpower is really admirable. Humph, the last one will always be the last one. No matter how hard you try, it's useless. A cold snort came. A figure in a kimono came to the school gate. He had long black hair, a grey bandage on his forehead, and a blank expression. What was surprising was that his pupils were pure white. Ninkai, good morning. Kyunyi Ren greeted him with a smile. Although he looked neat, he didn't look particularly energetic. The hands wrapped in bandages, which were almost the same size as Xiao Li's, looked a little unnatural. Most likely he had also worked hard in the high-intensity training. Ninkai, I will definitely beat you in the next physical contest. Xiao Li was not hit, but instead looked at Hyuga Niji with burning eyes and said loudly, I want to prove that even if I am the last one, I can surpass the genius with my own efforts. Then I'll wait. Hyuga Niji's tone remained unchanged. Looking at Kyunyi Ren's eyes, he was full of fighting spirit. I am looking forward to when you can use all your strength to fight me fairly. He always felt that every time Kyunyi Ren fought with him, it seems that he is doing his best, but he is holding back. This makes him feel a lot of pressure, and he practices harder on weekdays. I try my best every time. It seems that he didn't hear the other party's hidden meaning. Kyunyi Ren looked at Hyuga Niji in front of him and said seriously, there is no way. The soft fist of the Hyuga family is not like ordinary steel fists. If we fight with you in close combat, there are too many limitations. We can't be careless at all. Besides, I am a medical ninja. I just need to stay in the back and be protected by my teammates. It's not my turn to fight. He can't say it. If I get serious, you can't even take a move, right? In that case, wouldn't the always arrogant Niji get angry? Humph, every time, it's the same answer. Hyuga Niji is no longer surprised, and he doesn't want to say anything more. He walks straight towards the classroom. It must be admitted that the opponent's chakra control is much more delicate than that of a member of the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan. It is indeed very suitable for learning medical ninjutsu. Even, Kyunyi Rikuto has long been determined to develop in the direction of medical ninjutsu like his father, who was said to have been a medical class ninja but unfortunately died to protect him a few years ago, leaving Hyuga Niji helpless. I look forward to that day, Rikuto. Chapter 4. Do you really want to be a puppeteer, seeking support? Kyunyi classmate. Wow, so handsome. Kyunyi Jr., are you free after school? Let's practice together. Lu Ren classmate, this is a gift I carefully prepared. This is the bento I made myself, please be sure to try it. Lu Ren Sr., there is also mine. That watermelon rind, get out of my way. Yes, the guy who is in the way. At the gate of the ninja school. In less than half a minute. Noticed the handsome figure of Kyunyi Lu Ren. Surrounded by not only girls in Lu Ren's class. Even the seniors and juniors in the next class and even the lower and upper grades were no exception. Everyone seemed to smell fishy. Their eyes were shining. 3 or 5, they gathered up. On the red face, they were extremely excited, and their eyes were full of hearts. In a moment, Xiao Li was directly squeezed out and beaten black and blue. Hyuga Niji, who had not walked far, turned around. Looking at those crazy girls, his mouth twitched, this guy is really popular. Although Niji was not interested in those girls. But he had to say that he was a little jealous of their popularity. As expected of my lifelong enemy, Lu Ren. Xiao Li got up in a mess. Looking at Kyunyi Lu Ren surrounded by girls. He was full of envy, but he was not shocked, but was already used to it. He clenched his fists, and his fighting spirit was high, but youth never gives up easily. I've decided to run 10 more laps around the village after school. Ningji, do you want to join us? Idiot! Hyuga Niji walked away from him. He walked towards the classroom with a blank expression, not interested. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your kindness, but lunch boxes and gifts are unnecessary. Kyunyi Lu Ren finally got rid of the siege of those female perverts. He rejected those explicit confessions and fled back to the classroom. Lu Ren, here. He wiped the cold sweat. Just walked into the classroom. Even Xiao Li, who had been sitting there for a long time, didn't have time to greet him. On the right side of the third row, a little loli with 2 buns excitedly waved to Lu Ren. She ignored Xiao Li beside her. Tian, good morning. Looking at his desk mate Tian, Lu Ren smiled faintly. He patted Xiao Li's shoulder, walked over with a book, and sat in the middle of the right side of the third row. Lu Ren, this is the lunch box I prepared for you today, please try it. With a sweet smile, Tian took out a beautiful lunch box that had been prepared long ago and presented it to Kyunyi Lu Ren. Looking at each other's big eyes, they were full of expectation. On the delicate face, there was an unforgettable avoid a little blush. But she has been helping in the weapon shop opened by her family since she was a child. She is cheerful and not shy. Thank you. Kyunyi Lu Ren took the lunch box and smiled. Looking at the envious and jealous expressions of some male classmates around him, he felt helpless, but he didn't care too much. Different from other girls. He has always had a special preference for this Chinese-style girl. So, most people would not deliberately reject her kindness. Hee. Tian held her little face and sat there quietly. Ignoring the murderous eyes of other girls in the classroom, she showed a happy smile. Looking at Kyunyi Lu Ren's heroic face, the more he looked at it, the more handsome and attractive he felt. He was deeply attracted by the other party's gentle and ethereal temperament, and was reluctant to look away. A sweet smile hung on that delicate face. These puppet books. But she caught a glimpse of the books that Kyunyi Lu Ren had put on the desk. She was speechless for a moment. because this was not the first time she had seen it. Kyunyi Lu-ren had been reading books about puppets recently. She looked at him puzzled and asked, Lu-ren, didn't you say you wanted to be a medical ninja? Do you really want to be a puppeteer? Why do you say that? Looking at Tianatian's puzzled face, Kyunyi Lu-ren was serious and asked puzzledly, as a qualified medical ninja, shouldn't it be necessary and reasonable for me to learn some puppetry for self-defense? With his exquisite chakra control and being a medical ninja himself, it was obviously not difficult for him to get started with basic puppetry. With his imagination from the information explosion of the 21st century, and the knowledge he had accumulated by borrowing various books from the library over the years. Plus, he thought he was not inferior to others in talent. Even if she didn't really plan to put all her energy into puppetry, in a short period of time, she might not be able to surpass the S-class rebel ninja of Sand Village, the genius puppeteer Scorpion of the Red Sand who once assassinated the third Kazekage and triggered the fuse of the Third Ninja World War. But her confidence would not be too bad. Tian. She couldn't refute such a strong reason. She said unhappily, is there such a medical ninja? Yes, your idol, Tsunade-sama, one of the legendary three ninjas, is not only good at medical ninjutsu, but is also said to have a very strong combat ability. Okay, as long as you like it. Sorry. She was shallow. We don't understand the world of geniuses. Dang. At noon, a day passed quickly. And after the teacher finished class, he announced that there would be no classes in the afternoon and that there would be holidays for the next 2 days. A group of naughty kids were full of excitement. They fled the classroom in groups of 3 or 5, and went back to their own homes or hugged each other and made appointments to play. After saying goodbye to Tian who was reluctant to leave, he ignored the girls' chat UPS. Qianye Lu-ren did not go to practice with Xiao Li as usual. Instead, he rejected Xiao Li's invitation and went straight home. Compared to the wealthy families such as Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inoshikacha, Qianye Lu-ren's home is not very big. But compared to orphans like Uzumaki Naruto, it is not too small. That was the house allocated to them after the village was rebuilt. It has 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, and they live on the 2nd floor. Now he lives with his grandmother, which is not bad. What surprised him was that the neighbor next door was an elite chunin named Yui Kurane. On weekdays, she took special care of Qianye Lu-ren and was a very gentle elder sister. She also lost her relatives on the night of the 9-tailed fox a few years ago, and she was full of love for Qianye Lu-ren, who was in a similar situation as herself. When at home, he takes good care of the grandparents and grandchildren, and often comes to Kyunyi's house to eat. But it's better to say that he buys vegetables and cooks for free. Over time, Kyunyi Lu-ren gradually became familiar with Yui Kuren. The two are like real siblings, and their relationship is very close. I'm back. Chapter 5 Wood Clone, Natural Energy 5 more, please support. Ahem, Lu-ren, you're back. In the living room, a hunchbacked, silver-haired old man came over with a cane, coughing, good boy, you must be hungry, eat quickly. Cough cough. This is made by your sister Hong, all your favorite food, cough cough. Cough cough, it's hard for that child, he has to go out on a mission, and he has to come to take care of an old woman like me. Cough cough cough. Grandma, slow down. Kyunyi Lu-ren stepped forward to support the old man, and asked with a smile, has Sister Hong left the village? After living together for several years, even if he lived his life again with his past memories, he has already regarded this grandmother who loves him very much as his closest relative from the bottom of his heart. His grandmother is called Kyunyi now, and the coughing problem is the root cause of her youth. It is said that she was once a chunin, who not only lost a leg in a secret mission, but also she gave up being a ninja and got a prosthetic limb. And her lungs were seriously infected by toxins during the battle with the enemy. Although she was treated by the famous medical master, Princess Tsunade of Konoha, after the war. But because she missed the best time for treatment, there were still slight toxins that penetrated into her internal organs, leaving the root of the disease. It can be said that it is a miracle that she can live to this day. Thanks to her late son, Kyunyi Rikuto's father, Kyunyi Kawaise, a medical class ninja with superb medical skills, who has been persistently treating and recuperating her. With the death of Kyunyi Kawaise. Plus, as Kyunyi now got older, her health gradually deteriorated and her cough became more and more severe. When Kyunyi Rikuto began to gradually inherit his father's mantle and master those medical ninjutsu, it was too late. The old man's health had deteriorated and he was already terminally ill. With his medical level, he could not effectively cure his illness. He could only give him simple treatment every day to alleviate his pain as much as possible and extend his life. In the past 3 years, although he had been examining and treating this grandmother every time, he constantly injected his chakra, which had a strong vitality after obtaining the ability of the Mori Mori fruit, into her body. But it was just enough to maintain her life, so that she could barely stay in bed. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. Ahem, this is the note she left for you. Kyunyi now sat down. She smiled and pointed to the note on the table. Kyunyi Lu Ren picked up the note on the table. The delicate handwriting read, "Sister has a mission and will be away from the village for about 3 days. You must take good care of yourself and grandma. Remember to help sister water the flowers on the balcony when you have time." He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Zahikuren really treated him as her own brother. The simple note was full of warmth. As soon as he looked at the sumptuous meal on the table, he knew that Zahikuren made it himself. Soon after the grandparents finished their sumptuous lunch, they sat in the hall and talked for a while. Until the old man showed signs of fatigue. Kyunyi Lu Ren helped his grandmother, who was in poor health, to rest. And once again, he took the opportunity to examine Kyunyi now and injected the chakra with powerful vitality into her body to nourish her dry body. After the old man fell asleep peacefully, he returned to his room. It's almost time to start. Kyunyi Lu Ren's face began to become serious. He was seen making seals with one hand. A section of a tree full of green leaves and flowers, full of vitality, grew directly on his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the section of the tree turned into a human form and fell off from his body, forming a clone that was exactly the same as himself. This was after his continuous attempts. After fully mastering and understanding the shadow clone technique, he spent a long time to deeply study and analyze its principles, and then combined it with the ability of the Mori Mori fruit to learn from and improve the physical clone technique. It is not necessary to distribute the chakra evenly like the shadow clone, but he, the sutra user, can freely control the proportion of chakra distribution. Similar to the wood clone created by the first generation of Hokage, the wood clone he improved based on the shadow clone and the blood limit is much more powerful than the ordinary shadow clone, and can perform various ninjutsu possessed by the original body and even his own blood limit. Even if it is hit hard, as long as it is not fatally injured or the chakra is exhausted, his wood clone will not disappear easily. The same as the characteristics of the shadow clone. After his wood clone is directly released, it will bring all memories and experiences back to the original body along with the chakra. Unless the original body actively releases the ninjutsu, you sit there and start trying to absorb natural energy. Kyunyi Lu Ren took a deep breath and said to his wood clone, "Merge with the spiritual energy and physical energy possessed by your own chakra to form a ratio of 1/3 each." Understood. The wood clone nodded. Sitting there neatly, he began to close his eyes and sense the energy of nature. Like the original body, he possesses the ability of the Sen fruit. He, who is equivalent to nature itself, quickly entered into meditation and concentration. The omnipresent natural energy floats between heaven and earth, as if it is endless and inexhaustible. Spiritual energy, physical energy, natural energy take in 1/3 each, and if you control it carefully, you should be able to extract the real fairy chakra. For this day, Qianye Lu Ren has been preparing for a long time. The wooden clone relies on the chakra control power that has been trained to the extreme from the original body. It does not blindly take in natural energy. Instead, it carefully takes in natural energy bit by bit. It is worth mentioning that his wooden clone cannot directly extract chakra out of nothing. Or all physical clone techniques are the same, unless the original body has a way to continue to transfer chakra to the clone, or the clone can directly absorb the chakra of others. Otherwise, even if it is not destroyed by external forces, it will disappear directly when the chakra allocated to it is exhausted. However, the body of the wood clone has been filled with chakra that Qianye Lu Ren extracted from his spiritual energy and physical energy and evenly distributed. It only needs to adjust the ratio of chakra to the ratio of natural energy intake. Theoretically, it is also quite take 1/3 each from spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy. Otherwise, how did a certain Jinchuriki who was cheating use his own shadow clone to refine Senjutsu chakra? Chapter 6 Perfect Sage Mode, Senju's Bloodline. Boom! In a moment. Nothing unexpected. A mighty energy surged out of Mufen's body. The quality was totally different from the chakra refined in the past. There was no doubt that it was Senjutsu chakra. Swish! Not very spacious. In the room used by Qianye Lu Ren for cultivation, green buds appeared out of thin air, growing from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the whole room was covered by a large number of vines and green trees, and flowers bloomed there. What was surprising was that Mufen's hair began to grow rapidly. It turned into a crystal green color, shining with luster. Also, 2 green eye shadows appeared. The whole person seemed to be completely integrated into nature, exuding amazing vitality. And the fairy chakra in his body was extremely stable. There was no expected violence. As if it was born with it, it was surprisingly docile. He could control it at will without any stagnation or difficulty. Success! Qianye Lu Ren smiled. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. As a user of the natural type Mori Mori fruit ability, he was different from others. He was not just a person with the wood release bloodline limit, he was the incarnation of the forest, the incarnation of nature, and the source of life. How could natural energy reject himself? Soon, his wood clone continued to absorb the natural energy floating in the atmosphere and extracted a large amount of fairy chakra. Until the not-so-large chakra in his body was completely combined with natural energy and transformed into fairy chakra. And he could no longer absorb it. Qianye Lu Ren only allocated 1/10 of his chakra for safety reasons. Finally, as the wooden clone released it on its own, bang, smoke filled the air. In an instant, Qianye Lu Ren's body changed faintly. The whole person seemed to be integrated with nature. Swish! The black hair turned directly into a crystal green, full of vitality. It grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and spread behind him. It was extremely smooth and moved without wind. And his eyes faintly glowed. In the room that had already turned into a flower bush, flowers kept growing and blooming there. It was a little unbelievable. And at this time, the wonder of the natural world and everything in the universe being able to be used by oneself, Qianye Lu Ren couldn't help but immerse himself in it. Too powerful is this, the sage mode, he murmured there. At this moment, he felt like an omnipotent god. The entire Konoha and even the wider territory could not escape his innately powerful perception, which became even more exaggerated in the sage mode. Countless chakra auras and any subtle life fluctuations could not be hidden from him. He knew everything. Ahem! Outside the door, a violent cough. Lu Ren could not help but feel helpless. After hiding it for so long, it really couldn't be hidden anymore? Swish! With a thought, he naturally exited the sage mode. The green hair that was scattered to his shoulders also began to shorten at a speed visible to the naked eye and returned to its original state. The green eyeshadow also disappeared directly. He opened the door and narrowed his eyes. Even the corridor outside the door was full of flowers and green leaves. Looking at his grandmother, Xianao, who was standing in the hall with a face full of shock, he didn't know what to say. "Grandma, you would release, I didn't expect that I would see it again before I was buried, cough cough." Xianao looked at the flowers and plants on the ground in disbelief, and then stared at her grandson in a daze. The old face full of wrinkles was full of excitement and complexity. Her lips trembled, and she kept coughing and said, "Grandma should have thought of it earlier, cough cough, Lu Ren, you have awakened the wood release of Master Hashirama. Cough cough, you are born with huge chakra, and have a strong perception ability. The talent of medical ninjutsu has surpassed your father Kawai's. Before you are 8 years old, you have perfectly mastered the A-level medical ninjutsu such as palm immortal technique." She was leaning on a cane and supported by Xia Lu Ren. Looking at this grandson who was a little strange but made her extremely excited, she felt inexplicably, the chakra with strong vitality has been constantly maintaining the life of an old guy like me. Although her strength is not strong. But he was not an ordinary person. He was an elite chunin in his prime. How could he not feel anything abnormal every time this grandson examined and treated her? In the past 3 years, if he hadn't continuously supplied chakra to nourish her almost exhausted body every day, she would have passed away long ago. "Grandma, aren't you curious at all?" Qunyi Lu Ren was surprised. He looked at his grandmother Qunyi now in confusion. Although the other party found that he was 80% Ju awakened would release and seemed very shocked and excited. But he didn't seem to be confused at all. He was not as curious as imagined, but quickly accepted it. If it were someone else, they would have been full of surprise and confused, right? Ahem, don't be surprised. Xianao coughed there, looking at Xianagi Lu Ren who was full of confusion. She smiled slightly and said softly, "Your aunt, Kazematsu Sanako, and I were both members of the Senju clan. We just accepted the arrangement of the clan and married the civilian ninja in the village." "What?" Xianagi Lu Ren widened his eyes. Chapter 7 Descendants of the Senju, Q version every day seeking support. "What?" Xianagi Lu Ren was stunned. In his impression, he had met that aunt, Kazematsu Sanako, several times. However, the other party had unfortunately passed away a few years ago. He has a 5-year-old cousin named Kazise Moako, who has not yet officially entered the ninja school. But if nothing unexpected happens, she will directly become the playmate of Sarutobi Konohamaru, the grandson of the 3rd-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the ninja school. What really concerned Qunyi Lu Ren was that, if he remembered correctly, his cheap cousin would not only become the guiding jonin of Konoha in the future, but also seemed to have mastered the bloodline limit of wood release. Although her strength was not very strong, it was indeed incredible. Qunyi Lu Ren always felt strange. He also secretly speculated whether Kazise Moako would be like the Tenzo and the Anbu in the future, through some human experiment, fused with the 1st-generation cells, and thus obtained the bloodline limit of wood release. Thinking of this, he nodded suddenly, so that's the case. It seems that in the future, Kazise Moako may have awakened wood release with her own bloodline, rather than relying on some experiment, fused with the 1st-generation cells, etc. However, since he is not the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra, without the power of Yang release, the power of wood release is limited, and it is not better than other bloodline limits, and its power is far less than that of the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama. He is different. The ability of the nature system Mori fruit. It makes Qunyi Rikuto the incarnation of nature. He is equivalent to the source of life itself, and has obtained the amazing power of Yang release in disguise. Therefore, the wood release he masters, except for the current insufficient chakra, is not weaker than the wood release of the 1st Hokage. Strictly speaking, it is even better. Because he can not only directly plunder the chakra and even the nutrients of others' bodies to supplement himself, but also perfectly fuse different bloodlines to obtain the bloodline limits of others. And he perfectly inherited the Senju bloodline, and with the devouring ability of the Mori fruit, he perfectly fused the Uchiha bloodline. It can be said that he has easily stood at the end that countless ninjas cannot reach in their lifetime. With his innate talent and understanding that far surpasses ordinary people, as long as he works hard, his future achievements are destined to be no less than the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Even if he is not the reincarnation of the chakras of Indra and Ashura, the sons of the Six Paths Sage. But if he is given time, he may have a chance to be on par with or even surpass the first-generation Hokage, the former god of ninja. Ahem, yes, and I didn't expect that you, Lu Ren, perfectly inherited the bloodline from the Senju clan when you were born, and you are born with a chakra amount far exceeding your peers, and have amazing chakra perception ability, ahem. Xianao kept coughing. The sallow old face was flushed with excitement and joy, and continued, this kind of talent and ability far beyond ordinary people, even in the prosperous Senju clan in the past, only a few people can possess it, and the best among them are the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. But what I didn't expect was that you actually awakened the wood escape of the first-generation Hokage Hashirama. However, Chi now didn't know. Chi Lu Ren not only awakened the wood escape in disguise, and just now he mastered the perfect sage mode without a teacher. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would be so shocked that he couldn't speak. Time passed bit by bit. Unknowingly, it was already night. Because she confirmed again and again that her grandson had awakened the wood escape, Chi now was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She was full of excitement and talked with Chi Lu Ren for a whole afternoon. After all, she was old and had poor energy. After dinner, he couldn't stop feeling sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. The flowers and plants left in the room when the sage mode was turned on had been cleared away at some point to prevent the secret from being leaked. These days, the puppet design has been completed, and it's time to put it into practice. It was the middle of the night. Kunyi Lu Ren was not going to go out again. He found a few pieces of wood, paints, brushes, and carving knives, and started to tinker in the room. In front of him was a drawing with complex structures. This was the puppet he tried to design after reading puppet books thoroughly and memorizing the relevant essentials. Or, it can only be equivalent to a puppet toy. Because the puppet he designed was only the size of a palm after being put together. As a qualified medical ninja, Kunyi Lu Ren, who started to use scalpels since childhood, has become a master of knife skills. Not bad. Shua shua. The 5 fingers moved the knife very fast, extremely skilled. The wood pieces were carved very delicately under his perfect knife skills. They turned into fine parts of different sizes and shapes. They began to assemble one by one. Soon they were combined into 2 puppet dolls with different faces. Moreover, they were painted with paint brushes. The one on the left had a bun, a delicate doll face, and a cheerful smile. It was a cute version of Tian Tian. The other one was a girl with a ponytail and a butterfly-shaped hair ornament, with a good figure and a very cute look. But in fact, the parts of the joints of these 2 puppet dolls were extremely precise. If they were enlarged and replaced with better materials, they would definitely be an excellent puppet. Especially after installing sharp blades and hidden weapons. A sure killer. Shua. Lu Ren stretched out his hands. One on the left and one on the right, the fingertips of the 5 fingers each released a thin line of chakra. Instantly connected the 2 puppet dolls. According to the puppet manipulation steps and tips that he had mastered from the relevant puppet books, combined with his own subtle chakra manipulation, he began to try to manipulate them. Click click. In an instant. The 2 puppet dolls. It seemed to come alive. Under his manipulation, they looked vivid. First, they started with swinging their arms and kicking their legs, from walking to running, from jumping to rolling. They could control them as they pleased, easily and freely. Finally, the two puppet dolls danced there and jumped. It was like the Hokage version of the Pure Land of Bliss. It seems, it's not difficult. Chapter 8 How a Scumbag is Trained Seeking Support. Tian Tian should like this gift, right? Looking at the Q version of Tian Tian in front of him, Qunyi Lu Ren smiled lightly. He has always had a good impression of the Chinese-style girl. Besides, she has always cared about him and paid attention to him silently. Of course, he was not unaware of the innocent and immature girl's feelings. Just take it as a return gift. And that girl Ino? Yes. In addition to the puppet figure carved by Tian Tian. The second puppet doll looks like the heir of the Yamanaka clan in the famous Ino-Shikacho combination in the ninja world, Yamanaka Ino. The late father of Shiorikuto was a famous medical ninja. In addition, he has always been straightforward, warm, and friendly, so he naturally has many friends during his lifetime. He has been friends with the Ino-Shikacho combination for many years. Over the years, the three families of Ino-Shikacho often come to visit Xianao, the mother of an old friend who is in poor health and has difficulty in moving. As the young Qunyi Lu Ren had no one to teach him, he could only practice on his own. He would inevitably encounter some difficulties in practice, and he would often take the opportunity to ask them for advice. Because Zhu Lu Zhou and the other three did not hide their knowledge, they taught him generously and patiently. After a while, Qunyi Lu Ren and the Zhu Lu Zhou group became more and more familiar with each other. Gradually, he recognized each other from the bottom of his heart, and regarded Nara Shikaku and others who took good care of him as his elders. Naturally, he also got to know the heirs of the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Akimichi clan. Because of the good family education of the three families, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Koji, and others who were 1 year younger than him did not have the arrogance and contempt of other children from big families. They were of similar age. They had a pretty good relationship with each other. And Ino, who was obsessed with looks, became Qunyi Lu Ren's little fangirl. They were childhood sweethearts. In the past 2 years, under his leadership, Ino and Tenten have already become good friends. The three of them often practice together. Occasionally, Shikamaru, Koji, and Xiao Li would join in. Therefore, Qunyi Lu Ren, who was determined to become a scumbag, did not favor one over the other. He prepared a special gift for each of the two women. Anyway, they were all his future wings. "Grandma, I'm leaving first. Remember what Grandma said, and be careful." "Got it." The next day, early in the morning, I finished breakfast with my grandmother. Qunyi Lu Ren talked to the old man for a while. He also used the wood escape chakra with powerful vitality to warm up her body again. Then he put away the puppet doll and put it in the gift box that had been prepared long ago. Under the old man's earnest instructions, he was ready to go out. "Oh, I almost forgot." He suddenly remembered something and patted his head. "I still have to help Sister Hong water the flowers." Click. Take out the key that Xiri Hong gave him before. After closing his own door, Qianye Lu Ren directly and skillfully opened the door of Xiri Hong's house. It also has 3 bedrooms and a living room, and is equipped with a small balcony. The whole room is tidy. There is a very pleasant fragrance in the air. Qianye Lu Ren is not surprised by this. After all, in his impression, Xiri Hong has always been a woman who loves cleanliness. There are not many furnitures, which look very simple. There are only 2 or 3 sofas in the living room, and on the coffee table next to it, there is a somewhat old photo. It is a middle-aged man with a serious face and red eyes, and there is a cute girl next to him. A girl with delicate features like a porcelain doll and ruby eyes. This is a photo of Kurane Yui, her father who also died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, Konoha Jonan Yui Shinku, and her. It is also the most cherished item of Kurane Yui. Sister Hong was really cute when she was a child. Kyunyi Lu Ren did not rush to the balcony to water the flowers. Instead, he picked up the photo directly and smiled at Kurane Yui, who was as cute as a porcelain doll, and said, "No matter how many times I look at it, I still find it so likable." As he said, he wiped the photo a little. No wonder Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third-generation old man, once wanted to pursue her. Unfortunately, the flowers have intentions but the water is ruthless. Based on his indirect hints over the years, Kurane Yui's mate selection criteria have been basically determined. Looking handsome is secondary, but the strength must be stronger than her and the age cannot be much older than her. Although he does not dislike men who drink, he even likes to drink occasionally. Of course, the premise is that you can't drink too much. But I hate men who smoke, smell of cigarettes and are sloppy. So, Sarutobi Asuma was eliminated gorgeously. But, Asuma, you should be quiet as your money measurement unit. Kyunyi Lu Ren's mouth corners slightly raised. Beautiful and gentle Sister Hong, I will take care of you in the future. As a fake Shota with normal adult thinking. Every other day, he faces such a gentle, intellectual, and beautiful beauty with a great figure and appearance. Especially, the other party occasionally has very intimate actions. How could he not have any thoughts? Anyway, since he obtained the ability of the Mori Mori fruit, he has become the legendary tentacle monster. The more wings around him, the better. No problem. Chapter 9 Ino and Tenten seeking support. Brush, brush. Water the flowers for Yui Hong. The sun is already high. Outside, on the bustling street. It was already bustling with people. It took a lot of time to make the two puppets. Kyunyi Lu Ren carried the gift box and flew over the houses. Soon they arrived in a lush and beautiful forest. And there, two beautiful and lovely girls of different shapes. They had been looking forward to it for a long time. Brother Lu Ren, you are too slow. Lu Ren, you are late. Seeing Kyunyi Lu Ren coming, the two girls who had been waiting for a long time had their eyes brightened. They came up to him. Sorry, I'm late today. Lu Ren apologized. Looking at the two young beauties. With a smile on his face. Brother Lu Ren. Little Ino, who was wearing a ponytail and looked very capable, jumped up very skillfully. She held his arm very intimately, pouted her lips slightly, and complained, "This is the first time you are late." But her eyes were directly attracted by the gift box in Kyunyi Lu Ren's hand. This is Tian Tian, who was smiling on the side, looked at Ino who was boldly hugging Lu Ren. The eyes inevitably carried a little envy. However, she was always cheerful and a little reserved, so she couldn't do such an intimate move. She just looked at the gift box with Lu Ren with curiosity. The gift box was too. Could it be? This is a gift for you. Lu Ren said with a smile. Gift? Really? Hearing this, the eyes of the two girls lit up, and they were a little surprised. This is yours, Ino. Lu Ren didn't keep it a secret. And handed the gifts to the two girls respectively. This is yours, Tian Tian. Hehe, thank you brother Lu Ren. Looking at the exquisite gift box, Ino was a little excited. Her pretty face was full of joy, and she looked at Lu Ren. What kind of gift is it? I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you, Lu Ren. Tian Tian took the gift box and was full of expectations. She didn't expect Lu Ren to bring her such a surprise early in the morning. Although it was not prepared for her alone, she was still very happy. Brother Lu Ren, can I open it and take a look? Ino asked expectantly. Of course. Lu Ren smiled and nodded. Hearing Lu Ren's words, the two girls couldn't wait to open their gift boxes. It turned out to be a puppet doll that was exquisitely carved and painted. It had both expressions. It was vivid. If it wasn't them, who else could it be? the lively and cheerful Tian Tian, the playful and cute Ino. They all looked lifelike, as if they were real people. Wow! Great! Is this a puppet doll? The two girls widened their eyes. Looking at their respective puppet dolls, they were all a little overjoyed. What a beautiful doll! Ino was delighted. She couldn't let go of the puppet doll that looked 90% like herself. She looked at Lu Ren with her pretty eyes. Brother Lu Ren, did you make this yourself? Incredible, it really looks like her. Tian Tian was standing by. She was also happily playing with the puppet doll that Lu Ren gave her. She was very happy when she found out that it was a Q version of herself. She blinked her big eyes and looked at him curiously. The other party. Well, this is not an ordinary puppet, but a puppet doll I made specially for you. Lu Ren smiled. He raised his hands lightly, and several chakra lines flew out of his fingertips, connecting the puppets in their hands respectively. In the shocked eyes of the two women, he moved his 10 fingers slightly, and the two puppet dolls moved directly. Kaka, I saw the Q version of Ino and Q version of Tian Tian that were less than the size of a palm dancing and twisting there. Especially, under the control of Lu Ren's magical chakra line. The two puppet dolls not only have facial features such as eyes, ears, nose, mouth, tongue, but also neck, hands, feet, knees, and other joints, and even 5 fingers can move. The performance is lifelike and extremely realistic. It's just like 2 Q version living people. Ino and Tian Tian were both dumbfounded. Some couldn't believe their eyes. Gulu! Lu Ren, you mastered puppetry so quickly. Tian Tian was full of astonishment. She couldn't help swallowing. Looking at Kyunyi Lu Ren, she was shocked. Although she had known that he was a genius, it was too exaggerated, right? If she remembered correctly, Lu Ren had been exposed to puppetry for less than half a month, right? Isn't this too evil? You are really amazing, brother Lu Ren. Ino's eyes were full of love, and she looked at Lu Ren with admiration. Even without anyone teaching, she studied alone with a few related puppet books. In less than half a month, he had already mastered puppetry. He also designed and made puppet dolls with such a sophisticated internal structure. It was incredible. Chapter 10 Let Tian Tian become a puppeteer? Seeking support. Basic puppetry is actually not difficult. 10 fingers moved slightly, manipulating the chakra line. The two puppet dolls seemed to have self-awareness. They jumped up. They jumped back into the hands of Ino and Tian Tian respectively. They also waved their hands playfully to their respective owners. Kyunyi Lu Ren retracted the puppet chakra line, looked at the two women who were full of shock, and said with a smile, besides, I think practicing puppetry can well exercise your own chakra control, so I want you to practice it. He paused. Seeing that Ino looked embarrassed, as if she had something to say. He touched her little head with his big hand, smiled lovingly and said, of course, it's not that you, Ino, have to become a puppeteer, and there is no need to invest too much time and energy in studying. You just need to take time out to practice a little bit. Over time, I believe your chakra control should be able to improve, which will be of great benefit to you, Ino, in practicing the family's secret technique. Although it was only during holidays, they had time to get together. But under his guidance, not to mention Ino, who was born in a big family. Even Tian Tian, after 2 years of hard work, has barely completed the 2 basic chakra trainings of climbing trees and treading water. The chakra control has improved significantly. In the ninja school, it can be said that she is among the best. So that's it. Ino suddenly realized and felt relieved. She thought Lu Ren suddenly wanted her to be a puppeteer. If that happened, regardless of whether she was willing or not, her father Yamanaka Inoichi would definitely not agree. Because she is the heir of the Yamanaka clan, and the Yamanaka clan has a secret technique that has been passed down from generation to generation. It is impossible for her to give up practicing the family's secret technique and become a puppeteer. When you become proficient, I will teach you some simple medical ninjutsu to further improve your chakra control. Seeing that Ino did not object, Lu Ren smiled and added, I believe that the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan will not be difficult for you, and you will also be able to master some more practical medical skills. Considering that the Ino Shikacho combination is not only famous in Konoha, but also in the entire ninja world. There is no doubt that Ino, Shikamaru, and Koji are the next generation of Ino Shikacho, and they will most likely not be separated after graduating from the ninja school in the future. At that time, it is inevitable that they may have to perform some tasks with a higher risk factor. Learning some medical ninjutsu may come in handy at some point. Well, brother Lu Ren, I will work hard. He nodded heavily. Ino was full of energy. That's good. Seeing this, Lu Ren smiled with satisfaction. Then he looked at Tian Tian, who was a wealthy ninja but strictly speaking was just a civilian ninja. He did not have any excellent bloodline or any family secrets. Tian Tian, your situation is different from Ino. If you are really interested in puppetry, I think you can consider becoming a real puppeteer. He thought about it and said directly, of course, you don't have to worry about the puppets. I can develop more powerful puppets for you that are suitable for fighting. But if you are not interested, forget it. Tian Tian does not have a high talent in ninjutsu. As for the talent in this kind of hidden weapon throwing, although it is not bad. But it must be said that this thing has too many restrictions. And future achievements will be limited after all. Even if you play with hidden weapons such as Shuriken and Kunao. It is impossible to compare with those with Sharingan, with its amazing insight, is a unique advantage for the Uchiha clan in this regard. Moreover, puppetry contains a large number of hidden weapons, and the means of release are endless, making it hard to defend against. With her family's financial resources, she doesn't have to worry about the problem of funds. Ah! Let me learn puppetry. Tian Tian was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Ren to want her to be a puppeteer. She couldn't help but tilt her head. Pink fist on the chin, thinking hard. Recalling Lu Ren's perfect and impeccable performance just now. The puppet doll in her hand was manipulated freely, and the movements were smooth. Her eyes lit up, puppet master, it seems to be quite handsome. I want to learn. Without hesitation. She raised her little hand and nodded repeatedly. She was not interested in puppetry before. That's because Konoha didn't have a school in this area. Without the guidance of a famous teacher, if she were to study puppetry on her own, she would never be able to master it. Or, even if she tried her best and mastered it with great difficulty, she would only be able to master the basics. But with the guidance of a genius like Kyunyi Lu Ren, who could easily master puppetry and manipulate it in a short period of time, it would be completely different. Moreover, she would not have to worry about not having suitable puppets to fight in the future. Most importantly, she would be able to spend more time with the handsome Lu Ren. Thinking of this, Tian Tian had some fantasies. She was immersed in her own fantasy world. A crystal tear fell from the corner of her mouth. Tian Tian, Tian Tian, Lu Ren on the side called several times. Only then did he wake up a dazed nymphomaniac. Ah! Tian Tian came back to her senses. Looking at Lu Ren's handsome face so close, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She lowered her head in a panic. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Hey! Ino on the side was full of black lines. She keenly noticed something wrong. She looked at Tian Tian with a suspicious look. Tian Tian, did you just think of something bad? Of course not. Tian Tian blushed and denied it. She hurriedly changed the subject and looked at Lu Ren. Lu Ren, I'll leave it to you from now on. I will work hard to become an excellent puppeteer. She said. She clenched her fists hard. Her delicate face was full of seriousness and determination. She knew very well that although her family had a small amount of assets, this world was the era of ninjas after all. Unlike Ino, who had a family secret technique, she could only rely on more efforts. Otherwise, the gap between her and Ino would only get bigger and bigger. Well, I believe you can do it. Lu Ren nodded and encouraged with a smile, you are determined to become a great female ninja like Tsunade-sama, the legendary 3 ninjas. Whether you can do it or not is not the question. Having this spirit and drive is worthy of praise. Then let's work hard together, Tian Tian. Ino also encouraged with a smile. Under the correct guidance of a certain scumbag. After 2 years of getting along, they have already become close sisters. Chapter 11 Being handsome is also a sin. Second update, please support. No. To do this, try to control the chakra line as finely as possible. Then, use gestures to manipulate it. On a green grassy open space. Big green trees took root there, swaying in the wind, with leaves flying. 1 or 2 puppets, controlled by a few barely visible chakra lines, moved slowly there. Lu Ren/brother, I remember. Ino and Tian Tian, who were taught by Lu Ren hand in hand and carefully, had red faces. From time to time, they looked at that handsome face that was too perfect to be true, and they were reluctant to look away every time. It was impossible to concentrate at all, and the chakra lines that were finally condensed almost broke again and again. The puppets in front of them fell to the ground one after another. Ino, didn't you say you remembered it? Lu Ren was full of black lines. He couldn't help but knock on the smooth foreheads of the 2 girls, and Tian Tian? What are you thinking about? Concentrate. It hurts. Damn. Ino and Tian Tian? Tears welled up in their eyes. Indignant, staring at Lu Ren in front of them, full of grievances. Especially Ino, covering her red forehead. As the little princess of the Yamanaka clan, she was always wild and clenched her fists. She couldn't help but jump up and threw herself on Lu Ren. Before Lu Ren, who rolled his eyes, pulled her down, she hugged Lu Ren's head. She kissed the handsome face fiercely, although it was a little immature. It's all because of brother Lu Ren, he is so handsome that I can't concentrate. Beiji. 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 As if she didn't feel satisfied. She pecked several more times. The little girl raised her head, and let go of her hand contentedly. She looked like a proud hen that had won a victory and returned triumphantly. But facing Lu Ren's speechless eyes and Tian Tian, who was staring at her in amazement, her cute face had already blushed unconsciously. It was the first time she did such a rebellious thing. Even though she was always lively and cheerful, she was inevitably a little shy. Turning her head, she dared not look directly at Lu Ren and Tian Tian. Muttering, who told brother Lu Ren to be so handsome? Be serious, we are practicing. Wipe the saliva on her face. As a scumbag who aspires to be a tentacle monster, oh no, king of the forest. The 2 have been childhood sweethearts since childhood, and for such an intimate behavior of Ino, Lu Ren would naturally not reject it, let alone blame it. But, for the ordinary little girl at the moment, compared to her promising future, he really has no interest in her now. After all, he is not a real BT. Okay, then you can practice by yourselves next. Just looking at Ino and Tian Tian, who couldn't concentrate in front of him, Lu Ren was a little helpless. You have to grasp these key points just now. Said. Spread his hands and stepped aside. Sometimes being too handsome is also a sin. I don't know if it is due to the combination of the Mori Mori fruit and his own chakra, resulting in mutation or other unknown reasons. With the increase of age, his face shape has become more and more handsome, and his skin has become more and more fair and smooth, making any woman jealous. And the temperament that naturally exudes from the inside out. For women, it seems to have a lot of lethality. Let them be deeply attracted involuntarily. Mature women like Yui Kurane will not be too out of control. But Ino and Tian Tian, who are just beginning to fall in love, and ignorant little girls, can't resist it at all. This is why he is so popular in the ninja school. Well, I will try hard, brother Lu Ren. Ino suppressed her shyness and nodded seriously. Seeing that this brother Lu Ren, whom she had loved and admired since childhood, was not repulsive, and did not mean to be angry. In her heart, she could not help but be filled with indescribable joy and excitement. Me too. Although Tian Tian was not as bold as Ino. But she was not to be outdone and raised her hand seriously. Well, if you have any questions, come and ask me again. Lu Ren finished speaking. Let Tian Tian and Ino practice by themselves. Walked to a big tree by himself, and with his strong perception ability, confirmed that no one was watching. Picked up a leaf casually, and his mind moved slightly. The leaf was split into two in an instant. The cut was extremely straight. Hiss! Picked up another fallen leaf and placed it in the palm of his hand. Threads of electric current flashed. The fallen leaf became charred. Pa! Pa! The next moment, it was emitting green smoke. It caught fire without any fire. ZZ. Then, the flames went out. The charred leaves were soaked again. Then, without any external force touching them, it turned into countless fragments. If someone saw it, they would be so shocked that they would be speechless. Xiao Li is really working hard. It can be seen from afar. A thin figure was circling the edge of Konoha village in the distance, sweating and hopping forward. Lu Ren couldn't help but feel inexplicably emotional. His expression became serious. Then I can't fall behind too much. 1, 2. He didn't continue to practice the nature change of chakra. Because this level of practice alone is meaningless to him. Lu Ren was not in a hurry to do more in-depth nature change training. Instead, he started to warm up and prepare to practice physical skills. He knew very well how powerful his future enemies would be. He has always been very self-disciplined, and has never slacked off in physical training. He has never lost energy in this regard. However, he also works day and night, rain or shine. After all, no matter how powerful a person's chakra is, or how amazing the technique he has mastered is, if there is no strong physique to support it, and no tenacious will to control and dominate it, it is just a castle in the air after all. Of course, the difference between a genius and an ordinary person is really huge. Although he admires Xiao Li's indomitable perseverance. But Lu Ren has to admit that sometimes talent is really important. In itself, the amount of chakra is far superior to that of ordinary people, and he also has excellent perception ability. He already has the qualifications and potential to catch up with the former second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Especially, after obtaining the ability of the natural system Mori Mori fruit, he perfectly activated the blood power hidden in his body, which comes from the Otsutsuki clan. It can be said that his potential is unlimited. Even if the degree of hard work and training is not half of that of the other party. But with his unique talent, his physical strength and speed of improvement, he is not comparable to Xiao Li, who is mediocre and only relies on his persistence to catch up. If he didn't hide his shortcomings and didn't want to show off so well, he can easily defeat the elite class with his physical skills. It was Hyaganiji who ranked first. Not to mention Xiao Li who ranked second. One punch could cripple the opponent, or even kill him. Because, the first-generation Hokage had the same strange power. He had already mastered it. Chapter 12 The attention of the third-generation Hokage 3 updates, please support. Time flies. Half a month. It has passed in the blink of an eye. Noon. The sun is shining. Ninja school, on the rooftop with no one. After school, Tian Tian excitedly pulled Lu Ren here. 10 fingers stretched out. Chakra lines flew out from the fingertips. Connected to the puppet doll placed in front of her. Click click. As she fiddled with her 10 fingers, she kept manipulating it. The puppet doll stretched its legs, swung its arms, walked, jumped, and ran. Although the puppet doll's movements were a little stiff, they were not natural enough. It could not be as flexible as Kyunyi Lu Ren, who was free and easy, just like a living person. But it was already quite good. Lu Ren, how is it? Tian Tian narrowed her crescent eyes. Looking at Lu Ren in front of her, she asked happily, am I learning well? Yes, it is good, and there is great progress? Lu Ren smiled and nodded. 0. These days, under his teaching. 5. With continuous hard work and practice, the two women have begun to see results. 8. It must be said that Tian Tian is indeed quite talented in puppet manipulation. It can be said that he has made rapid progress. 7. He can already use chakra lines to easily control the puppet doll and manipulate it at will. 2. However, this is mainly because the puppet doll is relatively small and light in weight. 9. If it is replaced with a large-sized puppet with a 1-to-1 ratio with a real person in a bulky body. 7. If you want to control it, it's not that easy. At the same time, in the office on the top floor of the Hokage building, an old man with white hair and beard, age spots, and a pipe in his mouth, looking at the crystal ball in front of him, which is one size larger than his fist, in surprise. And on the crystal ball, it was the scene on the rooftop of the ninja school. In just half a month, you can already control the puppet dolls in a good way. Focusing on the picture on the crystal ball, the third Hokage couldn't help but praise, it seems that this girl does have some talent for being a puppeteer. However, what really caught his attention was not Tian Tian. It was the orphan of the late medical class senior ninja Kyunyi Kawai's Kyunyi Lu Ren. Although I have noticed for a long time that Kyunyi Lu Ren has inherited his father's talent in medical ninjutsu, and his chakra volume is amazing, his chakra control ability is far beyond his peers, and he has even mastered some basic medical ninjutsu. Looking at the handsome boy with a calm temperament in the crystal ball, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who prides himself on being mature and experienced, couldn't help but marvel, but I really didn't expect that this kid could master puppetry so quickly just by studying and exploring from a few basic puppet books, and could also design and make such a delicate puppet doll. A few days ago, he was patrolling Konoha with the telescope as usual. He accidentally discovered that Rikuto was teaching Ino and Tenten to practice puppetry. Moreover, he could actually manipulate two puppet dolls at the same time. He was a little unbelievable. He had paid attention to Shia Rikuto, who performed well in the ninja school and even overshadowed the genius of the Hyuga branch, Hyuga Niji. He had seen him reading books about puppets more than once. But he didn't expect that Shia Rikuto, who was only 8 years old, could really make a name for himself. Although they were just two inconspicuous puppet toys. But the vision of the third Hokage is naturally different from that of ordinary people. From a glimpse of the leopard, Kyunyi Lu Ren's talent can be seen. And he can control it as if it were his own arm, as smooth as flowing water. Such amazing chakra control. Even he, the Hokage, may not be able to do it. This child's talent is far superior to his father Kyunyi Kawai's. Hey! Looking at the young boy on the crystal ball, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe and exhaled smoke. He couldn't help but smile with relief, with a little expectation, maybe, in the near future, Konoha will really have a puppet master who is proficient in medical ninjutsu. And at this time, on the rooftop of the ninja school, as the third Hokage shifted the field of view of the telescope technique from the rooftop, the corners of Kyunyi Lu Ren's mouth curled up slightly. A barely detectable smile appeared. A certain old man who always likes to peek, checks the whole village every few days. How could he not sense it? Besides, it is impossible to keep it a secret that he taught Ino and Tenten puppetry. So, he did not intend to hide it from the beginning. He is not from the Uchiha clan. He is a civilian ninja with a clean background. even if he shows some extraordinary talents. It is impossible for the top leaders to be so afraid, at most they will just pay a little attention. There is no need to be so cautious and look ahead and behind. You asked me to come here, it should not be just for this, right? Kunyi Lu Ren smiled and looked at Tenten. Xiao Li said he wanted to challenge Niji, I have to go and treat him. Hey? Xiao Li, is that guy going to challenge Niji again? Tian was stunned. Then, he said speechlessly, you really don't learn your lesson. Similar challenges. She was already used to them. However, Xiao Li was always beaten black and blue every time. By the way, this is for you. Tian took out a storage scroll from his ninja tool bag and handed it to Kunyi Lu Ren. This is the list of materials you listed last time. I asked my family to prepare them. Tian said happily. After she made up her mind to become a puppeteer, Lu Ren directly gave her a list of expensive materials and asked her to ask her family to prepare them. He said that he could build a real combat puppet for training at that time. Tian has been looking forward to it for a long time. Especially, after seeing the results of her practice these days. Even her parents, who were a little skeptical at first, supported her to become a puppeteer. Because if you become a puppeteer, you generally don't have to fight people head-on. In fact, if they couldn't persuade their precious daughter, she would cry and make a fuss about going to ninja school. Tianation's parents didn't want their daughter to become a ninja at all. After all, as a wealthy man who ranks among the best in the land of fire, they often hire ninjas from Konoha as guards for their own caravans. Tianation's parents really know how dangerous the profession of ninja is. Oh? So soon? Lu Ren raised his eyebrows. But he was not very surprised. After all, he knew very well that this rich woman was not short of money at all. Besides, her family ran a weapons store, and they had no shortage of resources in this area. Then wait for my good news. He smiled and nodded. He was not polite and put away the storage scroll. He had already prepared the puppet design, and was just waiting for the materials to arrive. Waving to Tian, Lu Ren jumped lightly. He jumped from the rooftop to a nearby tree and ran straight to the training ground. I'll go first, Xiao Li and Ningkai are still waiting. Chapter 13, Seal with One Hand? Princess of Konoha 4th update, please support. Bang! Bang! On the spacious training ground. The wounded Xiao Li screamed. He was blasted away by a palm and fell there in a mess. On the opposite side, a boy in training clothes with white eyes stood proudly. It's useless, Xiao Li. Looking down at Xiao Li, who was easily defeated by him, Hyaganiji said indifferently, no matter how many times you come, you will never be my opponent. The gap between the last and the genius cannot be made up by just two passionate slogans. Damn it, I won't give up, Niji. With a bruised face and swollen nose, Xiao Li clenched his fists and was full of resentment. But he did not give up directly. Instead, he looked at the arrogant Hyaganiji with a firm face and said loudly, one day, I will prove that hard work can defeat genius. Ningkai, you are too cruel. Lu Ren, who had already guessed the result and was not surprised, came over. Looking at the embarrassed and bruised Xiao Li, he said helplessly, after all, Xiao Li is our classmate. Ningkai was unmoved and snorted coldly, he asked for it. Anyone who is challenged every other day will feel a little unhappy. The arrogant Hyaganiji who woke up naturally won't be without temper. He is not the other party's whetstone. If you want to challenge him, you must be prepared to suffer. At least, he felt that he had been merciful enough and just let the other party suffer. If he really got serious and used the soft fist moves, it would not just be a superficial injury. Xiao Li, you are too reckless. Lu Ren didn't think that Niji had gone too far. He raised his right hand in front of his chest and slowly formed a seal with one hand. The palm, with the soft green light, pressed on Xiao Li's body. He treated the injuries that were inevitable from the challenge to Niji and the daily training. Looking at Xiao Li, who was lying there in a mess but not seriously injured, he warned him again, practice should be relaxed and tense in moderation. Exerting the body blindly will only backfire and may leave you with injuries. Forming a seal with one hand. Hinata Niji, who was standing by, was somewhat shocked when he saw this. Being from a famous family, he knew much more clearly than Xiao Li what it meant to seal with one hand. Some powerful jonin, after countless trainings, were able to simplify the seals of low-level basic ninjutsu such as the three-body technique, but they were not necessarily able to seal with one hand. What's more, the palm immortal technique was a medical ninjutsu with a difficulty of A level, which was not comparable to the ordinary three-body technique. Lu Ren, have you reached this point? He really didn't expect it. Kyunyi Lu Ren can even do this. This means that the opponent can even perform high-level ninjutsu with one hand. When fighting with others, it is like having one more hand than the opponent. Especially when the opponent is in a stalemate, he can suddenly launch a ninjutsu with one hand, making it hard to defend. However, when he thought of Lu Ren's exaggerated chakra control that was beyond the reach of others, he felt a little relieved. Well, after continuous training, I can barely do it. Lu Ren shrugged. There was no smugness. In fact, with his subtle chakra control, this level of palm magic can be performed without any seals. It's just that he didn't want to appear so evil. Really amazing. Incredible. Whether it was Xiao Li or Ningkai, they couldn't help but look at Lu Ren in amazement. But at this time, Lu Ren raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he looked in the direction of the gate of Konoha as if he had sensed something. Hey! He sensed a strong chakra that suddenly appeared there. Obviously, it was not an invasion. But he walked in from the gate. That chakra that was inexplicably friendly, but strange. Lu Ren was surprised. His eyes flickered, as if thinking about something. Could it be? And at this time the Hokage building. In the office on the top floor. Hokage-sama. A member of the Anbu wearing a cat-faced mask suddenly appeared. He knelt on one knee in front of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, reporting, the gate guard who was in charge of guarding the gate just now reported that Tsunade-sama is back. Oh! The third Hokage, who was smoking a pipe and handling confidential documents, stood up suddenly, somewhat surprised. Tsunade? She's back. Yes. Anbu member responded. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, full of doubts. Early before the end of the Third Ninja World War, Tsunade, who was increasingly dissatisfied with the Konoha high-level officials, had already left the village with her disciple Kato Shizuan. Over the years, she didn't care about the affairs of the village at all. She was even stranger to her former teacher. Even when the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato died, he had no intention of coming back. Why did he come back suddenly? Did he think it through and plan to stay in the village? Such a medical expert with superb medical skills and powerful strength stayed in the village. It was obviously a good thing for the village. But at the same time, it also made the third Hokage subconsciously think of more. At the beginning, because of the protracted Third Ninja World War, the village was seriously injured. As the victorious party, in order to end the war as soon as possible, it took the initiative to give up asking for compensation from the Hidden Rock village. In order to suppress those dissatisfied voices, he, the third Hokage, once directly resigned and abdicated. Finally, he supported Jiraiya's disciple, one of the three ninjas, and his disciple Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze to take the throne. Ever since the Nine Tails Rebellion 8 years ago, when the fourth Hokage died, Konoha suffered heavy losses, and there was no leader, and it fell into chaos. Other forces in the ninja world were even more eager, ready to move, and the situation was precarious. War could break out at any time. He took advantage of the situation to come back and sit on the position of Hokage again. However, power is like opium, once you get addicted to it, you will become addicted. When the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze was in office, the third Hokage, who had already abdicated, did not completely delegate the power that the Hokage should have. So that at that time, Konoha was equivalent to two Jade ruling together. It also led to the young fourth Hokage being constrained and unable to let go. Now, this strongest Hokage in history, who was once highly respected and loved by countless people in Konoha village, is even more unwilling to let go easily. Over the years, his three disciples known as the Three Ninjas have left or defected. The sudden return of Slug Princess Tsunade. While Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has completely lost the courage of the former ninja hero and gradually become a ruthless politician as he has aged and been corrupted by power, is happy. He is also subconsciously a little surprised and doubtful. After all, his disciple is different from the other three ninjas. Not only is she the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, but she is also the princess of Konoha, personally canonized by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. She performed well in previous battles, made great contributions, and had outstanding military exploits, and she has a very high prestige in the village. 0. With her extremely sophisticated and unique medical ninjutsu, many ninjas in the village, even the clan leaders of large and small ninja clans, have more or less received her favor. 0. Maybe she can really get 100 responses. The third Hokage had to consider it carefully. 6. What is the purpose of the other party's sudden return this time? 7. 1. Chapter 14 would release? Shock Tsunade seeking support 0. At this time 5. At the door of Kyunyi's house. 5. Chennai now, whose health has been deteriorating these days, staggered there with a cane. Looking at the person in front of her, her lips trembled, full of excitement. Turn. An abnormal blush flashed across the wrinkled, sallow, and skinny face. Groob. She struggled to salute the other party, Tsunade-sama. Now, you are old too. Looking at the old man in front of her who was running out of energy, Tsunade's eyes were full of sighs. She went up to support the other party and said in a deep voice, "Okay, the Senju clan is gone, no need for so many formalities." She was not unfamiliar with Kyunyi now. When she was young, before she got married, she was a maid who was responsible for taking care of her and accompanying her. Moreover, Shiena's mother is not simple. Her name is Senju Momika. She is the confidant of her grandfather, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. She is the most powerful female ninja in the Senju clan and is good at using illusions. Even ninjas from other countries know her strength. Unfortunately, times have changed. The once glorious Senju clan has disappeared. The powerful ninjas in the clan died one after another in the cruel wars of the past. Fortunately, in the early years, many clan members changed their names and surnames under the arrangement of the first and second Hokage, married other ninja clans or civilians, and integrated the blood of the Senju into Konoha. It is precisely because of this. Tsunade, who knew the darkness of Konoha very well and even hated the high-level officials, was unwilling to come back at all. After receiving the letter sent by Shiina, she did not hesitate to put aside her grudges and come back. To see each other for the last time. Etiquette cannot be abolished. Ahem, please come in. But the stubborn Chianaga still insisted on completing the ceremony. Transfer umbrella ki, 2 leak 1 leak. In her mind, although she has taken her husband's surname, she will always be a member of the Senju clan. Looking at the beautiful, voluptuous, and young woman in front of her, as if she is really only in her 20s. Shianagi, who is leaning on a cane, can't help but marvel in her heart. This Tsunade-sama is indeed a medical expert. She has the skill to maintain her appearance. She is obviously in her 40s. But she looks like a young girl. Ahem, who is this? Shianaga's turbid old eyes looked at the slender, short-haired young woman holding a pink pig, who looked very capable and followed behind Tsunade, and was a little surprised. Tsunade said directly, "She is my disciple Shizuan." "Hello, Grandma now." Shizuan, who seemed a little shy, smiled politely. At the same time, she held up the piglet in her arms. "It's Tun Tun." "Tun Tun." The cute piglet greeted very cooperatively. "So that's how it is, Tsunade-sama and Shizuan, don't stand there, come in," Shianaga said. Tsunade nodded without being too polite. She helped Shianaga, who was unable to move, into the living room. She didn't rush to ask why the other party suddenly asked someone to send a message and insisted on asking her to come back to see him. Instead, she directly checked Shianaga's body. But soon, her face suddenly became extremely serious and her brows were furrowed. She stared at Shianaga, who seemed to have expected it. The other party's body was almost exhausted. It can even be said that it was a miracle that she could survive until now. It is obvious that there is a medical ninja with superb medical skills who consumes his own chakra every day to heal his body. That medical ninja is not simple. Your body. Ahem, don't worry, Tsunade-sama. Shianao kept coughing, "My body, I know it myself. Ahem, if it weren't for my grandson Rikuto, who has been using chakra to regulate and nourish my body, I, an old woman, would have been buried long ago." Ahem. Tsunade was a little surprised. "Your grandson?" "The son of the medical class ninja Shiaka Wasuk." She remembered when she left Konoha. Shiaka Wasuk had just got married and had no children. If that's the case, he may not be more than 10 years old at most. Besides, I heard that he died in the Nine-Tailed Rebellion a few years ago. Yes, although Rikuto is only 8 years old, ahem, his talent far exceeds that of his father. Thinking of his genius grandson, Shiano couldn't help but feel proud. Ahem, that kid relied on the ninjutsu scrolls and related experience left by Kawasuk before his death, and practiced by himself. He has mastered the A-level ninjutsu such as Palm Immortal Jutsu very early. He has been taking care of my body. What? He has already mastered the Palm Immortal Jutsu at the age of 8. Not only Shizuan. Even Tsunade couldn't help but shrink her pupils. Looking at Shiano in shock. I can't believe it. The Palm Immortal Jutsu is not like other ninjutsu. It is really A-level, and medical ninjutsu is much more difficult to master than regular ninjutsu. And this is just the beginning. Strictly speaking, Palm Immortal Jutsu is easy to learn but difficult to master. After mastering it, whether it can be used effectively is the top priority. But after she just checked Shiano's body, she knew how difficult it was to take care of her body like this. As expected, the opponent's Palm Immortal Jutsu can be said to be perfect. Ahem, it's true. When Lu Ren comes back later, you can personally test it, Tsunade-sama. Shiano said with a smile. She knew her own body very well. Especially when she saw the outstanding talent that Lu Ren showed. It made her determined to pave the way for his future as much as possible before she died. So, as early as when she saw Lu Ren awaken the wood release of the first generation of Hokage. Half a month ago, when Narashikaku came to visit, he specially asked him to write a letter to the legendary 3 ninjas, the little princess of the Senju clan in the past, Tsunade Hime. Hoping to see her before she died. But because Tsunade's whereabouts were erratic, even the Nara family took some effort to deliver the letter to Tsunade. You specially asked Narashikaku to write a letter to Tsunade-sama, the little princess of the Senju clan in the past. Tsunade suddenly realized. But at the same time, her face was serious. She frowned slightly, stared at Kyunyi now, and sighed. If the other party was not lying, she could imagine how amazing the talent of Kyunyi Lu Ren was. That talent was undoubtedly far beyond Shizuan, and she was a true genius. Tsunade roughly understood what the other party meant. He wanted her to take his grandson as a disciple to teach. If he really had such a high talent, it would not be impossible to consider it. In recent years, she helplessly discovered that although she had spared no effort, teaching, but Shizun's talent is indeed a little lacking, and her ability is limited. She is already in her 20s, and her medical level is only slightly better than that of Shiakawa's, the medical class ninja she met at the beginning. Unable to perfectly inherit her legacy. Ahem, old woman, I do mean this, but there is something more important to tell you. Xia now said. Looking at Shizun on the side, hesitant to speak, as if he had some reservations. Tsunade-sama, now Growny, you guys chat slowly, I'll take Tun out for a walk. Seeing this, Shizun understood. She smiled, holding the piglet and was about to leave. No problem, Tsunade waved her hand and said bluntly, Shizun is my disciple, and she has always kept her mouth shut, you don't have to worry. This, okay. Shianagi was a little hesitant. But seeing Tsunade say that, she couldn't say anything more. She seemed to have made up her mind. She took a deep breath, looked directly at Tsunade and said, Rikuto, awakened Hashirama-sama's would release. What? Tsunade's pupils widened. She couldn't sit still anymore, and stood up suddenly. Chapter 15 Your pendant is very important. Would release. It wasn't just Tsunade who was shocked. Shizun, who was listening quietly, was also shocked. She opened her mouth so wide that she couldn't close it. Even the piglet in her arms fell to the ground. The two of them stared at Xia now in disbelief. Over the years, no one in the Senju clan has awakened the power of wood release except Hashirama Senju. Even Hashirama's direct descendants have not been able to successfully awaken the bloodline limit of wood release. Even Tsunade herself, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, is no exception. In order to revive the power that once pacified the troubled times, Konoha even conducted cruel human experiments. Among them, there were many powerful ninjas with the blood of the Senju clan, who were arranged by the top leaders headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others to undergo experiments. They even transplanted the cells of the first generation of Hokage in order to obtain the power of wood release. But without exception, they were all devoured by the cells of the first generation and died tragically. No one has ever successfully obtained the power of wood release. Later, because the experiment was too costly and too inhumane, the top leaders had to give up. Are you telling the truth? Tsunade's face was solemn. Looking directly at Shianagi in front of her. It's absolutely true, ahem, Lady Tsunade, no matter how old and confused I am, I can't lie like this. Shianeo said in a deep voice. No wonder when I checked just now, I found a trace of residual special chakra in your body, carrying an incredible breath of vitality. Such a lie is obviously easy to expose. Even if the other party wants me to accept his grandson as a disciple, there is no need to lie to me. Tsunade, who knows Shianeo's character, no longer doubts it and nods suddenly. And in her opinion, it is a miracle that Shianeo, who is weak and has already run out of energy, can live to this day. For a time, this Sunan, who is known as a medical master, can't help but I became more and more interested in the grandson Kyunyi Rikuto mentioned by Kyunyi now. Incredible. Shizun on the side was full of shock, and she couldn't believe her ears. She had left Konoha with Tsunade when she was a girl, traveled around the ninja world, and learned from her. Naturally, she knew what wood release meant. Tap, tap. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor outside the door. Confirmed that there was a guest at home. With his powerful perception ability, Kyunyi Rikuto, who had guessed the identity of the visitor, unlocked the door skillfully. Grandma, I'm back. Let Tsunade and Shizun look over subconsciously. As the door was opened. What a beautiful boy! Looking at the childish but handsome child, Shizun could not help but be stunned. Tsunade looked at Kyunyi Lu Ren and was also a little surprised. Is this Kyunyi Lu Ren? Ahem, Lu Ren, you are back. Kyunyi now waved to Kyunyi Lu Ren who had just returned, there are guests at home, come here. Ahem. Although you didn't mention it to me, I have guessed it. Looking at the figure in the lead, wearing a spacious green coat, beautiful and good figure. And the young woman who was dressed a little rustic, had short hair, and held a pink pig, like a maid. You are Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, right? Without waiting for Kyunyi now to speak. Looking at Tsunade in front of him, Kyunyi Lu-ren smiled politely and said, I am in the ninja school, I have already sensed the huge chakra. I think you are the only woman in Konoha who can have such strength. As he said, his eyes subconsciously passed by the exquisite crystal pendant hanging on the other's neck. It was heavy and full of weight. It is worthy of being the necklace that can buy several mountains directly. It is said to be the wood-release chakra crystal of the first generation of Hokage. And it can indeed feel a majestic chakra fluctuation from it. And it is very familiar. Oh? Do you still have such excellent perception ability? Tsunade was surprised. This child is too outstanding, isn't he? Being able to directly analyze and confirm her identity through chakra, this thinking is just like her second grandfather. You know, the other party is only 8 years old. But noticed the little guy's gaze. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile, but, have you seen enough? Ahem, the pendant on your neck is very unique, and it should contain quite amazing chakra. Lu-ren retracted his gaze and nodded seriously. Tsunade. Are you looking at the pendant? That obscure look can't be hidden from her. Humph, a little pervert. Really amazing. Hearing this, Shizun on the side didn't expect Kyunyi Lu-ren to be able to directly detect the extraordinariness of the first-generation necklace that Tsunade-sama always wears on her body, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tsunade-sama's necklace is rumored to be the chakra crystal stone of the first-generation Hokage Hashirama-sama. It is said that the money from selling it can directly buy a few mountains. Paused. Looking at the little adult in front of him, he was so calm that he didn't look like an 8-year-old boy. She couldn't help but ask directly, "Little eye brother, Grandma now has just told us, have you really awakened the wood release that only Hashirama-sama has mastered?" Ahem, Lu-ren, this is Tsunade-sama's disciple. Knowing that her grandson was precocious and different from ordinary people, Shiano coughed a few times, patted Lu-ren's shoulder, and said, "Ahem, don't be afraid, you can trust them." She knew her situation very well. Even with Lu-ren's conditioning these days, it still didn't help. There is no cure. It's just that I can't let go of this precious grandson who lost his parents since childhood and depended on me. I don't want his extremely high talent to be buried like this. So that's it. Kyunyi Lu-ren nodded. Looking at this grandmother whose health was getting worse and worse and whose time was running out, he sighed secretly in his heart. He roughly guessed that Tsunade, who had been away from the village for many years, suddenly returned to Konoha, most likely because Shiano asked someone to find her. The old man's body was already exhausted. Can't hold on for a few days. He knew this very well. But he really didn't expect that. This grandmother was actually prepared to find a support for herself before she died. But to be honest, if he continued to stay in Konoha, it didn't make much sense for him. And the constraints were too great. Not to mention other things, even just daily training was timid. If he hadn't been worried about Shianagi, he might have left directly. Who cares if he's a traitor or not? If he could follow Tsunade to travel around the ninja world, it would indeed be a good choice. Is that so? Make a decision. Lu-ren did not hesitate. He just did not want to disappoint the old man's expectations. It was definitely not because he coveted Tsunade's heavy, priceless crystal pendant. Swish! Raised his right hand. The whole arm turned directly into a green branch. And at a speed visible to the naked eye, a large piece of green leaves grew. One after another colorful flowers bloomed there. The air was filled with bursts of floral fragrance. This amazing scene. Let Shizun widen her eyes in disbelief. And Tsunade, who was originally holding her arms and paying attention to Lu Ren leisurely, couldn't help but shrink her pupils. Chapter 16 Sister Tsunade, a disciple of the Three Ninjas. 3 updates, please support. It's actually would release. In the living room, Shizun was full of shock. Her mouth was wide open, completely O-shaped, unable to close. Not to mention her, even Tsunade herself couldn't calm down for a long time. After so many years, she never thought that she would see her grandfather, the first-generation Hokage, who once pacified the troubled times with his wood release. I didn't expect that you could awaken such a power. Tsunade took a deep breath and tried her best to suppress the waves in her heart. Looking at the young but handsome Kyunyi Rikuto in front of her, her eyes were a little dazed. Faintly, she seemed to see the shadows of her grandfather, the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and her second grandfather, the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, from the other person. Ahem, Tsunade-sama. Xiaonao's face was also full of memories. She immediately looked at Tsunade with expectation. No need to say, now I agree. Tsunade nodded. A smile appeared on her delicate face. Looking at Kyunyi Lu Ren, she asked directly, you are not an ordinary kid, I won't beat around the bush. Lu Ren, are you willing to be my disciple? A genius who is only 8 years old and has extremely high talent. Not only with the blood of the Senju clan, and having awakened the wood release that no one had ever possessed except her grandfather, the first Hokage, Tsunade naturally felt close to him. She would naturally not refuse such a disciple who came to her door. Therefore, she did not act high and mighty, or put on the airs of a three ninjas. Of course it's my honor. Kyunyi Lu Ren nodded. The right arm returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if the amazing scene just now had never happened. He had no reason to refuse such a good thing. Tsunade, as a descendant of the Senju clan, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, was also one of the three ninjas, the disciples of the third Hokage. Even if she put aside the exquisite medical ninjutsu, she would definitely have a lot of good things in her hands. She might even have read the seal book that recorded a large number of advanced ninjutsu and even forbidden ninjutsu. If she follows him, she can not only leave Konoha openly and travel around the ninja world, but she is also a beautiful woman who is pleasing to the eye. No need to consider it at all. Besides, this can be said to be Kyunyi Nao's last wish. He doesn't want the old man to have any regrets before leaving. Brother Lu Ren, my name is Shizun, and I am Tsunade-sama's disciple. Shizun came to Lu Ren happily with Tuntun in her arms and said, then from today on, you are my junior brother, hehe. It's called Tuntun by the way, there is one thing I need to explain, Tuntun is not a reserve food. Tuntun. Looking at Shizun's seriousness, she was afraid that she would roast Tuntun when she was greedy. Kyunyi Lu Ren's mouth twitched, and he wanted to laugh. Don't worry, it won't happen, senior sister Shizun. He looked at Tsunade, bowed and said, then, teacher Tsunade, please teach me more in the future. Calling you teacher doesn't sound good. Seeing that Lu Ren readily agreed to become his disciple. Although he was precocious, his words and deeds were not arrogant and contemptuous of other so-called geniuses. Tsunade couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, stepped forward and pinched Lu Ren's pretty face. From now on, just call me sister. The chakra of the Senju clan in the other person's body. It made her feel close to him and had a great liking for him. Ahem, Lady Tsunade. Xianaga subconsciously wanted to dissuade her when she heard this. But Kyunyi Lu Ren wanted nothing more than that. Before Kyunyi now finished speaking, she blurted out. Sister Tsunade. Well, that's good. Tsunade smiled and was very happy. No woman likes to be called old. Moreover, although this new disciple is precocious, he is not so rigid. She is very satisfied. Tsunade doesn't like the kind of disciple who is just a kid who hasn't grown up yet, but acts like an old man, pretends to be mature, meticulous, and serious every day. Shizun is like this. Too serious and rigid. It's impossible to have a drink or gamble with her. Shizun is enough for such a disciple. Lu Ren, you can't be so disrespectful. Qunyi now was a little helpless. Patted her grandson's head. But seeing Tsunade's insistence, she no longer refuted. Then Tsunade-sama, I'll let Lu Ren prepare the apprenticeship ceremony. These tedious steps are omitted, no need to be so troublesome. Tsunade waved her hand indifferently and said directly, now, don't be so rigid, your grandson is much more interesting than you. She is not the kind of person who likes to follow the rules and stick to the rules. If you really care about her teacher, you don't need to be polite. If you don't care about her teacher, no matter how polite you are, it will only make people feel hypocritical. If you really meet such a traitor, you can only say that you are blind. But you can't beat Qunyi now. Under the insistence of the old man, Lu Ren, who is not too averse to these things, still respectfully and seriously offers a cup of tea to Tsunade, the beautiful teacher. It means that he has officially become a disciple of the three ninjas. Tsunade Princess. Chapter 17 No Seal Healing. Perfect Yang Escape Power. Single One-Hand Seal. In the living room of Qunyi's house. Shizun widened her eyes and was a little stunned. And Tsunade on the side was also full of surprise. Looking at Qunyi Lu Ren, who was demonstrating the palm fairy technique to them. The palm fairy technique, an A-level medical ninjutsu, is not like ordinary low-level ninjutsu. The other party can actually seal with one hand. And at such an age. It's incredible. Tisk, what an amazing guy. Tsunade stretched out her right hand. She was covered by the soft green light without caring. She felt the perfect palm technique that had been honed to perfection. The complexion changed quickly. Although compared to her own medical master, Lu Ren's application of palm technique was still a little lacking. But the delicate chakra control was enough to show that the opponent lacked only the opportunity of clinical practice. Especially, the opponent's palm technique actually carried a kind of magnificent vitality. She was a little surprised. Lu Ren, your chakra is very special. Tsunade sighed there, no wonder now can hold on until now. The opponent's chakra. It was like her grandfather, the first generation Hokage, was reincarnated. That kind of vigorous the vitality that he gained was incredible, which increased the effect of his palm fairy technique by at least several times. The difference is that it should be due to the wood escape technique. Yes, but this is already the limit. Lu Ren sighed helplessly. The old man's body is already on the verge of the limit, and his life is about to come to an end. Just now, after witnessing him worship Tsunade as his master and becoming her disciple, although he still wanted to personally entertain Tsunade and chat with her. But his body couldn't hold on after all. Just now, he helped her back to the room and lay down. And fell asleep in less than a moment. From this point of view, I'm afraid she really can't hold on for a few days. Don't think too much, you've done well enough to be honest, even if I am, there is no way to extend her life for so long. Tsunade comforted Qunyi Lu Ren by touching his head. Looking at this genius disciple who had just been accepted for less than a day but gave her a great surprise. Her face was solemn, and she said in a deep voice, if I'm not wrong, even if you are injured, you don't need to make a seal, you can heal your injuries directly, right? What? You can heal your injuries directly without making a seal? Jingyan next to her was completely stunned. Some ears that couldn't believe the pursuit. Looked at Lu Ren in disbelief, and then looked at Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, this is impossible, right? Pig. The pink pig next to her was also crying there. Yes. Qunyi Lu Ren smiled and nodded, general injuries can be healed in a blink of an eye. Said. He suppressed the elemental power of the sen fruit. took the fruit knife on the table next to him, just like this. Seeing this, Tsunade turned her head away subconsciously. She had hemophobia and couldn't see blood at all, otherwise she would tremble all over. Then, Kunyi Lu Ren directly cut his arm. Chi! Bright red blood just came out. In Shizuan's shocked eyes. The bloody wound, deep enough to see the bone, which normally would not be able to recover in 10 days or half a month without direct treatment by medical ninjutsu, was already healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not even a scar was left. Incredible, the wound really disappeared. Shizuan stepped forward to wipe the blood off Lu Ren. After repeated inspections, it was found that there was not even a scar. She was so shocked that she was speechless. She stared at this young and handsome junior brother in a daze. What kind of monster is this? Immediately, she hurriedly said to Tsunade, who had just turned her head away deliberately to avoid seeing blood, "Sir Tsunade, it's okay." As expected. Tsunade turned around. Holding her chest, she nodded there. It was not very surprising. Because her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, could heal his wounds in an instant without making hand seals. So, after feeling the majestic vitality from Kunyi Rikuto's chakra, she speculated that the other party should be able to do this. But what Tsunade didn't know was, the reason why Hashirama Senju could heal without hand seals was not because of wood release. It was because he was the reincarnation of the chakra of Asura, the second son of the Six-Path Sage, and inherited the body of the sage from the Six-Path Sage in disguise, and had a strong yang release power. But Kunyi Rikuto was different. Even if he didn't have the power of the Mori Mori fruit, he himself had the perfect thousand hands bloodline, and there was even a high probability that he could awaken wood release in the future, but he didn't have the strong yang release power like Asura's chakra, so he couldn't reach the height of the first generation of Hokage. Just like his cheap cousin Kaze Matsuri Moaki. The other party awakened the power of wood release in the future, but because of her own weak strength. That level of wood release is not even as good as that of Tenzu. The only surviving experimental subject in the first-generation cell experiment conducted by Orochimaru using dozens of infants and young children in the Anbu. And now he can do the sealless healing. It is because after obtaining the power of the Mori Mori fruit, the potential wood release bloodline in his body has been activated in disguise. Moreover, his innate huge chakra of the Senju clan, the rare bloodline limit wood release and the ability of the natural system Mori Mori fruit are perfectly integrated, and the three have produced a mutation result. He naturally has the perfect power of yang release. As his strength increases, this special power will only become stronger and stronger. Chapter 18 The Considerate Tsunade, drop out of school? Okay, no need to see me off. Time passes. Tsunade and Shizuan, who have been completely convinced by the monster Kunyi Lu Ren, have nothing to say. Rejected Lu Ren's retention and came downstairs. Tsunade is in a very good mood. I originally wanted to take this newly accepted disciple to a barbecue restaurant to eat barbecue. But because Lu Ren had already made an appointment with Ui Kuren in the morning, she would buy vegetables and come to cook later. I could only decline the kindness of this cheap teacher. It's rare for you to come back. Next, Shizuan and I will stay in Konoha for a few days. Tsunade smiled and touched Lu Ren's head. She handed 2 scrolls to him and said with a smile, "This records some of my experience in basic medical ninjutsu, as well as some related cases and coping methods. You can take it and study it first. If you don't understand anything, you can come to me for advice at any time. I'll take you to Konoha Hospital for practice in 2 days. She has such a talented disciple. She will have something to brag about when she meets Jiraiya in the future." This guy was famous for teaching Minato Namikaze. He brags about it in front of her and Orochimaru every other day. His smug look makes her want to beat him up several times. Unfortunately, things have changed. She didn't want to stay in Konoha. But she knows how bad Chiano's health is. Originally, relying on Kyunyi Lu Ren's powerful chakra conditioning, he held on with all his strength and wanted to wait for her 3 ninjas to come back and make some plans for his grandson. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, he can breathe a sigh of relief. It will probably be these days. He must let this disciple accompany the old man to the end of his days. By the way, he will take care of the funeral affairs and leave Konoha after he has nothing to worry about. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Lu Ren was delighted. Took the scroll axis, nodded. He was not disappointed because the 2 scrolls were not advanced ninjutsu or other medical ninjutsu. He was not so superficial, and not so impatient. A tall building rises from the ground. At present, all his medical ninjutsu is explored by himself. Some relevant experiences left by his deceased parents have been memorized by heart. In addition to treating some small animals, he also treats injuries for Xiao Li or other classmates, or relies on the special nature of his own chakra to warm and regulate the body of his grandmother with the palm fairy technique. Especially, because he has to keep a low profile, he does not have much clinical experience. This kind of practical opportunity is most needed. Now he has become a disciple of the legendary 3 ninjas Tsunade Princess. With such a backer, as long as he does not expose his own would escape. Even if his talent is a bit demonic and attracts the attention of the top. No matter whether it will attract the fear of some people. He is not afraid. Well. Watching Lu Ren's reaction. Seeing his expression, he was not disappointed at all, but was sincerely happy. Tsunade couldn't help but feel more satisfied. Such a mentality is precious. Unlike other peers, he is impatient. After worshipping a famous teacher, he began to aim high. Always wanted to learn some advanced ninjutsu directly, or powerful forbidden techniques. Fantasizing about reaching the sky in one step. But he didn't know that the foundation is the most important. Especially medical ninjutsu is different from other mainstream ninjutsu. Not only does it take time and energy to study tirelessly, but it also requires a lot of clinical practices needed to apply what you have learned and accumulate experience slowly. The valuable experience and relevant insights accumulated by the predecessors over a long period of time can greatly shorten this process. Let the medical skills of future generations improve rapidly. Of course. With Lu Ren's amazing talent, the future will definitely not be limited to a mere medical ninja. But she believes that having this foundation will definitely help him go further. The other party's outstanding talent can fully support him to learn medical ninjutsu and other mainstream ninjutsu. All-round development. Brother Lu Ren, let's go first. Looking at the handsome junior brother, Shizun hugged Tuntun and waved with a smile. She did not feel any pressure for the sudden appearance of such a talented junior brother. Instead, she felt very happy. Because Shizun knew that her talents were limited and there was no way for her to perfectly inherit Tsunade's legacy. The appearance of Lu Ren solved her worries. It also made Shizun look forward to how far the other party could go in the future. Just now, she fully saw how evil the other party was. Maybe, he could really become a great ninja like the first generation of Hokage. By the way, if you don't want to go to the ninja school anymore, you can just not go. Leave with Shizun. Tsunade waved her hand without looking back. Remember to take time to go to the ninja school to handle the leave of absence procedures, and report my name directly. Anyway, there is nothing to teach you there. Got it. Lu Ren nodded. He knew that he would not be able to stay in the ninja school for a few days. It didn't matter whether he went or not. It just so happened that he had to spend some time next to build a puppet that could really be used for fighting for Tenten. And it was not just Tsunade who noticed Xia Nao's situation. Xia Lu Ren, who often treated and nursed the grandmother, knew it very well. He wanted to accompany this old man who cared for him from the bottom of his heart through the last days of his life. Let her leave without regrets. At the same time, Lu Ren knew more clearly how much Tsunade didn't like staying in Konoha at this stage. so, a warm current arose in his heart. He had a lot of good feelings for her. Then Sister Tsunade, Sister Shizuan, take care. Watching Tsunade and Shizuan disappear at the end of the street. Playing with the scroll in his hand, Lu Ren smiled. Another beautiful sister and a cheap senior sister. The future will surely be very interesting. Chapter 19 Sunset Red, a good wife and mother seeking support. Lu Ren. At this time, a crisp voice came from afar. The familiar voice made Lu Ren know the other party's identity at the first time. He turned around and looked at the person, his eyes lit up. He smiled, Sister Hong. The person had long black curly hair, and her beautiful and delicate face was inlaid with ruby-like eyes. Her graceful and uneven figure was very moving. With a smile, she came to Lu Ren. It was Lu Ren's neighbor, Xiri Hong. Sorry, it's a little late today. Xiri Hong was carrying some vegetables, looking like a good wife and mother. Not late, I was just about to find you. Lu Ren said with a smile. 9. Lunch was just for him and Xiri Hong. 6. It's okay to be late. 4. The old man's health is getting worse. In recent days, his appetite has not been very good, and he can't eat at all. 6. It's good to eat 2 meals a day, and he basically doesn't want to eat at noon. 0. Besides, even for breakfast and dinner, he only eats a few bites occasionally, and then he can't eat any more. He can't force it. Sister Hong, is that Sarutobi Asuma still bothering you? Lu Ren took the dish from Ziri Hong's hand and asked, if he doesn't give up, I'll teach him a lesson for you. You are a little kid, stop interfering in adults' affairs. Ziri Hong knocked on Lu Ren's head. Looking at his handsome face that could charm countless little girls, she couldn't help but pinch it with her hand. She chuckled unhappily and said, last time Asuma invited us to dinner, Hongdu and I took you with us, but your stomach was like a bottomless pit, which made Asuma's face turn green. Now you don't dare to ask me to dinner anymore. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Ziri Hong really couldn't believe it. Lu Ren's appetite is even more exaggerated than that of the Akimichi clan. Asuma Sarutobi was a jonin, and he spent all his money on the mission he had worked so hard for several months. Asuma's face changed at that time. Not only because the cost exceeded his expectations. It was also because he didn't bring that much money with him. The other party's embarrassed look. She and Hongdu almost laughed. They could only hold back their laughter and pay the bill. Because of this incident, Asuma Sarutobi might feel a little embarrassed. Or maybe he knew that there was really no possibility between him and Yui Kurane. It seemed that he really gave up the pursuit. Rarely appeared in front of him. Now, even if he occasionally met her on the street and said hello, she just nodded awkwardly. Then she left quickly. But it was good this way, she could finally have peace. After all, the two of them were classmates in the ninja school. And the other party was not only a jonin of Konoha, but also the son of the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. She couldn't do too much and shouldn't be cold to him. Hehe, who told him to pat his chest and pretend to be generous? It's not Lu Ren who is bragging. He really wants to eat more. Just relying on the bug-like digestive ability of the sen-sen fruit. In front of him, the stomachs of the Akimichi clan are nothing. If the food can be supplied in unlimited quantities, he can eat Sarutobi Asuma to bankruptcy. Puff. Hearing this, Yui Kuren couldn't help laughing for a while and chuckled. The ruby-like beautiful eyes looked at this handsome little guy who had long been treated as her own brother with full of doting. The jade finger with nail polish gently touched Lu Ren's forehead. You are the one with so many tricks. Okay, let's not talk about this. Yui Kuren smiled and pinched Lu Ren's handsome face. Lifting a strand of messy hair from her forehead, she asked with concern, how is Grandma Now's health today? Not very well, she has already gone to bed. She said that there is no need to call her for lunch. Lu Ren spread his hands helplessly. What? In the kitchen. He drove Lu Ren, who was going to help out, away. The beautiful figure of Yui Hong started to get busy with her familiarity. But not long after, she was shocked by the news that Lu Ren said. Turning around, she looked at him in disbelief. You were accepted as a disciple by Lady Tsunade? Are you kidding me? Yes, Grandma was once a member of the Senju clan. She and Sister Tsunade are old acquaintances. She asked someone to send a message to Sister Tsunade back. Seeing that I have decent talent, she agreed to accept me as a disciple. Lu Ren nodded and explained casually. Grandma now was once a member of the Senju clan. Yui Hong widened her eyes. For a moment, it was a bit incredible. Ruby eyes, with that pretty face. So touching. I just found out about it. Lu Ren nodded. He brought a stool and sat outside the kitchen. He admired the pretty and charming Yui Kuren dressed as a cook. She had a curvy figure and full of charm. She was really a good wife and mother. That's great. Yui Kuren took a deep breath. But seeing that Lu Ren didn't seem to be joking, she naturally chose to believe it and didn't doubt it too much. She smiled and was sincerely happy for Lu Ren. Lu Ren, your talent is already amazing. With a famous teacher like Tsunade, your future achievements will definitely be limitless. After so many years together, she knew very well how exaggerated is the talent of this brother. He has mastered B-level ninjutsu such as Shadow Clone Jutsu before he is 8 years old, and can easily use high-difficulty A-level ninjutsu such as Palm Immortal Jutsu. He can even make seals with one hand. He is still a kid, but his chakra is more exaggerated than that of her as an elite chunin, at least several times more than her. At least, so far, she has not seen Lu Ren facing the situation of insufficient chakra because of practicing those medical ninjutsu. If Lu Ren had not said that he didn't want to be too ostentatious, she would keep it a secret. When he usually gets together with Red Bean, Might Guy, Kakashi, Asuma, and others, Yui Kuren can't help but brag to them. Chapter 20 I have thought of a name for my daughter. Hehe, Sister Kuren's cooking skills are still my favorite. A simple home-cooked meal. Only Lu Ren and Yui Kuren are eating. But Lu Ren eats with relish and enjoys it quite a lot. Beauty is a feast for the eyes, the ancients were not deceiving me. Little flatterer, you're always like this, you're making me feel embarrassed. Xiri Hong said with a smile. Although she said so, she still showed a satisfied smile on her beautiful face. Looking at the handsome and young Lu Ren who was feasting there, she couldn't help but have a big appetite. She has always paid attention to maintaining her figure, and it's rare for her to have a little more than usual. Sister Hong, Asuma has been chasing you for so long, are you really not moved at all? After enjoying the lunch Xiri Hong made by herself, Lu Ren helped Xiri Hong wash the dishes and asked curiously. But in fact, someone with impure thoughts. He pricked up his ears directly. Although Asuma is a nice guy and very strong, Yui Kuren, who was cleaning, heard this and said helplessly, but I really don't have any feelings for him. I just treat him as a friend, and I don't like men who smoke. She admitted that Sarutobi Asuma's strength and family background were impeccable. He was born in the famous Sarutobi clan and was the second son of the third Hokage. But she was not the kind of woman who was vain and always dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family. After all, she is now an elite chunin. In a few years, she will accumulate more experience and hone her strength. She may not have no hope of becoming a jonin. In life, she has no worries about food and drink. There is no need to wrong herself. When it comes to love, feelings are the most important, right? Novel Group, 856, 236, 3. And there is one thing she didn't say. Compared to the mature type of Asuma, she prefers younger types. That way, she can be spoiled by her. However, such an alternative hobby is too shameful. Yui Hong was naturally embarrassed to say it out loud. Hey, Sister Hong, how am I? After washing the dishes and drying his hands, Lu Ren hugged Yui Hong with a smile. At the age of 8, he raised his head and looked over the towering mountain. Looking at the beautiful and delicate face, he asked seriously, does it meet your mate selection criteria? Yui Hong was not angry. Looking down at the face that was a little immature but incredibly handsome. Pinching Lu Ren's nose with her jade hand, she said with a smile, a handsome little boy who is so charming that he is really suitable for my sister's taste. Yui Hong did not lie. Her best friend Hongdu, who was originally a nervous person all day long, often liked to take advantage of her, and always felt that there were some strange tendencies. Since meeting the handsome Lu Ren, the slightly twisted tendencies have been bent back. That guy has been coveting Lu Ren for a long time. Then Sister Hong will marry me in the future. Lu Ren said with a face full of innocence. Okay. When you grow up, if you don't mind me becoming an old lady, I will marry you. Yui Hong smiled and didn't object. She just thought that the other party was just talking nonsense and didn't take it to heart. Sister Hong will never become an old lady. Lu Ren, whose plot succeeded, laughed there. You didn't see it today, Sister Tsunade is already several dozen years old, but she still looks like an 18-year-old girl. Yin Seal. This is the S-level medical seal technique that Tsunade has developed by herself over the years. After successfully mastering it, a diamond-shaped mark will appear directly on the forehead of the practitioner, which can fine-tune the chakra to achieve the effect of instant healing, strengthening attacks, and increasing speed. Proficient users can also achieve the effect of keeping youth, improving body functions, and keeping body functions in full bloom by low output and fine-tuning the chakra in the mark. Especially, in the original trajectory. In a certain future unflammable era, Tsunade is at least 70 or 80 years old. But she still looks young and youthful. It depends on this S-level sealing technique. Lu Ren has long been eyeing Tsunade's Yin Seal, which is a weapon that can keep people young forever. What? Insufficient qualifications, insufficient chakra control, unable to master the Yin Seal? For him, this is not a problem at all. Oh? Really? Hearing this, Zahikuran was a little surprised. She had seen that Tsunade-sama before, but she hadn't seen him since he left the village. Calculating the age, that Sama must be at least 40, right? But Lu Ren should not lie. As expected of a medical expert. This ability to stay young forever, it's really enviable. She pinched Lu Ren's face and said with some envy, as a medical ninja, Lady Tsunade has the skills to maintain her youth. It's normal for her to maintain her youth well. Women all love beauty. Which woman doesn't want to stay young forever? It doesn't matter. I am Tsunade's disciple now. When I learn all her maintenance methods, I will teach it to Sister Hong. Lu Ren said with a smile. In fact, even if the complete Yin Seal is handed over to Yui Hong, Yui Hong may not be able to master it. But Lu Ren has always had a bold idea. He remembered that the fourth Hokage sealed the 9 tails into the body of his son Uzumaki Naruto. That is, using 2 layers of the 4-symbol seal to combine into a new 8-diagram seal, so as to directly assimilate the 9 tails chakra leaking between the 4-symbol seals into Uzumaki Naruto's chakra. If the complete Yin Seal is peeled off, like sealing the chakra of the tailed beasts, in a similar way, seal it into other people's bodies. Is it possible to let others indirectly master the Yin Seal? Of course, this is far from as simple as imagined. But he has plenty of time to study it slowly. It may not be impossible. Then sister will rely on you. Yui Hong smiled, but didn't take it to heart. Of course. Lu Ren let go of his hand, leaving Yui Hong's soft embrace. Looking at that beautiful face, with cunning eyes, I even thought of the name of our daughter. Yui Hong. Are children nowadays so precocious? You are a little devil, thinking so much at a young age, wait until you grow up. She was a little amused. She tapped Lu Ren's little head with her fingers. But why is it a daughter, not a son? Then Sister Hong, are you going on a mission in the afternoon? Lu Ren asked. No, I've been busy all morning, and I finally have some free time in the afternoon. After cleaning, Xiri Hong, who was free, stretched lazily there. I have to take a good nap. Lack of sleep is the biggest enemy of women. For a while. The graceful curves. It was fully displayed. But unfortunately, only Lu Ren had the blessing to appreciate this scene. Hee. The thin figure jumped onto the soft back all of a sudden. Holding the white neck, he openly relied on Xiri Hong. I haven't been with Sister Hong for a long time. Looking back at the cute and handsome face, the expectant eyes, Xiri Hong couldn't think of refusing at all. 0. Pinching Lu Ren's cheek, he said lovingly, okay, today sister will fulfill your little wish, but you are not allowed to be careless. 0. From childhood to adulthood, this little guy wanted to slip into her bed whenever he had the chance, and completely regarded himself as a pillow. 1. However, this boy's extremely cute, charming eyes. 6. It's really hard to refuse. 7. I know, I won't. 1. Lu Ren was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly to assure. 0. The world is so cold. 5. Only Sister Hong's embrace. 5. Can warm people's hearts. Chapter 21,000 Hands Peach Blossom, Illusion Scroll. This afternoon, Lu Ren slept particularly sweetly. Until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when Xiri Hong woke up. She felt heavy in her arms, which made her a little uncomfortable. Looking at the little guy who was not restless at all, buried in the beauty in front of her. There was a little satisfaction on that handsome and tender face. She was a little amused. This stinky boy really treats me as a pillow. Looked at the time. Ziriong knocked on someone's head. Lu Ren, it's time to get up. Sister Hong, good morning. Lu Ren, who was awakened from a sweet dream, rubbed his eyes. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, he yawned. Holding Ziriong's soft body intimately and naturally, he habitually kissed her on the face. That extremely skilled look. Obviously it was not the first time. It's still early, it's already 4 o'clock. Wiped the saliva on his face. Ziriong was not angry at all. Pinched Lu Ren's handsome face. The ruby-like beautiful eyes were full of smiles, with unspeakable pampering. Really? Lu Ren raised his eyebrows. He didn't stick to Ziriong anymore. Although he had been restrained, he didn't dare to do anything. For fear of causing Ziriong's displeasure and losing that beautiful embrace. But those two little hands that had nowhere to put took advantage of him. You kid, are you really not going to school? Yui Kurane, wearing a red suspender nightgown, stretched lazily there. She looked lazy and charming, exuding infinite charm. No, to be honest, there is nothing to teach me there. Appreciating the infinitely beautiful scenery, Lu Ren smiled and said, Sister Tsunade said she would take me to Konoha Hospital to study in 2 days. He didn't want to go to ninja school for a long time. However, the telescope technique of a certain old Hokage who likes to peek is really troublesome. It's impossible for him to let the shadow clone take his place in class, and he would hide at home every day. Especially, if he was attacked by the root group. If we get attention, that's trouble. I believe that Danzo definitely doesn't mind taking in a talented kid to brainwash and train. The Ino, Shika, and Jo families have always been the supporters of the Sarutobi clan, but even the Yamanaka clan couldn't refuse Danzo, so they had to send the clan's genius, Yamanaka Fu, to the root to be brainwashed and trained into an emotionless killing machine. Of course, there are some reasons for not wanting to offend Danzo. But at the same time, it is also conceivable to what extent the third Hokage indulged Shimura Danzo, the Hokage assistant. Under the urging of Ui Kurane, Lu Ren, who was a little worried about Shianagi, didn't stay any longer and got up and washed up quickly. Then Sister Kurane, I'll go back first. Well, I'll visit her later. Okay. Shianagi Lu Ren expressed his understanding. Women still need to spend some time dressing up. Ahem. Farewell to Ui Kurane. Just got home. Then, I heard Kyunyi Nao's violent cough. Obviously, she had woken up. Lu Ren, cough, you're back, cough. Grandma. Kyunyi Lu Ren hurried into the old man's room and helped him sit up. The palm of his hand emitted a soft green light, warming his body. Try to make him feel better. Ahem, where is Tsunade-sama? Kyunyi now asked. Sister Tsunade and Sister Shizuan left a long time ago, saying they would stay in the village for a few days. In addition, let me go to Konoha Hospital with her for an internship in 2 days. Kyunyi Lu Ren did not hide anything and briefly explained the situation. Well, Lady Tsunade is a medical expert who is well known in the ninja world. Her medical technology has already reached the pinnacle. You must seize the opportunity and learn with an open mind. Kyunyi now didn't say too much. Because she believed that Tsunade would arrange the training and would escape. I know. Kyunyi Lu Ren didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never looked down on Tsunade just because he had some talent. How could she be a Sunin? In terms of medical skills alone, she had at least 20 to 30 years of rich experience. How could he, a kid who could only look at the world from a well and work behind closed doors, compare with her? Ahem, well, that's good. Kyunyaneo leaned on a cane and pointed to the bottom of the bed. Ahem, Lu Ren, help me take out the box under the bed. Lu Ren was surprised. But he still followed the old man's instructions. He took out a dusty, rusty, locked iron box from under the bed. He smiled and said, I have never seen you open this iron box, Grandma. Is there any treasure inside? He had found this iron box before and was curious about it. But because it was locked, he did not open it rashly. Moreover, Kyunyaneo said that it was her dowry. Wait until he graduates from the ninja school and then give it to me. This box was given to me by my mother, your great-grandmother. Before I got married it has been with me for decades. Holding the rusty iron box, Shiano's cloudy eyes were full of memories. Great-grandmother. Shiano Luren was surprised. This grandmother had never mentioned her great-grandmother whom he had never met in front of him. He even knew that she was from the Senju clan not long ago. Ahem, don't look at me as a mediocre, unfamous chunin when I was young. Shiano took off a key from her neck, stroked the iron box, and said with inexplicable emotion, Ahem, your great-grandmother, although not as famous as the first Hokage Hashirama and the second Hokage Tobirama, ahem, but she is also a famous strong person in the Senju clan, a confidant of Hashirama, and famous in the ninja world. Even ninjas from other countries know her strength. Her name is Senju Momika. Senju Momika. Lu Ren raised his eyebrows. He seemed a little familiar with this name. It seems that she is a strong person in the Senju clan who is good at illusion. She just showed her face in the original work. Because of her outstanding appearance, he has some impression. She once stood behind Senju Hashirama, one on the left and one on the right with Senju Tobirama. It is enough to explain her status. Yes, she is a master of illusion. Even the 3 Magatama Sharingan of the Uchiha clan cannot easily break the illusion she casts. Shianeo opened the long sealed iron box. Inside, there were some exquisitely crafted gold and silver ornaments. There was also a scroll. Shianaga Luren's eyes narrowed and he guessed, could this be? This is really a case of a lean camel being bigger than a horse. One hides deeper than the other. Yes, this is the dowry your great-grandmother gave me before I got married." Tsunade didn't keep it a secret, and nodded with a smile. It records most of the illusions she mastered, and even some advanced illusions, as well as related training experiences. Backup 2, Skirt 8, 3, Lu Feed 0. But I am not talented, and my talents are limited. I can only master some low-level illusions. And your father, Tsunade Kawaise, has no talent in illusions, but has made great achievements in medical ninjutsu. So, this scroll has been sealed by me until now, and I didn't keep it before. I gave it to you because you are still young and you are working so hard to learn medical ninjutsu. And I am afraid that you will be distracted by it. You are better than I thought. Now, it's time to give it to you. Chapter 22 Practice Cheating Device, Dark Walk Technique. Evening. Lu Ren, Ui Kuren, and Tsunade finished dinner. Ui Kuren chatted with the old man for a while, then said goodbye and went back. Tsunade Lu Ren did not pester Ui Kuren. After the old man fell asleep, he went back to his room. He could not wait to open the illusion scroll given to him by Tsunade. D-level illusion, Kazumi Servant Technique, Magic Naraku View Technique. C-level illusion, Fox Heart Technique, Magic This Place Is Not Technique, Falling Cherry Nikan View Technique. B-level illusion, Magic Mirror Heaven and Earth Turn, Magic Tree Binding Kill, Illusion Absolute Lotus. A-level illusion, Nirvana Abode Technique, Dark the Art of Walking. A series of illusions. It dazzled Lu Ren. And there were many advanced illusions. Among them, Magic Mirror Heaven and Earth Rotation is a technique that can break the illusion cast by the enemy on oneself and completely rebound the effect of the technique to the enemy. It is a relatively rare rebound illusion. But if it is used with pupil techniques such as Sharingan, it can directly see through the enemy's illusion in an instant, not only breaking the illusion cast by the enemy on oneself in an instant, but also completely rebounding the effect of the technique to the opponent. And as an A-level illusion, the Dark Walking Technique. It is an illusion that causes visual hallucinations and takes away all light. Obviously, this is a technique developed by the Senju clan specifically for the Uchiha clan. It is used to block the opponent's vision, disintegrate the opponent's pupil technique advantage, and allow the practitioner to gain the upper hand. Tisk tisk, he is worthy of being the master of illusion of the Senju clan. He even has illusions of the sound system. What really makes Lu Ren incredible is that there are actually 2 illusions of the sound series. The difficulty level of these 2 sound type illusions, B-level Magic Thunder Technique and A-level Magic Sound Illusion, is not low, but if you can master it and use it properly in battle, it is enough to make people defenseless. The key is, they do not need any musical instruments as a medium. You can directly use sound to emit silently. Move. For a moment, Lu Ren couldn't help but smile. Although there were no S-level illusions in it, nor any other ninjutsu of the Senju clan. But for him, it was undoubtedly an incredible treasure. Especially, if it was used with the Sharingan. It was enough to make people defenseless. And with these illusions, there were also the illusion-related experiences summarized by Senju Momika, the great-grandmother he had never met, as a reference. In the future, he might not be able to create his own advanced illusions. Swish swish. Looking at the small scroll, after it was fully spread out, it was no less than 10 meters long. It circled the entire room. Wood clone technique. Lu Ren made a seal directly. The whole person seemed to be a towering tree, with a lot of branches growing directly from his body. He turned into a human form at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were no less than 10 of them, filling up the small room. If there was not enough space, Lu Ren, who had enough chakra, could have created more wooden clones. Then, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ren ordered, each person is responsible for 1 illusion, and after you finish it, continue to learn the next one. Nothing is more suitable for cultivation than a wood clone that has some of the abilities of the original body, can even use bloodline limits, and can return with memories and experience after being released. Moreover, the wood clone technique can freely control the proportion of chakra distributed. This is far from comparable to the shadow clone technique that must divide the chakra of the operator equally. When the chakra amount is sufficient, the wood clone will not disappear easily unless it is fatally injured. For Lu Ren, who is born with an amazing amount of chakra, using a wood clone to assist in cultivation is perfect. A perfect cheat for cultivation. Even if there is no chakra from the tailed beast. As a user of the Mori Mori fruit with the power of the Senju clan, Lu Ren, who is equivalent to having the perfect Yang escape power, has an exaggerated recovery ability that is no less than that of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In fact, it is even better. Don't worry about fatigue at all. At worst, just wait until dawn and take a nap. Okay. No problem. Leave it to us. A pair of scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared there. Figures identical to Lu Ren sat down in front of the scrolls that were spread around the room. Began to study carefully and practice the illusions recorded on them. Then I will also be responsible for getting an A-level illusion. Lu Ren looked at the A-level illusion written in black and white on the scroll in front of him. He smiled lightly, let everything fall into the abyss of darkness, in the ruthless darkness, an illusion that is simply irresistible darkness walking technique. With the Sharingan, plus his own comprehension, I believe that practicing the darkness walking technique is not too difficult. This technique is good, very suitable for Sister Hong, who is a ninja of illusion and has a relatively outstanding talent in this area, to learn. He closed his eyes and opened them again. In Hong's eyes, 3 black Magatamas are mutually supporting each other. Concentrate on studying the art of darkness. Chapter 23 The Third Generation and Tsunade Seeking Support. At the same time, in the evening, the lights of Konoha are dim. The hustle and bustle of the day gradually return to tranquility. In a tavern, Tsunade is drinking alone. Shizuan, holding Tun, followed beside her and couldn't help but dissuade her. Tsunade-sama, you can't drink too much. Stop talking nonsense, Shizuan. Tsunade, who has already drunk a lot and whose pretty face is slightly red, waved her hand directly. If you don't come to drink with me, go back and rest by yourself. Even if you return to Konoha, you may be a little unhappy. Shizuan's face is full of worry, and she can only try her best to persuade, but you have another talented disciple, and I have another lovely junior brother, so I should be happy, right? Well, I know. Tsunade looked melancholy. After drinking one cup after another, she was unhappy. Rikuto did give me a big surprise, it's worth coming back, but it has nothing to do with him, that's 2 different things. Although it's worth being happy to have a very talented disciple. But after not returning to Konoha for a long time, it's inevitable that she was a little sad, thinking of her younger brother who died young. As for Kato-dan, others don't know, but Tsunade knows it. Strictly speaking, the two haven't really reached that point yet. She just regarded him as a friend. But it must be said that Dan's death did further stimulate Tsunade. Tsunade, who has not completely come out of the haze of her brother Nawaka's death, is strong on the surface but very fragile and sensitive in her heart. It also made her, a medical expert who used to save the dying and the wounded and was used to seeing blood and death. Because of the other party's death, she was once again stimulated and hit, and she actually suffered from a rare fear of blood. When she saw blood, she couldn't stop shaking all over. She was even unable to move, worse than ordinary people. It is a serious mental illness. Even she herself is helpless. In the years since leaving Konoha, she often drinks to drown her sorrows and numb herself. This worries Shizuan, her follower, but she can't dissuade him. Let me have a few drinks, get drunk. Tsunade is already a little tipsy, squinting her eyes, and said faintly, I won't drink tomorrow. If you don't mind, let me, an old man, accompany you for a few drinks." An old man wearing a bamboo hat and a long robe came to the tavern. "Ah? Third generation, sir." Looking at the person coming, Shizuan's eyes shrank sharply. Although they haven't seen each other for many years, they still recognized each other. "Busy bowing there? Old man, why don't you be your Hokage and come to meddle in my business?" Tsunade glanced at him, without much fluctuation. Or, after a series of things, seeing too much darkness with her own eyes, she was hurt too deeply, and had given up on the third Hokage. For those Konoha high-level officials who claimed to have inherited the will of their grandfather, the first Hokage, and their second grandfather, the second Hokage, but who had actually been corrupted by power and completely reduced to shameless politicians. It was not just dissatisfaction, but complete disappointment. It was because they no longer had any hope. That was why they were unwilling to return to Konoha, and out of sight, out of mind. They did not want to intervene in anything about Konoha. "It's rare for you to come back, but you don't want to see me. Instead, you drink alone here. I am such a failure as a teacher." The third Hokage took off the Hokage hat and sat beside Tsunade. On his wrinkled old face, he had a charitable smile. He signaled the tavern owner, who was respectful and a little nervous to see him, the Hokage, not to be nervous, and let him serve the wine. "You are indeed a failure." Tsunade, who was already extremely disappointed with this teacher, was too lazy to say so much, and made a sarcastic remark without any hesitation. "Really?" The third Hokage smiled helplessly. "So, why did you come back this time?" He looked at Tsunade and asked calmly, "Logically speaking, you don't even want to see me, your teacher, let alone come back on your own initiative." "Why? Drank a cup? Drunk?" Tsunade. He sarcastically said, "You can't wait to come and ask, are you worried that I will threaten your position?" "Tsunade-sama." Shizuan on the side was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. "I didn't expect Tsunade to be so disrespectful to the third Hokage." He hurriedly apologized to the third Hokage. "Third Hokage, please don't mind, Tsunade-sama is drunk." "Haha, don't worry, I'm my own disciple, don't I know?" The third Hokage waved his hand. He took the wine from the tavern owner and poured himself a glass. Being in a high position, he was used to the ups and downs, and he was very good at cultivating his chi. He was not angry, but comforted Shizuan. "You are Shizuan, right? I didn't expect you to grow up so fast." He took a sip of his pipe and said to Tsunade with a smile, "If you are willing to come back, I, as your teacher, will be happy to see it happen." "Don't be so hypocritical." Tsunade interrupted rudely and poured wine there. "I have no interest in being a Hokage. Only fools are willing to be." Tsunade sneered at the old Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was no longer the ninja hero of the past. Sarcastically, "You are already half buried in the ground, be careful not to die in the position of Hokage. You are already in your 40s or 50s, and your temper is still so hot, you are really unforgiving with your words." The third Hokage was a little helpless. "I know you don't want to see me, but some of the situations faced by the village recently are a bit complicated." He sighed lightly and said bluntly, "The Uchiha clan is not very peaceful, so..." "What?" Hearing this, Shizuan's pupils shrank sharply. He was a little throbbing in his heart. "The Uchiha clan is not peaceful? You don't need to tell me these things, that's the business of you high-level people." Before the third Hokage finished speaking, Tsunade had already slapped the table and interrupted rudely. She didn't want to care about anything in Konoha anymore. When she brought Shizuan back to the village earlier, she had already vaguely sensed the strange atmosphere. It's just that she didn't want to care and was too lazy to care. "It's like this," the third Hokage. Seeing that Tsunade was unwilling to pay attention to the third Hokage, the third Hokage smiled bitterly and said no more, smoking his pipe in a dull manner. Shizuan on the side could only organize her words and explained directly, because Xianao's health was not good, she felt that she didn't have much time left, so she asked someone to send a letter to Tsunade. Tsunade came back this time just to see her old friend, but at the request of Nao, Tsunade has accepted her grandson Xia Lu Ren as a disciple. Xia Lu Ren. The third Hokage was surprised. It was because he knew Tsunade's hot temper. So, after the other party came back, he did not send the Anbu to follow up and investigate immediately. All he knew was that after Tsunade came back, she went directly to Xia's house as a guest. Unexpectedly, she actually accepted Xia Lu Ren as a disciple. That child not only has a fine control over chakra, but also has a chakra amount far exceeding that of his peers. The third Hokage suddenly realized, she is indeed a good seedling. About Xia now. It's not that he didn't investigate. She was once a member of the Senju clan. Moreover, she was a trusted confidant of the first Hokage, the daughter of the Senju Momika, the once famous illusion ninja of the Senju clan. However, she is not talented and did not inherit her mother's talent. She is just a mediocre chunin. Under the arrangement of the second Hokage, she married a civilian ninja in the village. Most of Shiariku inherited the bloodline of the Senju clan. So her natural chakra amount is far superior to that of ordinary people. Over the years, under the strong promotion of the two far-sighted predecessors of Hokage, the bloodline of the Senju clan has long been integrated into Konoha. Occasionally, some civilian ninjas with good qualifications and good performance will emerge. There are many such examples in Konoha. Chapter 24, The Hands-Off Shopkeeper, Mitarashi Red Bean Seeking Support. Bang bang bang. Early in the morning. Kyunyi's house. In Lu Ren's room. One by one, wooden clones were recovered. 8563236113 Novel Group. With the help of wooden clones, he learned most of the illusions recorded on the scroll. Lu Ren, who had just put away the illusion scroll passed down by Senju Momika and released the wooden clones, received the memories and experiences of the wooden clones practicing those illusions brought back with the chakra. Although in order to prevent accidents, Lu Ren deliberately separated the wooden clones and recovered them one by one. But the amazingly complex information still made him feel dizzy. I'm still a little too impatient. The exhausted Lu Ren rubbed his temples and smiled bitterly. Let all the wooden clones work together to practice a ninjutsu, and practice dozens of different illusions at the same time. The difference is not ordinary. Chakra consumption and physical fatigue are secondary. The main thing is that practicing various illusions has too much impact on the mind, and the information received is too complicated. If I were more cautious and collected a wooden clone every 1 or 2 hours, I wouldn't have made myself so embarrassed. He sighed. A thick wooden stick emerged from his right hand. At a speed visible to the naked eye, he turned into a wooden clone again. I'll leave the house to you today. I'll sleep first, remember, don't take advantage of my sister Hong. If the main body loses consciousness, the wooden clone he created may disappear directly. But he didn't faint but went to sleep to recuperate. This is still very different from losing consciousness directly. I see. Really, you are jealous of your clone even though you are the real one. The wooden clone rolled his eyes. He is really worthy of being the one who is on guard against his own clone. 2 hours later. Ahaha, Lu Ren stretched his body and smiled. Finally, I am fully revived. He did not disarm the wooden clone, but bumped fists with it directly. Through the chakra connection, receiving the memory sent back by the wooden clone, he raised his eyebrows. Oh! Sister Hong went out. Seeing that the old man was still sleeping, he did not stay in the room, but walked out directly, preparing to take a stroll. Swish! His hands turned into branches again. 2 more wooden clones grew out there. In addition to the previous wooden clone, 3 in total. On the table are the puppet blueprints I designed and the storage scroll, which contains the materials collected by Tianation's family. I think you should be able to handle it. I'll leave it to you next. Also, remember to look after grandma. I'm going out for a walk. Looking at the three figures that looked exactly like him, Lu Ren became a hands-off shopkeeper. Possessing the perfect Yang Dun power, he not only has amazing physical recovery ability, but also mental recovery. The whole person is refreshed, without any mental fatigue. There is no embarrassment in the morning. Humming a song, with his hands in his pockets, he left slowly. He has already drawn every part of the design of the new puppet quite completely and in detail. I believe that if the three wooden clones work together to complete it, the efficiency should be faster. At most, he will check it again when he comes back. If there are any mistakes or deficiencies, they will be repaired. Looking at the original body that left in a chic manner, the three wooden clones looked at each other and couldn't help but twitching their mouths. Capitalists are not as evil as you, I am worthy of being myself. Stop talking, get to work. Come on. Workers. Sure enough, sunbathing makes people feel refreshed. On the street. Bathing in the sun. 100, 167, 1055. Lu Ren smiled. As a user of the natural type Mori Mori fruit, he can completely rely on photosynthesis to replenish energy, and even replace grains as a necessary consumption for his own life activities on weekdays. In other words, to some extent, he has already fasted. He is not a human being. It's just that he prefers to taste delicious food and doesn't want to give up the fun of life. So, even if he hasn't eaten since yesterday. In fact, he is not hungry. As for the legendary Ichiraku ramen, he has certainly eaten it before. The taste is okay, but not as delicious as imagined, so he rarely goes there. Maybe everyone's taste is different. For him, instead of eating Ichiraku ramen, it's better to go eat barbecue. Lu Ren. Just then, a voice of surprise came from behind. A figure flew over like a shadow, and actually used the instant body technique. Lu Ren's eyelids jumped when he reacted, but it was too late to dodge. He fell to the ground. A beautiful figure sat on him. Hee, I finally caught you again. A pretty face was close at hand. Hands each holding a few strings of meatballs, and her mouth was still greasy. Denim shorts and a white t-shirt could not cover her beautiful curves at all. Tight and elastic legs firmly pressed Lu Ren, who was only 8 years old and thin, completely ignoring the stunned pedestrians on the street. Looking at his ridiculously handsome face, her eyes were burning. Licking her red lips, she smiled and said, Hong, that girl, treats you very well. She always guards against me like a wolf. Now she won't let me visit her home. Sister likes Lu Ren the most. At this time, the pedestrians on the street, one after another, cast strange glances at him. Lu Ren, who was a little breathless, was sweating. He hurriedly said, Sister Hongdu, long time no see, can I get up first? It's over. This female pervert. She has always coveted his peerless beauty. I'm afraid she can't escape today. Chapter 25 Test? Double Illusion. Who? Outside. A small river was flowing there. The surrounding forests were all towering trees with lush branches and leaves. Lu Ren, who finally got rid of Hongdu's entanglement, fled here in a somewhat embarrassed manner. What a female pervert! Lu Ren wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his head. The handsome and tender face was covered with grease and saliva. It is needless to say who the instigator is. Although Hongdu keeps saying that he likes him. But Lu Ren knows very well, is that called love? It is just that she is greedy for his body and covets his peerless appearance. If it were not for my lack of strength and my inability to expose my wood release, I would have to let you, a female pervert, know what a tentacle monster is. Lu Ren, who was a little depressed, was washing his face by the river. Brother, do me a little proud. A line of water flew out. The young eagle that was about to take off swayed back and forth, as if it was about to spread its wings and fly high, but you have done a good job, and the rest will be left to time. After a few years, a mere hungdo will be nothing. One can beat 10 without any problem. After performing the urination trick, Lu Ren, who was refreshed, tilted his head and thought, I have nothing to do, so I might as well go find Sister Tsunade. He closed his eyes slightly. Powerful perception ability. Instantly covered the entire Konoha. Easily sensed Tsunade's chakra, which was quite strong and made him feel very close. Lu Ren noticed something strange. He narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm. On the surface, he remained calm. Hey, Kunyi Lu Ren! Accompanied by a cold murderous aura. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Holding a shinobi sword with a cold glow, he suddenly slashed towards Lu Ren. It was as if deliberately let him know that someone was preparing to attack, as if to test his strength. Chi in a flash of lightning. Lu Ren seemed to be frightened and stood there unable to move. The extremely sharp blade directly tore Lu Ren's shoulder. Instantly, the whole person was split in two. But, no blood was splashed. Instead, it turned directly into black mist. The next moment, the black mist gathered, and he appeared several meters away again. What? A black figure wearing a mask and with no visible face appeared there. Holding a ninja sword, full of shock. Looking at Lu Ren in front of him who was unharmed in disbelief. Oh no, it's an illusion. His face changed. Subconsciously retreated violently, and his hands formed seals, release. Swish as expected, the thin figure disappeared in front of him. But it appeared several meters away to his right. Whoosh! 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 3 shurikens were tearing the atmosphere apart. They were coming at him like lightning. So fast, when did it happen? The masked figure, whose face could not be seen clearly, felt a chill in his heart when he saw this. Keng, he waved the ninja sword in his hand at the first moment. He blocked the incoming shurikens. Qianye Lu Ren grabbed a well-maintained kunao from his ninja tool bag. He ran towards him and asked loudly, "Who are you?" "Hey, you are overestimating yourself." Seeing Qianye Lu Ren holding a kunao and rushing towards him, he couldn't help but sneer. He was careless just now. But a kid who was only 8 years old and had never killed anyone. How dare he fight him head-on with no combat experience? At that moment, he showed no weakness. He went forward. Ah! As if he was frightened by the terrible murderous aura. Qianye Lu Ren, who was running towards him, stopped directly. Trembling, his face turned pale. A little kid is a little kid. You are frightened by this scene. The masked figure was secretly proud. But just when he rushed to Kunyi Lu Ren, he saw that the frightened little kid actually showed a weird smile. Pointed around and asked him to take a look. Damn, how is it possible? The figure's eyes shrank sharply. Subconsciously glanced, and suddenly a chill ran through his body. I saw that all around him were Kunyi Lu Ren. There were thousands of them. Another illusion? Solution. He bit his tongue subconsciously. Accompanied by pain and salty throat. And there were dense figures disappearing from all directions. He couldn't help but smile under the mask and breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, his smile froze. I saw that his limbs had been bound by huge vines emerging from the ground without knowing when. A huge carnivorous plant grew and bloomed behind him. It swallowed him whole. Ah! With a scream of terror, he lost consciousness and fell into endless darkness. Plop! A figure fell with his eyes rolled back. Kunyi Lu Ren, who had been standing still and had never left his original position, put his hands in his pockets. You are so weak, a mere double illusion can get you, not professional at all. He didn't bother to care about the identity of this masked man. He knew with his eyes closed that it was either the third Hokage or Shimura Danzo who sent him to test him. There was nothing to guess. Now he was at least a disciple of Princess Tsunade, and he also had people behind him. There was no need to be as low-key as before. And more than 10 meters away, on a hidden tree trunk, a white figure looked at the scene in confusion. What just happened? He saw the whole process and found that the kid, who was only 8 or 9 years old, did not move from beginning to end. The masked guy who suddenly appeared and rushed in front of him. He fell down screaming for no reason. Chapter 26, Surprise, White Zetsu's ability. Never mind. Let's go back and report to the main body. This kid is not simple. The white figure observed for a moment, looking at the child in front of him, who was only 8 or 9 years old. He was about to dive slowly along the tree trunk. Hey, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A chuckle came from below. Instantaneous body technique. White Zetsu's clone was directly shocked. You can actually find me? Looking at the thin figure who suddenly appeared under the tree in disbelief. Somewhat incredible. His ability to lurk is first class. Even ordinary perception-type ninjas can't easily find him. When sneaking in, he deliberately absorbed the chakra of a Konoha ninja and restored the opponent's chakra fluctuations. Even the barrier of Konoha that can identify unfamiliar chakra and prevent people from sneaking in couldn't distinguish it. You talk too much nonsense. In the shocked eyes of Bai Zetsu, Lu Ren's right arm actually reached into the tree trunk. What did you do? Bai Zetsu, who was about to escape, screamed in horror. He was shocked to find that he, who was lurking in the tree, was completely unable to move. Moreover, there is a terrifying force, devouring his chakra. But before he could continue to say anything, the white figure disappeared directly on the tree. This little bit of nutrition is not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Lu Ren withdrew his right hand from the trunk, as if he had done something insignificant. He didn't even look at the masked figure who had fainted there after being hit by his illusion. He put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly to other places. Suddenly, the footsteps paused. Lu Ren's face showed surprise. Mayfly technique? Disguise technique? This is really a pleasant surprise. He frowned and thought for a moment, and couldn't help but chuckled. Is it because it is a product of the sacred tree and a special plant life that even its abilities have been absorbed by me? Just when he was about to sleep, someone came to deliver a pillow. Although Bai Zetsu's strength is mediocre, but his outstanding ability to hide is first-rate and unrivaled in the ninja world. Even the strict barrier of Konoha could not recognize his disguise and let him sneak in easily. The ephemera technique can integrate his body with the grass and trees on the ground to achieve the effect of high-speed movement. It can be integrated with the earth. And then through the intervention of the organic networks such as the roots of plants and underground water flows in the ground, it can move to any place at high speed, and it can cut off all breath during the activation of the ninjutsu. And the disguise technique is even more amazing. Unlike ordinary transformation techniques, after absorbing other people's chakra, it changes into the same chakra as before, and even the most familiar people or perception-type ninjas cannot recognize it. In the future Fourth Ninja World War, Zetsu's clone once absorbed other people's chakra, changed into someone else's appearance and mixed into the ninja coalition to fight internally, causing considerable casualties. If it weren't for Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, who had successfully mastered the Nine Tails Chakra mode through training in the Falls of Truth and could directly sense the undisguised malice of White Zetsu, it would really be very troublesome. These are all abilities unique to White Zetsu. Even if White Zetsu was caught and these two techniques were tortured out. For ordinary ninjas, such ninjutsu is simply impossible to learn. But as a user of the natural type Mori Mori fruit, this type of technique is simply prepared for Lu Ren. I was still having a headache about how to sneak into Uchiha quietly. Unexpectedly, after swallowing an ordinary White Zetsu clone, he actually directly obtained the ability of White Zetsu. This made Lu Ren overjoyed. According to his estimation, if nothing unexpected happens, the destruction of Uchiha will most likely be in these days. Originally, he was still thinking about how to get a share of the pie on the upcoming night of extermination. With so many Sharingans, they can't all be taken advantage of by Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Obito. But at this stage, he is just an 8-year-old kid. Before he fully grows up, it is not the time to be truly reckless. He does not want to be exposed too quickly and put himself in danger. It is impossible to break in blatantly. After all, even if he uses the transformation technique, he cannot change his own chakra, and it is easy to expose his identity. Whether it is the Konoha high level or Uchiha Obito hiding behind the scenes, or the filial son Uchiha Itachi, none of them can save fuel. Even if ordinary physical attacks are ineffective against me, it doesn't mean that I am really invincible. Lu Ren looked at the sky in the distance and said secretly, although except for the fairy arts containing natural energy that can hurt my body, as a user of the natural system sense and fruit ability, I can basically ignore ordinary physical arts and ninjutsu. But Uchiha Obito's unstoppable space-time pupil technique Kamyu, as well as those endless ceiling techniques and barrier techniques, are still a great threat to me. Lu Ren, who has mastered the perfect fairy mode, has tried it on himself. The elementalization of the sensen fruit is not truly invincible. The fairy chakra can indeed hurt his body. In addition, we must be more vigilant. Once we are accidentally transferred to another space, or trapped by a barrier such as the 4 purple flame formation or even directly sealed, it will be troublesome. For now, we have to hide. White Zetsu's ability came just in time. Chapter 27, Hit Kurane seeking support. Late at night, Karina returned from completing the mission. As soon as she returned to the room, she couldn't help but get her hair standing on end. Subconsciously, she became alert. But all of a sudden, a black shadow appeared in front of her. She threw out several shurikens without hesitation. Whoosh! 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 In a flash of lightning, several shurikens missed. Karina had just taken out a kunao and was about to rush forward. She saw the black figure wearing a mask, actually making a seal with one hand. Illusion darkness walking technique. The next moment, Karina, who had missed her target, felt a darkness in front of her eyes. It was as if her vision had been deprived. What? Her face changed drastically. Illusion. Even though the room was a little dim, as an elite chunin who had been through many battles, with Kurane's eyesight, it was not a problem for her to see things at night. Suddenly, it became pitch dark. It could only be an illusion. And an illusion it was exactly what she was most proficient in. Remove. She formed seals with both hands, mobilized chakra, and tried to remove the illusion. However, there was no change. It was still dark in front of her, and she could not see anything at all. How is this possible? Yui Kuren was shocked. Even though she had been honing her skills over the years and had rich combat experience. But she was still young and could not help but panic. Cold sweat came out directly. Holding a kunao, she was alert. Could this be the A-level illusion developed by the second-generation Hokage, the darkness walking technique? Hehe, Sister Hong, are you scared? At this time, Lu Ren, who had removed his disguise. He snapped his fingers directly and removed the darkness walking technique. He stopped joking with Yui Kuren. Yui Kuren, who was frightened with cold sweat, widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ren in disbelief. Lu Ren. She was shocked and relieved at the same time. Gritting her teeth, she couldn't help staring at Lu Ren, who had played a prank on her, feeling angry and annoyed. Why is it you? I've been waiting for you to come back, Sister Hong. I didn't expect you to come back so late, so I just played a joke on you, hehe. Lu Ren jumped on Ziri Hong. He hugged her affectionately and kissed her pretty face. Don't be angry, Sister Hong. Sister was almost scared to death by you. Ziri Hong rolled her eyes. She was so scared that she broke into a cold sweat. If it weren't for the years of getting along. She was very familiar with this brother. And the action of jumping on her was as skillful as ever. She really suspected that someone was using the transformation technique to deceive her. How can you know the dark art of the second-generation Hokage? Zirihong looked at Lu Ren in surprise and asked. She smiled bitterly in her heart. She, Yui Kurane, was once praised as a rare genius in illusion in Konoha. But today, she was fooled by an 8-year-old kid in illusion. However, the dark walk technique is different from the conventional illusion. It is an A-level illusion that deprives the target of vision and creates favorable conditions. Ordinary ninjas can't solve it at all. But at the same time, it is enough to show that Lu Ren has an amazing talent in illusion. He can master such a high-level illusion as the dark walk technique. This is the illusion recorded in the illusion scroll that my grandma gave me yesterday. It is said that it was the dowry given to her by her great-grandmother, Senju Momika. Leaning on Yui Kurane's back, Lu Ren did not hide it. Senju Momika? Could it be the legendary master of illusion? Yui Kurane's pupils shrank sharply. When she was young, I once heard her father Yui Shinku say. In the former prosperous Senju clan, there was a master of illusion that even the Uchiha clan had to be wary of, named Senju Momika. His illusions were so superb that even the Uchiha Sharingan could not easily see through and crack them. So your grandma has such a great background. Yui Kuren suddenly realized. But she reacted quickly. She pulled Lu Ren off her body at once. She stared at him straight and asked in disbelief, "Wait, you said this was given to you by your grandma yesterday. Did you learn the dark walk technique in one night?" "Yes." Lu Ren nodded. At the same time, thinking of the practice with those wood clones yesterday, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's worthy of being an A-level illusion, it's quite difficult." Compared to those B-level, C-level, and D-level illusions, illusions above A-level are not easy. Each one took a lot of his energy. Especially the A-level illusion of the sound series, the magic sound illusion. One night passed. It's just barely mastered. It will take some time to use it skillfully. Zirihong. She was full of black lines. Looking at Lu Ren, who seemed to be calm and indifferent, and was extremely asking for a beating. She just felt a little itchy and wanted to beat this brat. Although she knew that the other party had a very high talent, she didn't expect him to be so perverted. A-level illusion, he actually mastered it in one night. Her talent for illusion that she was proud of on weekdays was completely worthless in front of the other party. It was really a bit depressing. "Hey, Sister Hong, this is for you." Looking at Zirihong, who was gritting her teeth and seemed to be a little shocked. Lu Ren looked innocent and handed a scroll to her like offering a treasure. This is looking at the scroll that Lu Ren handed in front of her, Zirihong's pupils suddenly dilated. "This is my gift to you, Sister Hong." Chapter 28 New Puppet, Lu Ren Number 1. Hey, it's finally done. This kind of delicate work is really tiring. The original body is so good at ordering people around. The next day, early in the morning. In the practice room of Kyunyi's house. The wooden clones were complaining there. Looking at the freshly baked puppet in front of them, they all couldn't help but smile. It was a human-shaped puppet, about 1.8 meters tall, white all over, and looked ordinary. But in fact, the head, neck, chest, back, limbs and other parts were all equipped with sophisticated mechanisms, and countless hidden weapons were hidden. A real killer. Let me try it." One of the wooden clones stepped forward, with his hands and fingers spread. From his fingertips, fine chakra lines shot out one after another. Connected to the puppet. Click click. In an instant, the puppet suddenly opened its eyes. Stepping on the spot, it moved. Swish! The wooden clone's right hand moved 5 fingers. The mechanism on both hands opened directly. A blade similar to a crazy shuriken appeared there. Woo-whoosh! All of a sudden, the blades spun violently. The afterimages kept cutting the atmosphere, blowing the fierce wind pressure. It makes people feel numb. The next moment, the windmill-like blade retracted. Kaka! The puppet's 10 fingers bent. At a speed visible to the naked eye, tiny blades emerged. The cold light flashed, in the shape of a hook. The next moment, it was launched like a rocket. The wrist was connected to a thin and tight steel cable. The target was the other 2 wooden clones, grabbing them directly. However, they were quick-eyed and quick-handed, and a large number of vines emerged from both arms. Directly entangled the attacking hook. Not bad. Looking at the bound claws, the 2 wooden clones smiled and nodded. The wooden clone who was controlling the puppet said, "It's not just good." Swish, the 5 fingers of the 2 claws opened up. It was launched again. It wrapped around the 2 wooden clones and closed up. One after another, the extremely fine and cold steel wires were looming. It made people sweat. Swish! The 2 wooden clones reacted quickly and jumped up. The feet were attached to the roof. The steel wire pulled by the 10 fingers was empty. Collect! The chakra line was pulled. 10 steel wires, along with the detached 10 fingers, shrank back sharply. Even the wrists flew back to their original positions along with the steel cables and were spliced together with the puppet. It was dazzling. Next. Head, arms, chest, abdomen, thighs. A large number of devices were opened layer by layer. Spiral blades appeared one after another, covering the whole body of the puppet. The cold light was flashing, a little scary. Caw-caw! The 10 fingers of the wooden clone moved slightly. As the manipulation of chakra lines, the puppet's legs miraculously merged. It turned into a cone shape, and blades appeared on all 4 sides of its hands. The white puppet figure spun directly like a gyroscope. Woohoo! Bang bang! The performance in all aspects is pretty good, but I can't try it again. Looking at the messy room, the wooden clone nodded with satisfaction. If I try all those devices and hidden weapons, and accidentally destroy the whole room, I will be scolded to death by the original body. At the same time, Lu Ren, refreshed, came back from Xiri Hong's house. As for breakfast, Xiri Hong, as a good wife and mother, has taken the initiative to take care of it, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Yesterday he gave the illusion scroll to Xiri Hong, although the other party refused again and again. But he still accepted the gift under his stubborn request. For Lu Ren, the information recorded in it has been memorized in his mind. It would be a waste to keep it. Moreover, for his designated sister Hong, he will not have any idea of cherishing it. On the contrary, he will try his best. You may try your best to improve the opponent's strength and increase his means of survival. The world of ninja is cruel. There are various ninjutsu, secret techniques, and forbidden techniques that are hard to guard against. Even people at the level of shadow may be hit if they are not careful. Falling down. And the price may often be life. Not to mention the elite chunin with average strength like Yui Kurin. I believe that if Sister Hong can successfully master those advanced illusions including the dark walk technique, her strength should be no less than that of a jonin. Lu Ren secretly said, with the illusions left by my great-grandmother and the relevant experience, with Sister Hong's good qualifications, she can slowly digest these precious treasures. I believe that becoming an elite jonin in the future will not be a problem. He heard the noise in the room. After taking care of Xianao, who had woken up but was in a worsening condition, and washing up, he helped the old man sit down on the sofa in the living room. He went straight to the training room. Is everything done? Looking at the messy scene, and the humanoid puppet that was almost the same as the puppet design he drew, Lu Ren's mouth twitched, feeling a little helpless. Looked at his wooden clones. Well, I have tried my best to complete it, and now it's up to you, the original body. The 3 wooden clones said in unison. At the same time, they turned into human-shaped wood one by one. At a speed visible to the naked eye, they merged into Lu Ren's body. After receiving the memory sent back by the wooden clones, Lu Ren let out a long sigh. But in the end, he didn't fall down directly from exhaustion like practicing those illusions. After sitting down and resting for a while, he checked the puppets that the wooden clones had just completed and dealt with some details that were not in place. Not bad, let's call it Lu Ren No 1. Lu Ren, who was not good at naming, touched his chin and thought for a long time. Finally, he gave the new after naming the puppet, he put it away. When Yui Kurane brought 2 hot breakfasts, he had completely recovered his spirit. His fatigue was gone. Chapter 29 Flying Puppet? Seeking Support. Swish. In the sunny suburbs, Tian Tian, who had just finished her morning training, was about to go to the ninja school. But suddenly, a black shadow attacked. She shrank her eyes and was startled. But she reacted quickly and retreated immediately. After seeing the figure that attacked her, her pupils widened. I saw a white puppet in human form appeared there. Chakra lines connected it. And not far away, it was a familiar figure. Lu Ren Ling. Before Tian Tian could shout long, the white puppet had already rushed up. Kun. As if it was really alive, it punched Tian Tian. 9. Bang. Tian Tian dodged immediately. 8. At the same time, she followed Lu Ren in physical training and did not fall behind. 4. She was not to be outdone and kicked out without hesitation. 1. Bang. 7. The white humanoid puppet also swung its legs. 7. The 2 figures fought together. 8. Bang bang 1. Time passed. 0. She found that she could not defeat this puppet at all. Tian Tian, who had already tried her best and was sweating all over, raised her hands and panted, "Stop, stop, I give up. Tian Tian, this level is not enough, it seems that the training needs to be strengthened." Lu Ren's 10 fingers derived chakra lines, controlling the white humanoid puppet, and said with a smile, "I have tried very hard, and I am not a genius like you, Lu Ren." Tian Tian said unhappily. But she still didn't bother to wipe the sweat off her face and trotted over. "Tian Tian, this level is not enough, it seems that the training needs to be strengthened." Lu Ren's 10 fingers derived chakra lines, controlling the white humanoid puppet, and said with a smile, "I have tried very hard, and I am not a genius like you, Lu Ren." Tian Tian said unhappily. But she still didn't bother to wipe the sweat off her face and trotted over. He looked at the white humanoid puppet with shining eyes, surprised and delighted. "Lu Ren, is this the puppet you made?" "This is the puppet that has just been completed. I call it Lu Ren No 1. You can use it for training in the future." Lu Ren was familiar with the process. He sealed the puppet in the storage scroll. He also took out a small scroll and handed it to Tian Tian. One was the storage scroll that Tian Tian had given him before, which was used to store the new puppet, as well as related accessories and materials. The other was an ordinary scroll, which recorded relevant information about the puppet to facilitate the user's operation. In Tianatian's surprised eyes, he smiled and said, "It records its structural diagram, specific functions of various aspects, and related control methods, as well as some mechanisms that need to be paid attention to, maintenance methods, etc. I have backups of some important replacement parts in it, so if they are broken, they can be replaced directly. Take it and study it slowly. If you don't understand, ask me again." Lu Ren number 1? Great. He took the scroll. Tian Tian was overjoyed. Looking at Lu Ren with admiration, "You are really amazing, Lu Ren." She didn't expect that the other party would complete the puppet so quickly. Moreover, after the personal experience just now, she knew the power of this puppet. Just now, Lu Ren was simply controlling it to compete with her in physical skills. The real mechanism has not been used yet. Lu Ren number 1 is completely different from the previous puppet doll. Even if she hasn't seen its real combat form, it has far exceeded her expectations. But, Lu Ren, are you really not going to go to the ninja school? Tian Tian asked curiously. Now not only she, but the entire ninja school has known it. The third-year genius, Kyunyi Lu Ren. He was accepted as a disciple by the disciple of the third-generation Hokage, the legendary three ninjas, and the Konoha princess Tsunade. He made countless people envious. Under the instruction of the third-generation Hokage, the school promoted it vigorously. He became a role model for countless students. It triggered a wave of hard work. I won't go to the ninja school. I'll go to Konoha Hospital with Sister Tsunade to study and treat the wounded later. Lu Ren shrugged. However, no matter how delicate and powerful the puppet is, it needs the puppeteer's excellent operation to give full play to its due combat power. He wiped the sweat off Tianatian's head. Looking at this lively and cheerful Chinese-style girl with a bun, he encouraged her with a smile, "You have to work hard." "Well, I will work hard to become an excellent puppeteer, Lu Ren." Tian Tian clenched her pink fist, full of energy. "Go, it's getting late, and you'll be late if you're late," Lu Ren said with a smile. It has to be said that Tianatian's family is really generous. The materials given to him are beyond imagination. After building Lu Ren number 1, there is still a lot left. He plans to spend some more time to design an auxiliary puppet that is different from the combat type Lu Ren number 1 and can be used in different combat situations. Before leaving Konoha, he handed it over to Tian Tian. After discovering that Tian Tian was really talented in this area, he had decided to train this little rich woman into a truly outstanding puppeteer. "Goodbye, Lu Ren." Tian Tian was reluctant to leave. But he could only say goodbye to Lu Ren and ran towards the ninja school. Watched Tian Tian leave. Puff! A little sparrow flapped its wings, flying boldly onto Lu Ren's body. Chirping and jumping around there. As if treating him as an ordinary tree, not shy at all. Looking at the sparrow on his shoulder, Lu Ren laughed, his eyes slightly lit up. Why not design a flying puppet? To be honest, in the past, he studied puppetry, in addition to personal interest. It was because he didn't want to expose the ability of his sen-sen fruit too early and cause unnecessary trouble. He was prepared to use puppetry as a superficial means before he really grew up. He didn't really intend to develop in this direction. But now he has transformed himself into a disciple of the three ninjas Tsunade. It can be said that he is a legitimate Hokage. And he may leave Konoha soon. He no longer needs this disguise. There is no need to be as cautious as before. After all, no matter what, he is already a person with a backer. He can be more high profile and show his talent in ninjutsu and illusion openly. But since Tenten has been led to the path of puppet master, it is natural to make it perfect. A puppet that can really carry people and has strong air combat capabilities. I believe that girl will be very satisfied by then. Chapter 30 Danzo's Plan, Veterinarian, Kyunyi Rikuto. Has that guy woke up? Outskirts of Konoha village. In a huge underground building. An old man with a bandage on his right eye, his entire right arm wrapped in clothes, an X-shaped scar on his chin, and a gloomy face, stood there with a cane. And in front of him, a masked figure knelt on one knee, saying respectfully, "Master Danzo, he has woken up." His mental state is still relatively poor, but the situation is generally understood. The root ninja reported in a deep voice, he was first hit by Kyunyi Lu Ren's illusion, and the moment he was released, he was hit by the double illusion used by Kyunyi Lu Ren. Even illusions are proficient. The old man raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, and he can easily use double illusions. Cleanly knocking down a chunin directly and playing with the opponent in the palm of his hand. As expected of the descendant of Senju Momika, what an amazing kid! He was one of the high-ranking officials of Konoha. The leader of the root organization, Shimura Danzo, who was appointed as the assistant of the Hokage by the third Hokage. Because he has always been tough, unscrupulous, and vicious to achieve his goals, he is called Dark Ninja in the ninja world and is feared by major countries. Danzo-sama, do you want to continue testing? The root ninja asked. No need, Tsunade is no longer a friend to the third Hokage, and she won't stay in the village for too long. There's no need to overstimulate her. He stroked his right arm wrapped in clothes. Danzo's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and right now we can't take care of a kid who hasn't grown up yet, there are more important things to do. Go call Uchiha Itaki, he should make a decision. Yes. And at this time, in Konoha Hospital. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama, you're back. That's great. Whether it was the patients, or the doctors and nurses in the hospital, all surrounded Tsunade, full of excitement. Even the female nurses were all excited, forgetting everything. Shizune and Rikuto, who were pushed aside, fully experienced the prestige and charm of Tsunade, the legendary medical expert. Sister Tsunade, you are really popular. Rikuto, who followed Tsunade to practice at Konoha Hospital, sighed. This is natural. Lady Tsunade is not only the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama, but she has also made great contributions in important battles and has a high prestige in the village. Shizune hugged Tuntun and said proudly, and over the years, the medical ninja system that Lady Tsunade created has saved countless people. As Tsunade finally got rid of the entanglement of the crowd. At her signal, the hospital quickly arranged injured patients for Rikuto, her disciple. Tsunade did not intend to participate, and said directly, Shizune, you are responsible for guiding him. She has hemophobia and cannot see blood. It is impossible to personally guide in the operating room. And after all, it is just a relatively simple minor operation. After her training over the years, Jing Ian's medical level is more than enough to deal with these. Ah! My leg! My leg! In the operating room, a wounded man wearing a Konoha Chunin vest was lying on the operating table, wailing there. The right leg was bleeding and bloody. It was a bit scary. His right leg was injured by the detonating talisman, but fortunately the leg can be saved. Jing Ian, who was wearing gloves, was checking the situation there and said directly to Lu Ren who was following him, in the case of amputation, the rotten tissue must be removed as soon as possible and disinfected to prevent the wound from getting inflamed and further infected. Is that so? Lu Ren nodded. Seeing the bloody scene, he deeply realized the cruelty of the ninja world. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are more cruel and bloody things. However, his mental quality is quite strong. Looking at the bloody and even somewhat rotten thigh, he was not affected too much. Jing Ian, who was standing by, saw Lu Ren's performance clearly. Nodding secretly. Do you want to give it a try? Junior brother Lu Ren Jing Ian asked. With Lu Ren's medical level, with her senior sister guiding him, I believe that such a small operation is not a problem at all. I am also a professional veterinarian, leave it to me. Lu Ren took a deep breath and nodded. It's not that he has never done similar operations. However, it was not for humans, but for small animals such as mice, stray cats, and hares. The veterinarian has rich experience and has been doing it for 3 or 4 years. Veterinarian. But the eyelids of the medical class ninja Yamashiro Kawake who was following him were twitching. I couldn't help but say loudly, Miss Shizune, you are Tsunade-sama's disciple. You have studied with Tsunade-sama for many years and have rich experience. Naturally, there is no problem. Although he is also Tsunade-sama's disciple, he is too young. Hey, aren't you kidding me? On the operating table, the pale-faced wounded man, who was no longer shouting because of the anesthetic, was excited when he heard it. "This is my leg. What can an 8-year-old child do?" He didn't want to amputate his leg because of this. "Please believe in Tsunade-sama's vision and my junior brother." Shizuan looked at the wounded man and said in a deep voice. "Okay, since it is Tsunade-sama's arrangement, I accept it." Out of trust in Tsunade, the medical master, the Chunin gritted his teeth and nodded, "Then come on. Don't worry." Lu Ren didn't hesitate. He grabbed the scalpel beside him. With a focused expression, he manipulated the extremely sharp scalpel. He cut off the rotten flesh and blood tissues one by one. With the guidance of senior sister Shizuan, Lu Ren became more and more skilled in cutting as an experienced veterinarian. After a while, the damaged tissues were removed, cleanly and neatly. Shizuan, who witnessed the whole process, secretly praised him. The next step is easy. After cleaning the wound for the other party and disinfecting it with medicine, Lu Ren directly made a seal with one hand. The palm of his hand, with the soft green light, was pressed on it. The bloody wound was slowly recovering there. "Is this palm immortal technique?" The medical class ninja who was watching was stunned. An 8-year-old child could master the A-level medical ninjutsu like palm immortal technique? This talent, no wonder he was accepted as a disciple by Lady Tsunade. "The wound has been treated. Just apply some medicine and bandage it, and it will be almost done." Chapter 31 Medical Little Master, Bing Liang Pill? 4th update, please support. Tisk tisk, Lu Ren, you are really amazing. A few days later. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Just finished her consultation at the hospital. Tsunade was very satisfied with Lu Ren's performance and in a very good mood. Specially brought Lu Ren and Shizuan to the barbecue restaurant of Akimika's family. As expected of the little medical prodigy praised by everyone, Shizuan looked at this little junior brother and said with a smile, "It's only been a few days, and I feel like you are almost surpassing me. In just a few days." The name of Kyunyi Lu Ren's genius spread again. He even got a new title, known as the Little Medical Prodigy. And the medical staff in Konoha Hospital, who originally felt that Tsunade was too chaotic and used Konoha's patients and wounded to let her 8-year-old disciple practice, and who were somewhat dissatisfied and suspicious in their hearts. In the past few days, all of them were impressed by Lu Ren's monster-like talent. Under the guidance of her senior sister, Lu Ren, who had already mastered various medical ninjutsu, continued to perform clinical treatment. 9. Some of the wounded soldiers who were injured in the mission had broken hands and feet, lost too much blood, had their intestines flowed out and then stuffed back, and even had serious burns. 8. All kinds of injuries were tried one by one. 4. She was amazed by the rapid progress. 1. You are my senior sister, and I am still far behind. 7. Lu Ren was not too complacent. 7. It was only when he really followed Tsunade in the hospital that he realized that he was really a little bit ignorant and far behind. 8. After all, a truly excellent medical ninja is not just able to simply treat some external injuries. 1. Especially those congenital diseases and bacterial infections. 0. It requires rich experience and knowledge to be able to treat the symptoms. Xiao. In the past few days, following Shizuan to treat patients with special diseases has benefited Lu Ren a lot. Say, for some more troublesome diseases, even if they are beyond the limit of Shizuan's own ability, he can directly consult Tsunade, the famous teacher. Group. This also improves Lu Ren's medical level. It is constantly improving at an astonishing speed every day. At the same time, his horizons have also been greatly improved, and he has a new understanding of medical ninjutsu. He has personally seen several patients who were helpless in the hospital and even issued death notices, but were cured under Tsunade's incredible treatment. It is really turning decay into magic. Even some internal organs were injured, the injuries were extremely serious, and their lives were in danger. They only had half their lives left, which made he didn't know how to treat the wounded, and felt that there was no hope of saving them. Under Tsunade's superb experience and guidance, the disciple Shizun was in charge of the operation, and he and other medical class jonin were responsible for assisting. They pulled the other party back from the brink of death. This made him amazed. It is worth mentioning that even the third Hokage, who paid attention to his newly minted 3 ninja disciple. Yesterday, he had specially taken time out of his busy schedule and ran to the Konoha hospital to praise him. But before he tried to use his invincible magic weapon, the will of fire, he was driven back by the grumpy Tsunade, who didn't give the Hokage teacher any face at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only maintain the demeanor of a Hokage and leave with his guards. It almost made Kyunyi Rikuto laugh out loud. Hehe, it has to be the authentic barbecue of the Akimichi family. Holding the barbecue, Lu Ren tasted it happily. No wonder Uncle Chosa's family has so many people, and they all have huge appetites, but they haven't gone bankrupt. In the past, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Chosa, and others had brought him and younger generations such as Shikamaru, Ino, and Koji to eat here several times. Then, Lu Ren was completely fascinated. The taste is really good. With the financial support of Xia now, he comes here to eat barbecue once or twice a month. As for Ichiraku ramen, it can't be said to be bad, but it doesn't quite suit Lu Ren's appetite. Giving a piece of barbecue to the drooling Taunton next to him, Shizun nodded in agreement. The barbecue of the Akimichi family is indeed a specialty of Konoha. If you like it, eat more and replenish your energy. Tsunade picked up a few pieces of barbecue and put them on Lu Ren's plate. Looking at that handsome and tender face, touching his head, she smiled lovingly and said, "There are still several major operations in the afternoon." She has seen Lu Ren's performance in the past few days. He is not arrogant or impatient, and has no arrogance and pride of being famous at a young age. She is very satisfied. To be honest, if she were the same age, she would have such strength. Tsunade felt that she had already been proud of herself. "Thank you, Sister Tsunade." Lu Ren smiled and was not polite. Although he did not need to eat normally, but he also pursued the desire for food. However, the Akimichi family is not just a barbecue business. Tasting the barbecue, Tsunade smiled and added, "The military pills sold by their family are well known in the ninja world. They are extremely popular and popular materials and are welcomed by the majority of ninjas. This is a highly profitable business." So that's it. Lu Ren suddenly realized. At first, he thought that the Akimichi family only had secret medicines like the 3-color pills. It turned out that they also run a business of Bing Liang pills. He looked at Tsunade's beautiful young face and had some doubts. Is there no one or any force that analyzes the ingredients of Bing Liang pills and then imitates them? He was naturally familiar with Bing Liang pills. It is said that it can quickly restore one's own chakra. But similar to compressed dry food, if you accidentally eat too much, you will not digest it. This thing is amazing. If you are facing a situation of insufficient chakra in battle, it will be of great use. Because of its efficacy, Bing Liang pills have been widely used in all previous wars and are very common war supplies. Some special Bing Liang pills can instantly enhance the chakra of ninjas, which has amazing effects. This is not just the exclusive business of the Akimichi family. Many families, such as the Uchiha, Hyuga, Inyazuka, Abarame, etc., have their own developed Bing Liang pills. Tsunade explained there, after all, the formula of ordinary Bing Liang pills is not a big secret in the ninja world, and it is also easy to analyze the relevant ingredients in it. But generally speaking, the Bing Liang pills produced by the Akimichi family are more effective and naturally more popular. Of course, the Akimichi family also has a special secret medicine with better effects, the 3-color pill, which can instantly enhance its own chakra, with amazing effects. But those are not for sale, only for the Akimichi family members, and have considerable side effects. Chapter 32 Attack is Determination, Lu Ren's actions seeking support. At this moment, outside the Konoha village, outside the base of the root organization, Danzo-sama, a figure dressed as an Anbu knelt on one knee there. The root leader Danzo Shimura, who was leaning on a cane, asked directly, "Is there any movement from the Uchiha clan?" "Not yet." Tsunade-sama, one of the three ninjas, suddenly returned to the village, forcing them to postpone the coup plan. "This is only temporary. The Uchiha clan's ambition will never be abandoned because of this." Danzo Shimura asked indifferently, "Itaki, tell me your answer." At this time, the Anbu raised his head. A young face with tear troughs but very handsome, was actually inlaid with two scarlet eyes. In the blood-red pupils, three black megatama were clearly visible, forming horns with each other. "For the sake of the village, this is a necessary sacrifice. The Uchiha clan, who are increasingly dissatisfied with the village and always want to launch a coup to seize power, can no longer be kept." Looking down at the genius of the Uchiha clan in front of him, Shimura Danzo said quietly, "But you still have a choice as long as you are willing to take action, eliminate the other members of the Uchiha clan, and eliminate the potential threats to the village." "Yes, I have made up my mind." After listening to Danzo's words, Uchiha Itaka's face was calm, and he replied expressionlessly, "Tonight, the Uchiha clan will be ended by me." However, the veins on his left hand, which was pressing on his knee, bulged. It seemed that his heart was not really so calm. "Then, I'll leave it to you." Half an hour later, behind the Uchiha clan, in an uninhabited forest. "Come out." Uchiha Itaki, who came here, spoke in a deep voice. Swish! The space in front of him suddenly twisted. A masked figure appeared there. Looking at the expressionless Uchiha Itaki, he said calmly, "It seems that you have made a choice." But what was surprising was that he only showed one right eye. It turned out to be a scarlet Sharingan. "I need your help," Uchiha Itaka said indifferently. Determination was revealed in his eyes. He was only 13 years old, and his slightly immature tone was cold. "The Western security force is left to you. No problem, just think of it as a little exercise." The mysterious masked man twisted his neck and spoke lightly. "Remember, don't hurt Suzuki, he is my spare eye." Uchiha Itaka said coldly. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to your brother." "Then what's the time?" 8 o'clock tonight. "Okay." Evening. The night is dark and windy. The moon is particularly round. But, the whole Konoha is filled with an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. Just came out of the Konoha hospital. Kyunyi Lu Ren and Tsunade have already sensed the strange atmosphere. Tsunade paused and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" "Lady Tsunade. Although I felt that the atmosphere in the village was a little strange, I didn't notice the abnormal silence, and looked at Tsunade in some confusion. It's the direction of the Uchiha clan. A large number of ninjas have surrounded there, and the chakra fluctuations are not weak. Something may have happened." Kyunyi Lu Ren shrugged and looked at Tsunade. "Sister Tsunade, do you want to go over?" His powerful perception ability had already sensed that there were a lot of strong chakras around the Uchiha clan. Obviously, the clan's territory had been silently surrounded by a large number of Anbu personnel. "I'm afraid not even a fly could fly out." "Uchiha." Tsunade heard this. She couldn't help but frowned. "What?" Shizuan, who was standing next to her, was shocked. She remembered that when the third Hokage met Tsunade a few days ago, he once said that the Uchiha clan was very restless. Could it be related to that? "Let's go, don't worry about those bullshit, let them go." The brows gradually relaxed. Tsunade obviously didn't mean to intervene. She was from the Senju clan, so she didn't have much affection for the Uchiha, and she was too lazy to pay attention to these. She said directly to Lu Ren, "You've been tired all day, go back quickly." "Got it, Sister Tsunade. See you tomorrow." Lu Ren nodded seriously. Parted with Tsunade and Shizuan. He headed towards Kyunyi's house. Finally, is it about to start? However, no one noticed. Lu Ren's mouth corners slightly raised. He was not a good guy, and he had never thought about saving anyone. In fact, he had planned from the beginning to get as much as possible from it. Passing by an empty corner, Lu Ren remained calm. But no one knew. Under his feet, trees like tree roots were like indestructible steel needles. They instantly passed through the ground and grew into thin figures at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, they quietly crept towards the Uchiha clan from underground one after another. Moreover, those thin figures all changed in the blink of an eye. They turned into white figures. It was the appearance of the white Zetsu clone. The ephemera technique. The disguise technique. These two abilities obtained from the white Zetsu clone before finally came in handy. Everything is about to be destroyed. Then I will accept the Uchiha legacy without hesitation. Chapter 33 Famous Scene, My Stupid Ou Doudou. Woof woof. Inside the Uchiha clan territory. Because it was night, every house had lights on. Occasionally, there were a few barking dogs. But, on a telephone pole, wearing the combat uniform of the Anbu and carrying a ninja sword, Uchiha Itachi was silent as he looked at the lights. A pair of scarlet 3-magatama Sharingan, full of coldness and determination. No longer hesitating, he pulled out the blade behind him. Rushed to the nearest room. Chi. Itachi. Ah, why? Kang. My child. Itachi, you beast. Ah. The screams continued. The lights of each house gradually went out, and there were even angry curses and fierce fighting sounds. But the battle soon ended. Blood splashed on the window. Uchiha Itachi seemed to have turned into a cold-blooded killing machine, killing anyone he saw. No matter whether they were men or women, old or young, even ordinary members of the clan who were powerless. Some people even greeted him during the day, talking and laughing. They fell in a pool of blood one by one. Tisk, tisk, it's so cruel. One after another white human figures emerged from the ground silently, following the screams and fighting sounds. Without hesitation, he dug out pairs of eyes from the corpses with strong chakra. Tsunade was directly plundered from the homes of some Uchiha clan members with good family conditions, because of the instructions given to them by Lu Ren. Not only the Sharingan. He wanted all the Uchiha property, as well as the ninjutsu, secret techniques and even forbidden techniques that this huge family had collected and accumulated over the long years. Not long after, the library, which was specially used by the Uchiha clan to store ninjutsu and secret techniques, was forbidden to anyone without the permission of the clan leader and elders. Those Uchiha guards who had already opened the 3-magatama Sharingan and reached the level of Jonin or even elite Jonin, who were quite powerful, were successively crushed by Uchiha Itachi, who had directly opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, with his powerful pupil power, and were slaughtered cleanly and neatly. Itachi's own amazing talent, and the guidance of his good friend Uchiha Shisui before his death, Uchiha Itachi's attainments in illusion are indeed quite amazing, and he has already played a lot. The real and the fake, the real and the fake. Even if he didn't use the extremely burdensome special pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it's far from being comparable to these Uchiha clan members who only have 3-magatama Sharingan at most. The most important thing is that these Uchiha strongmen are too dependent on the Sharingan, and even overconfident in the power of the Sharingan to the point of blindness. He thought that the Sharingan could see through any illusion, and he didn't even know whether he was still in an illusion. Otherwise, even if Uchiha Itachi caught them by surprise, he couldn't have easily eliminated so many Uchiha strongmen in such a short time. After watching Uchiha Itaka kill the guards of the library from a distance, he continued to rush to other directions without stopping. Several white figures slowly emerged from the ground, took out the storage scrolls found from other Uchiha clan members' homes and began to search through the boxes. The ninjutsu and secret scrolls accumulated by the Uchiha clan for a long time were sealed in the storage scrolls one by one. With their exaggerated ability to travel through, even the extremely hidden secret rooms that stored some important secrets and related forbidden techniques could not stop them. It was soon looted. Then, the entire library was on fire. At this moment, the courtyard of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, kneeling there, facing Uchiha Itaka, who broke in with a knife. Uchiha Fugaku, who had already realized what happened, said calmly, "It seems that you have made a choice, Itaki," and stood on their side. Linglong 984177810. Father, I'm sorry. Uchiha Itaka's eyes were firm. In this way, there will be no war in the village, and Sasuke can survive. Although I am the head of the Uchiha clan, I am also a father. I don't want to kill my son. Looking at his son, Uchiha Fugaku said, "Since you have made a choice, go on firmly. Your father and I have taken the poison." Uchiha Mikoto looked at Uchiha Itaki, without any fear of death, but smiled and said, "Itaki, you don't have to be sad, Mom doesn't blame you." "Father, Mother." Uchiha Itaka burst into tears. The ninja sword in his hand couldn't help but tremble. Looking at Uchiha Itaka with tears on his face, Uchiha Mikoto was full of pity. "We only suffered for a moment, but your pain will last a lifetime. No matter what, you are my proudest son. Remember to take good care of Sasuke." Uchiha Itaka trembled and came behind his parents. Holding the ninja sword stained with the blood of countless clansmen in both hands, he raised it tremblingly. With a look of pain on his face and eyes closed, he chopped it down fiercely. Chi! Chi! 2 figures just fell in a pool of blood. And Uchiha Itaka collapsed to the ground, tears kept falling. A pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan turned into a triangular windmill again. After a long time, he took a deep breath, wiped the blood off his face. Looking at the thin figure with a face full of fear, stumbling in. That was his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, who had just returned from the ninja school. As for why the ninja school happened to have an event and the school was over so late, it is unknown. "Brother, what happened?" Looking at the bloody bodies of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, and Uchiha Itaka standing there, covered in blood and full of murderous intent, Uchiha Sasuke, with a pale face, full of fear and some disbelief, trembled, "Dad, Mom, and the others and everyone." After returning to the clan land, he found that there were many corpses of clan members on the street. Somewhat scared and worried, he ran back from outside desperately. As a result, he found that his parents were also killed. For a moment, it was hard to accept. While feeling sad, he was also terrified. "Well, I know, because I killed them." Uchiha Itaka's voice was cold. It froze Uchiha Sasuke. "What?" Sasuke was shocked. He shook his head vigorously, unwilling to believe. "No, this can't be done by you, brother. Are you lying to me? Then let me take a good look." Uchiha Itaka's triangular windmill-shaped Sharingan. It turned directly. Tsukuyomi. All of a sudden, Uchiha Sasuke felt that the scene changed. Then, as if he was a third party, it started from Uchiha Itaka slaughtering the first clan member, and then Uchiha Itaka mercilessly swung the knife at their parents. The scene of the genocide of the Uchiha clan was captured at the end of the month. The scene was extremely real. But he could see it but couldn't touch it. He couldn't stop it either. Ah! He was panting and pale. At the same time as he was hit hard, he found it hard to accept and was filled with anger. Staring at Uchiha Itaka, he clenched his fist and asked loudly, "No, this is not true, tell me why. He couldn't believe that his most admired brother had brutally slaughtered his entire clan, even their father and mother. To test my ability. Uchiha Itachi said coldly, this stupid and arrogant clan will only indulge in the false glory of the past and dream unrealistic dreams. There is no need for them to exist anymore. Damn! Uchiha Sasuke lost his mind and rushed forward angrily. Eyes turned scarlet. The black Megatama loomed. Uchiha Itachi noticed this scene. Resisting the pain in his heart, he kicked mercilessly. Single Megatama? But Sasuke, this is far from enough, forgive me? Bang! Losing his mind, Uchiha Sasuke, who was kicked hard, curled up his body and sweated. He woke up from the intense pain. Realizing the huge gap in strength between the two, he felt great fear. Looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was murderous and no longer looked like a gentle brother, in horror. He wanted to run away. However, Uchiha Itachi appeared directly in front of him. He pinched his neck and used Tsukuyomi on him again. Oh no, don't let me see those again, brother, no, I don't want to experience this again. Seeing that Sasuke was greatly stimulated, but his Sharingan did not advance again. Somewhat disappointed, Uchiha Itachi raised Uchiha Sasuke, who was almost mentally collapsed and almost lost consciousness, with one hand and threw him out fiercely. In the resentful and fearful eyes of Uchiha Sasuke, he looked down at him and said coldly, my stupid brother. If you want to kill me, then resent and curse me, and then live ugly. Keep running away, just to stay alive, and one day when you have eyes like me, come to me. Chapter 34 The Frustrated Danzo, Huge Gains. Sasuke, work hard to become stronger, my eyes will always be reserved for you. As Uchiha Sasuke collapsed, he lost consciousness and fell there. With tears on his face, Uchiha Itachi finally looked back at the bodies of his parents and left resolutely. Tisk tisk, it's really a family of loving father and filial son, brother and brother. Two white figures emerged silently from the ground. Leave this to me, you are responsible for searching. No matter what. They are all the heads of the Uchiha clan. There must be a lot of gains in Uchiha Fugaku's home. Besides, there should be some related ninjutsu and secret scrolls. Chi-la. No delay. The eyes of Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku were dug out one after another. This eye power really opened the Mangekyo. Looking at the bloody eyeball with 3 Megatama. The wooden clone disguised as White Zetsu felt the powerful eye power inside and was overjoyed. He didn't even look at Uchiha Sasuke lying there. He took the Sharingan collected and stored in the storage scroll. He slowly sank into the ground. And at this time, on the streets of the Uchiha clan, the root organization's troops have begun to enter. Under the command of Shimura Danzo, they recovered the Sharingan on the bodies. And the third Hokage, who seemed to be completely unaware from the beginning, led the Anbu to come late. Looking at the tragic scene of the Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Check immediately, collect the bodies, and see if there are any survivors. Took a deep breath. The third Hokage gave orders there. Hiruzen, now the hidden danger in the village has been eliminated. Shimura Danzo said directly. No matter what, the Uchiha is also a part of our Konoha Danzo, you shouldn't act on your own. This is a necessary sacrifice. Danzo said indifferently. In his opinion, the Uchiha who has always been disobedient should have been eliminated long ago. You are too presumptuous, Danzo. The third Hokage frowned, as if a little angry. Obviously the situation has not reached this point yet, but you actually bypassed me, the Hokage, and instigated Uchiha Itachi to attack the Uchiha clan directly. Hiruzen. Everything I did was for Konoha. Shimura Danzo's face changed, and he hurriedly said loudly. For Konoha. The third Hokage, who was sipping his pipe, stared at Shimura Danzo and said suddenly, I think Shisui's death is also related to you, right? Danzo, I can't let your behavior go any longer. said. Without waiting for Shimura Danzo's face to change, he explained. The third Hokage had a serious face and said in a tone that could not be disobeyed, "From today, you will be relieved of your position as the Hokage's assistant, and the root organization will officially be under the jurisdiction of the Anbu. In addition, you will be punished to face the wall at home and not to go out." Hiruzen, no need to say. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who found a high-sounding excuse and directly deprived him of the position of Hokage assistant and left without looking back. Shimura Danzo's face darkened. But he couldn't directly disobey the other party's order. And he was afraid that if he continued to entangle Sarutobi Hiruzen, a kind-hearted but evil guy, would directly force him to hand over Shisui's eyes. Damn! His eyes were sinister and cold. Danzo pounded his crutches hard, feeling a little aggrieved. He is not Hokage after all. Danzo-sama. A root ninja appeared and knelt on one knee there. Danzo suppressed his anger and asked, "Have all the bodies been counted?" A large number of Sharingan were dug out, even Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto were no exception. The root ninja hurriedly reported to him. At the same time, he guessed, could it be Uchiha Itachi who did it? What? Hearing this, Shimura Danzo had been eyeing these Sharingans from the beginning, and regarded them as easy to take. Never thought that someone would dare to pull teeth out of a tiger's mouth. He was suddenly furious, damn it! It's impossible for Itachi to do that. If he wanted to do that, he would definitely take his parents' bodies away directly. But he remained rational and analyzed it carefully. He thought it was impossible for Uchiha Itachi to do it. At that moment, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Search for me, and don't let go of any clues." Yes. Shia's house. Had dinner with Kurane Ui and now Shia. Sent Kurane Ui home. Shioriko returned to his room. White figures appeared one after another from the wall in his room. Storage scrolls were placed in front of him one after another. Inside, there were a lot of money, related ninjutsu scrolls and even Sharingan. It's really a good harvest. He counted the property. In addition to some cash, there were also a lot of gold and silver jewelry. Although it was not Uka, the total assets of the Uchiha clan are less than 1/10 of the bank deposits that the Uchiha clan cannot get. But it is still extremely rich and the amount is astonishing. Among them, most of them were searched from the homes of the elders of the Uchiha clan and those Uchiha jonins with good strength and status. Illusions, ninjutsu, taijutsu. Not to mention the parts searched from the homes of those Uchiha clan members. The Uchiha clan's library alone covers the 5 attributes of ninjutsu of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, from low level to high level, and even S-level forbidden techniques. There are even many high-level illusions representing the yin attribute. Chienya Lu Ren smiled, "It's worthy of being the first wealthy family of Konoha, the Uchiha. Even Sharingan has been collected quite a lot, 57 pairs of 1 Magatama, 33 pairs of double Magatama, 15 pairs of 3 Magatama." Looking at those bloody scarlet eyeballs, he was full of excitement, and 1 pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. A big gain, I have to say. Thanks to the ability of White Zetsu's clone. Otherwise, he really wouldn't dare to take such a risk. It would be impossible to get such a rich reward quietly. Without White Zetsu's ability, if he really dared to participate directly, he would definitely expose himself. Those sensory ninjas in Konoha are not for show. Chapter 35 Emotional Resonance, Blooming Kaleidoscope. There's no need to worry about Fugaku's eyes. Try to devour the power of these low-level Sharingan first, and see if I can open the Mangekyo directly. Looking at the bloody, scarlet eyeballs in front of him, even Kyunyi Lu Ren couldn't help but get excited. Full of expectations. Leave it to you. After thinking for a moment, to prevent accidents, he split a wooden clone to be on guard. No problem. The wooden clone nodded. Swish. One after another, tiny vines appeared. flying out directly from Lu Ren's hands. One after another, they pierced through the bloody eyeballs. Gurgle. As if they were swallowing something. The vines swelled from time to time. They kept surging. Lu Ren's eyes, without knowing when. They had already turned into 3 Megatama Sharingan. And, as they continued to devour the chakra and pupil power contained in those Sharingan, they were spinning rapidly there. 1 Megatama Sharingan, 2 Jade Sharingan, 3 Jade Sharingan. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Sharingans were all devoured. Only Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo Sharingans remained. Swish! For a moment, under the stimulation of powerful chakra and amazing pupil power, Lu Ren's Scarlet Sharingan and 3 Black Megatama kept rotating. In a trance, scene after scene flashed through his mind. As if he had experienced it himself. The death of his loved ones, the sacrifice of his best friends, facing a desperate situation, and hanging by a thread. At this moment, the extremely strong emotions resonated strongly with him. Fear, sadness, anger, despair, unwillingness. All kinds of strong emotions intertwined and constantly impacted Lu Ren's mind. He broke out in a cold sweat. He groaned and clenched his fists. Veins popped out, and he couldn't help but scream. But the wooden clone who had been watching the original body saw this and immediately stepped forward to cover it. Hey, original body, don't make too much noise at this time. The veins all over his body popped out. Lu Ren, with a painful expression, stared with his eyes wide open. He bit the wooden clone directly, his face flushed red, and his eyeballs were full of terrifying bloodshot. Swish! Unconsciously, a special chakra surged directly in his mind. 3 black Megatama suddenly turned into complex patterns. Gorgeous lines bloomed there. Mangekyo Sharingan. Open. Hoo-hoo. Sweating all over. As if he had exhausted all his physical strength. Lu Ren collapsed there, gasping for breath. Tisk, has the Mangekyo Sharingan been opened? It's incredible. Looking at the complex patterns in the blood-red eyes of the main body, the wooden clone was full of doubts, but, what happened just now? The chakra and pupil power contained in those Sharingans are too complicated, and they resonate with my Sharingan, making me present the scenes of these Sharingan hosts opening their eyes in my mind, and even my emotions are affected. He took a long breath. Kyunyi Lu Ren recalled the experience just now and said in a deep voice, therefore, rather than saying that the Mangekyo Sharingan was opened by swallowing the pupil power of those Sharingans, it is better to say that I was strongly stimulated and opened the Mangekyo Sharingan by myself. Although I was almost affected by those emotions, it was a blessing in disguise. The Mangekyo opened by itself is probably different from the Mangekyo opened by the fusion of the pupil power of a large number of Sharingans. Especially in the Mangekyo pupil power of oneself. After merging with the engulfed Sharingan pupil power, his own pupil power has become incredibly strong. Here, Lu Ren took the mirror handed over by the wooden clone. Looking at the black pattern in the scarlet eyes reflected on the mirror, he found that his Mangekyo Sharingan was slightly different. The complexity of the Mangekyo pattern far exceeded that of Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and others. It looked more like a combination of 2 Mangekyo patterns, leaning towards the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pattern. Is it because of absorbing a large amount of Sharingan? Kyunyi Lu Ren stroked his eyes and couldn't help but smile excitedly. I can feel that the huge pupil power in my eyes far exceeds Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo. And, due to my own perfect yang escape power, it will not go blind due to excessive use of pupil power. Uchiha Obito's half-baked Hashirama cells. They can directly offset the burden brought by his single Mangekyo Sharingan. What's more, as a user of the nature-type Mori Mori fruit ability and a descendant of the Senju clan, he possesses the perfect yang escape power by combining the two. As long as he doesn't use forbidden techniques like Izanagi or Izanami directly, he won't be in danger of blindness at all. Then, what kind of eye technique was bred? The wooden clone was a little curious. He was full of expectations for the eye technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan obtained by the original body. Eye technique. Stroking his eyes gently, Lu Ren's mouth corners rose. In the blood-colored kaleidoscope, the mysterious pattern began to rotate. He disappeared directly in front of the wooden clone. Hey! The wooden clone's pupils shrank sharply. The next moment, he felt someone patted his shoulder. But there was no one around. However, his perception ability inherited from the original body. But he could clearly sense the amazing chakra. It can be confirmed that the real body is in front of him. It is so close, but he cannot see him. Is he invisible? He tried to reach out his hand. But, strangely, he passed through directly. Hey! Sharingan! The wooden clone closed his eyes. He suddenly opened them and his eyes narrowed. A blurry black shadow appeared in his sight. The complex chakra meridian system was clearly discernible, and it was Lu Ren's real body. Do you see me? Chapter 36 Oanamakai, Bug Pupil Technique. Swish! Inside the room, Lu Ren's figure appeared. Looking at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, but was actually there for a long time and did not move, moved Lu Ren. The wooden clone was surprised and couldn't help but analyze. I can see your existence, but I can't touch you. And you, just now really touched me. He looked at his original body and asked curiously, is it a time-space eye technique similar to Kamui? Yes, but rather than saying it is a time-space eye technique like Kamui, it is more like a eye technique like the wheel grave Bunyu. Lu Ren chuckled and said, although to some extent, it can also be said to be a time-space eye technique. Wheel grave. That is a eye technique of the samsara eye level. The wooden clone was surprised and a little unbelievable, although your current eye power is far beyond the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, it is not even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan after all. Eye technique Oanamakai. Lu Ren didn't keep it a secret and said with a smile, this is the eye technique bred by my Mangekyo Sharingan. Similar to Uchiha Obito's Kamui. His eyes are both a kind of ability, but they have different functions. Oanamakai, it can open a parallel space called Yoshi. Lu Ren folded his arms and said, and I can put myself in this world, directly appear partially or completely invisible to the outside world, ignoring any attack. Isn't this the ability of Kamui to become virtual? Listening to the introduction of the main body, the wooden clone raised his eyebrows. At first glance, it seems not as good as Uchiha Obito's Kamui. However, according to the verification just now, the pupil technique of that Oanamakai is obviously more than this. Of course it's far more than that. Lu Ren smiled and added, what's really unsolvable is that I can also launch attacks that cannot be seen by the naked eye in the parallel space of Yoshi, just like Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. It must be said that the Eye of Soul Reflection is worthy of its name. This just reflects his ambition that is as unattainable as the abyss. Of course, there are also limitations. He can only enter the ghost world for 10 minutes at most. Moreover, it is different from the wheeling grave and the side prison that ordinary people cannot detect at all. Ryato, who is in the ghost world, can be seen by advanced eye techniques such as the Sharingan and the Byakugan. At present, there is no way to hide his own chakra directly like the second-generation Tsuchikage Mu, but some perception-type ninjas can indeed directly sense his existence. But as long as he is in the ghost world, attacks from the outside are ineffective against him. But it is not really a low-end version of the wheeling grave. Because, although Uchiha Madara's wheeling grave is powerful, but he can only control the shadows in the wheeling grave world, and cannot directly enter the wheeling grave. When encountering danger, the main body can exchange positions with the wheeling grave clone and let it die instead. But there is still a considerable risk. And Ludo is equivalent to being in invincible time. Moreover, he can also launch invisible attacks directly on the enemy in the parallel space of the ghost world. That is, it has some of the abilities of Kamui and Rinnegan. The wooden clone nodded in realization. Although the effect cannot reach the sum of the two, it also has natural advantages. Indeed. In general, no matter whether it can compare with Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan pupil technique Rinnegan Bunyu, a Mangekyo level pupil technique. Being able to reach this level, Lu Ren is already very satisfied. However, I am more curious about what kind of pupil technique Uchiha Fugaku's eyes have. Lu Ren's eyes became hot, with some expectation. Looking at the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that he had not yet devoured. For now, even if he directly devours the corpses of other ninjas, he cannot obtain the ninjutsu and memory mastered by the other party. Unless he can do it on this basis in the future. Combined with some secret techniques that can directly check the memories of others, or even plunder the target's ninjutsu, develop a new forbidden technique. This is not impossible to do. After all, the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan alone. It is possible to read the target's memory before death from the corpse and obtain relevant information. However, it is too early for Lu Ren to say this now. But the Sharingan is different. He already has the Sharingan. He can use the ability of the Mori Mori fruit to mutate. There is a high probability that he can directly plunder Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power and obtain the pupil technique nurtured by his Mangekyo. Swish! Swish! 2 fingers stretched out. Instantly turned into vines and flew out. Piercing through the bloody eyeballs. Swish! Amazing chakra and powerful pupil power, one after another, sank into Lu Ren's body. It began to be strongly absorbed and fused by Lu Ren's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. The strange Mangekyo pattern rotated rapidly. However, when Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan shrank and even turned directly into ashes, there was still no other change in Lu Ren's eyes. It did not transform into a new pattern. Failed. The wooden clone who was watching this scene asked in surprise. No, it succeeded. Feeling the unprecedentedly huge pupil power, it seemed that he could really do whatever he wanted. Lu Ren clenched his fists tightly and smiled excitedly. My eyes have completely reached the level of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't, even if you don't have the perfect yang escape power in your body, you won't go blind due to overuse. As for why the pattern didn't change, it should be because I didn't directly change to the pair of Mangekyo. But it doesn't matter. Chapter 37 Illusion is Invalid? Fugaku's Pupil Technique. I heard that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, in addition to its own pupil technique and the replaced Mangekyo Sharingan, can also breed new pupil techniques. Main body, do you have new pupil techniques in your eyes? I haven't felt it yet. In the scarlet eyes, the gorgeous pattern slowly turned. Realizing his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Lu Ren frowned slightly. Maybe it's still in the process of breeding and has not yet matured. Or, you need to train your pupil power to the extreme before you can give birth to a new pupil technique. He was guessing there. Remember that in the original trajectory, the future Uchiha Sasuke opened the Mangekyo Sharingan not long after, and he could not hold on because of overuse. Then he could not wait to change Uchiha Ataka's eyes and obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But in the Fourth Shinobi World War, before he could fully adapt and fully exercise his pupil power, he directly received the gift of the Six-Path Sage and opened the Six Megatama Samsara Eye. It is very likely that because the pupil power has not been fully exercised, the level jump is too fast, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is directly lost. The eye technique of the Tsutsukyo Sharingan was strangled. Anyway, I have never seen Uchiha Sasuke use it. In addition to the basic ability of the Rinnegan, there is also the time-space eye technique and the power of the sky. In battle, it comes and goes with the eye techniques of his own Mangekyo Sharingan. That is, the Amaterasu fire that is said to never go out and the Kagutsuke no Mikoto that specializes in manipulating fire. Of course, this is just his guess. Not necessarily correct. But anyway, Fugaku's Mangekyo eye technique alone gave me a good surprise. Lu Ren smiled. Oh. The wooden clone was surprised. He knew how high his standards were. The main body would definitely not look down on ordinary eye techniques. It can be seen that Uchiha Fugaku's eye techniques, which had never been shown in front of people, were very extraordinary. Uchiha Shisui had a plan before his death to use Kota Amatsukami on Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, to stop the Uchiha rebellion, but his plan was disrupted by Danzo, who had long coveted his Mangekyo Sharingan, and he was so frustrated that he committed suicide. Lu Ren chuckled there. He narrowed his eyes and said sarcastically, but Shisui didn't know that even if he used Kota Amatsukami on Fugaku, he couldn't affect Uchiha Fugaku's will. Uchiha Fugaku's eye technique really surprised him. With this trump card, he will be fearless when facing Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Itaki in the future. Wait, isn't Kota Amatsukami able to directly invade the opponent's brain without being detected, permanently and thoroughly modify the opponent's will, known as the strongest illusion? Wood Clone was full of confusion, a little surprised. No matter how powerful Fugaku's illusion is, it can't be stronger than Shisui's Kota Amatsukami, right? You're right, except for the infinite moon reading that the Ten Tails Jinchuriki can launch, Kota Amatsukami can be said to be the highest level of illusion known so far. Lu Ren did not deny the power of Kota Amatsukami, even if there is no eye technique of Fugaku, even I who have obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I dare not say that I can resist Kota Amatsukami 100%. But Fugaku is different. The eye technique of his left eye is called Yugamitama. Yugamitama. Wooden Clone raised his eyebrows. It can directly rebound any illusion that is disadvantageous to itself. Lu Ren said bluntly, the most important point is that no matter whether the host is prepared or not, once it is targeted by someone else's illusion, it can automatically start and invalidate it. Although it has not been verified yet, I can be sure that Kota Amatsukami will not work. As for the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi level, it is unknown whether it can also be invalidated. At least, Lu Ren is not sure at present. He is not prepared to try. Tisk tisk, it is actually a pupil technique that directly rebounds illusions, incredible! Wooden Clone exclaimed. I never thought that Uchiha Fugaku's pupil technique would be so strange. He asked curiously, what about the pupil technique of the right eye? The pupil technique of the right eye is Tsukuyomi. He shrugged and said, although Tsukuyomi is not like Kota Amatsukami, who can forcibly modify the will of others, we have to admit that it is indeed a very unsolvable illusion. Tsukuyomi is a pupil technique that can directly pull the enemy's spirit into the illusion space and dominate everything. In the world of Tsukuyomi, all factors including time, place, quality, etc. are controlled by the caster, and the enemy will suffer great physical and mental pain in the illusion world. It can only be said that they are worthy of being father, son, and brothers. Each of them has a Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique. There is more or less overlap between them. Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo pupil techniques both have Tsukuyomi. And Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itaki's Mangekyo pupil techniques both have Amaterasu. Especially with my current pupil power, if I used Tsukuyomi on others, even if it is an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, don't think it will be easily cracked. If used properly, the target can be played within the palm of your hand. Chapter 38 Shock, Tsunade's Disappointment. Have you heard? The Uchiha clan is destroyed. What? Is this true? Although I don't like those arrogant guys, the Uchiha clan is the undisputed #1 family in Konoha. How could it suddenly disappear? It is said that it was done by Uchiha Itaki, the son of the Uchiha clan leader. He didn't even let his own parents go. That guy is simply a beast. I remember he was only 13 years old. Did he really do this alone? Isn't this too exaggerated? I heard that he is a real genius. He opened the Sharingan at the age of 8 and became a captain of the Anbu at the age of 13. The next day, early in the morning, Konoha was shocked. The news that the Uchiha clan was destroyed by Uchiha attack spread throughout the village. And it spread to all parts of the ninja world at an astonishing speed. It shocked countless people and they couldn't believe it at all. But, somehow, Uchiha Ataka's resume was directly made public. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7, opened the Uchiha clan's Sharingan at the age of 8, took the Chunin exam alone at the age of 10 and passed it to become a Chunin, joined the Anbu at the age of 11, and became the captain of the Anbu at the age of 13. It was jaw-dropping, and some people didn't dare to believe. The third Hokage was furious. He personally came to the Konoha hospital and visited the only survivor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, who was still unconscious. He immediately returned to the Hokage building and convened an emergency meeting at the level of Jonin. He publicly announced that Uchiha Ataka would be listed as an S-level rebel ninja in Konoha. Wanted nationwide, dead or alive. But, no matter what. As the first wealthy family in Konoha, the Uchiha clan had increasingly fierce conflicts with the top leaders headed by the third Hokage, and almost everyone with a discerning eye knew it. It was suddenly destroyed, and those big and small families had no idea that it was impossible. Yes. If you say that this matter has nothing to do with the top leaders, they will not believe it even if you kill them. Even the Hyuga clan, Abarame clan, and even the Inoshikacho clan, who have always supported the third Hokage, can't help but feel a chill from head to toe. While being shocked by the ruthlessness of the top leaders, it is inevitable to feel panic and horror, and even a bit of sadness. As the first wealthy family in Konoha, it is one of the founders of the Hidden Leaf Village together with the Senju clan. Even if the relationship with the top leaders is tense on weekdays, how great was their reputation in the past? In previous battles, it can be said that they have made outstanding contributions. It's gone just like that. What if one day it's their turn? In order to appease the major families in the village who are in a panic because of the sudden demise of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, had to announce that he was going to draw outstanding ninjas from the major families to form a new Konoha guard force to maintain the security of the village. The interests that should have belonged to the Uchiha clan are distributed to the major families that are a little restless. To appease people's hearts. Of course, the ones who really take the lion's share are definitely not them. It's the Sarutobi, Shimura, Mito and other families. Is this true? In Konoha Hospital, Shizune was dumbfounded when she heard about the destruction of the Uchiha clan. Thinking of what the third Hokage said a few days ago, she looked at Tsunade with a changing expression, a little nervous. Tsunade-sama. She has been traveling around the ninja world with Tsunade for so long. Her vision is naturally not as good as the lower-level ninjas and ignorant civilians in the village. How could a mere Uchiha Ataka destroy such a large family before the village could react and support him? And when leaving the hospital, Lu Ren had already discovered it. The Uchiha clan was surrounded by a large number of ninjas in advance. At that time, the Uchiha clan should not have been destroyed, otherwise Lu Ren would definitely be able to sense that a large amount of chakra disappeared. The whole family was destroyed. The struggle for power is really terrible. Kyunyi Lu Ren pretended to be shocked and muttered there. It seemed that he was not aware of the news and was also shocked by such news. Humph! Tsunade clenched her fists. She frowned and her face was a little livid. Those guys are getting more and more willful. She thought that even if something happened to the Uchiha last night, it was at most that the third Hokage and other Konoha high-level officials used thundering means to suppress the radical Uchiha members who were plotting rebellion and trying to seize power in advance. She never thought that all the Uchiha clan were brutally killed. Only Uchiha Sasuke was left. Although she had no good feelings for the Uchiha who always thought highly of themselves and looked down on others. But she didn't hate or reject even those ordinary clan members. After all, they is also a part of the village. Tsunade is not a saint, she also knows that ninja is not a game. But she knows that her grandfather, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, founded Konoha with the original intention and the philosophy he advocated. She even believes that even if her second grandfather, who has always been tough and has no good feelings towards Uchiha, is still alive, he will never do that. Moreover, Tsunade knows that Uchiha has its own problems in getting to this point. But the bigger problem is that the Konoha high-level officials have repeated deliberate suppression of San forced the arrogant Uchiha to be unable to bear it any longer. These are not your business, just do what you should do, he said to the two disciples, Shizuan and Riku. Tsunade, who was increasingly disgusted and impatient with the actions of the Konoha high-level officials, had a blank expression on her face and said nothing more. Took them to check the condition of the Uchiha survivor. The palm was emitting a soft green light. Pressing on Uchiha Sasuke's head. Tsunade treated him and said lightly, "This kid's spirit has suffered a major blow. But it's not a big problem, he should wake up soon." Chapter 39 Farewell? Gift? Seeking support. Time flies. A week passed just like that. As the first wealthy family of Konoha, the Uchiha, which was once famous in the ninja world, had a huge impact in all aspects. The sensation caused by the genocide continued to spread to the ninja world. The 5 great nations were shaken, and all the major ninja villages were alarmed. No one expected that the Uchiha, who was once famous in the ninja world, would be destroyed just like that. Moreover, it was done by one of their own people, a 13-year-old kid. It was simply incredible. As for Konoha, the third Hokage and other high-level officials naturally did not dare to relax their vigilance. A number of teams composed of elite ninjas from the village were sent to patrol and guard the border one after another, and cut off the minions sent by the major ninja villages to break into the territory of the Land of Fire in an attempt to test the strength of Konoha. Trying to deter other ninja villages that were ready to move with a tough attitude. Send the signal to the major nations that Konoha's strength will not be weakened by the loss of an Uchiha. The friction on the border continued. The situation in the ninja world was inevitably tense. Some people in the village were also panicked. Whether they were civilians or low-level ninjas, they were afraid that the war would start again. The peace that was finally won after the brutal Third Ninja World War would end like this. And these. It has nothing to do with Liu Ren. Because, Qunyi now, who had already run out of energy and was hanging on to life by Qunyi Liu Ren's special chakra with powerful vitality, finally couldn't hold on and fell down. 3 days ago. After explaining the funeral arrangements to Liu Ren, the old man, who had no regrets, left with a smile. In a cemetery. Liu Ren, dressed in black. Looking at the tombstone of Qunyi now in front of him. Standing for a long time, silent. Qunyi now left without regrets. He was not too sad in his heart, after all, everyone will die. If he fails to break the shackles of life in the future, he may also be unable to escape the natural law of birth, aging, illness and death. It's just inevitable that there is some loss and reluctance. In this world, there is one less relative who really cares about him. I don't know how long it took. Liu Ren, who was a little depressed, bowed deeply there. Farewell to this grandmother. With the help of elders such as Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. Having dealt with the old man's funeral, he has nothing to worry about. He will leave Konoha with his teacher Tsunade. Liu Ren. Uchiha, dressed in black, also holding a bunch of white chrysanthemums, came over. Put it in front of the old man's tombstone. Sister Hong. Liu Ren looked at Uchiha. Are you leaving? Uchiha asked. Well, Sister Tsunade has been waiting for a long time to take care of me. Liu Ren nodded. Uchiha, who had already regarded him as her own brother, touched Liu Ren's head and said reluctantly, then you should take care of yourself. Being able to follow a famous teacher like Tsunade. While studying, traveling around and broadening your horizons. This is undoubtedly a good thing. Well, I will come back often to visit. Lu Ren looked at Xiri Hong's beautiful face and said softly, Grandma, I'll leave it to you during the festival, Sister Hong. Don't worry, I will come to visit Grandma now regularly, and I will clean the house for you, don't worry. Xiri Hong said with a smile. Lu Ren nodded gently without saying too much. He believed that his sister Hong would arrange it. Lu Ren/brother. From a distance, Tenten and Ino ran over. Each of them also held a bouquet of flowers in their hands. It's your two girlfriends, Lu Ren. Xiri Hong on the side also smiled. She had seen the two more than once. They often came to see Lu Ren, and the three of them often practiced together. How could you not see the thoughts of these two girls? Not intending to be a light bulb, she left with a smile, then I'll go first, Lu Ren. Then Sister Hong, see you later. Watching Xiri Hong leave. Looking at the two women trotting in front of him. Lu Ren, who had dispelled the boredom in his heart and recovered a lot of his mood, asked with a smile, why are you two here? We came to see Grandma now. Ino said. Ten Tien asked there, Lu Ren, are you going to the hospital today? Sister Tsunade said that you don't have to go. Lu Ren smiled and said, you came at the right time. I wanted to say goodbye to you one by one. Said. He took out 2 scrolls from his pocket. Give them to Ino and Tien Tien respectively. This is a gift for you. The gift for Ino. He spent time summarizing it these days. The experience of practicing chakra control and chakra perception. It just helps Ino better master the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. And the gift for Tenten. He has carefully designed it these days. The flying puppet made with the remaining materials. In addition, there is an ordinary scroll in the storage scroll that seals the flying puppet. It records some experience about puppetry. This is what he specially consulted Tsunade, who had fought with experienced and powerful puppeteers in the Sand Village many times and knew all aspects of puppeteers, and summarized it with his own understanding. 8. And he planned a future growth path for him. 5. I believe that as long as Tenten follows and practices seriously according to the training plan he formulated. 6. He may become a truly outstanding puppeteer in the future. 3. Are you leaving? Brother Lu Ren too. Are you leaving so soon? 3. Hearing Lu Ren's farewell words. 6. The two little girls were not very surprised. 1. Because they had heard the other party mention it a long time ago, they were mentally prepared. 3. But at this time, they couldn't help but look at Lu Ren eagerly, full of reluctance. Don't worry, I'm not coming back. Pressing both hands on Ino and Tenten's head. Rubbing the hair of the two girls gently, Lu Ren smiled and comforted, practice well, I will check when I come back. Chapter 40 Kota Amatsukami? Danzo's conspiracy. Still haven't found out. Konoha village. Shimura clan. In the dark room. Shimura Danzo, who was ordered to stay at home, had a gloomy face and looked down at the half-kneeling root members in front of him. Although the third Hokage took away his position as Hokage assistant, he even asked him to hand over the root organization and put it under the jurisdiction of the Anbu. But the members of the root, most of them were diehards trained by his brainwashing. And each of them had a curse seal cast by him personally. Even if they belonged to the Anbu on the surface, they were still firmly controlled by him in private and obeyed his orders. The Uchiha clan was destroyed. However, Danzo was in a bad mood these days. Not only because of the suppression of the third Hokage, but also because someone dared to pull teeth from the tiger's mouth. He took the opportunity to seize a large number of Sharingans. The huge Uchiha clan, but he only had less than 5 pairs of 3 Magatama Sharingans in his hands. The rest were all double Magatama and single Magatama that were not of much value. How could he not be angry? Because, to activate the forbidden technique like Izanagi, you need a Sharingan with more than 3 Megatama to do it. This means that his spare eyes. There are only so many. I'm very sorry, Master Danzo. The Root's senior ninja broke out in a cold sweat and reported carefully, so far, no trace of the mastermind has been found. What a bunch of rubbish. The table in front of him was torn into pieces, and Danzo was furious. However, based on our repeated investigations of the corpses of the Uchiha clan, it is speculated that at least 2 people took action that night and dug out those Sharingans. The Root's senior ninja did not dare to look up. Without wiping the cold sweat, he lowered his head and said, "But the Uchiha clan had already been blocked by our people in advance, and we have no idea how the other party got in. In addition to Uchiha Itaka's actions, there should be another person who helped him deal with the Uchiha clan members on the security force side." After the autopsy, they found that there were 2 different methods on the corpses whose Sharingans were dug out. But it was impossible to confirm whether it was 2 parties. So, Master Danzo, I think we cannot rule out the suspicion of the 3rd Hokage or the other 2 elders. Inside Konoha, there are definitely not many people who can hide from the Root organization and do such a thing. It is impossible for outsiders to bypass Konoha's barrier and sneak in quietly, unless they are spies who have been lurking in Konoha for many years. But the Root organization didn't notice anything unusual that night. Could it be did Shisui's eyes really fall into the hands of Hiruzen? He stroked his right eye covered by a bandage. Thinking of Uchiha Shisui's missing left eye. For a moment, Danzo was also a little surprised and doubtful, and he began to doubt the 3rd Hokage. His eyes were sinister and full of fear. If that's the case, you've hidden it well enough, Hiruzen. By the way, Master Danzo. The Root Jonin remembered something and reported to Danzo, "Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, seems to be leaving Konoha." Tsunade. Danzo didn't care and snorted, "Humph, she's just a woman who is indecisive and can't achieve anything. However, that Kyunyi Luren does have quite amazing talent." Paused. The Root Jonin's tone was full of disbelief, and he said in a deep voice, "According to our investigation, he has mastered A-level medical ninjutsu such as palm immortal jutsu at the age of 8, and can even make seals with one hand. He has performed amazingly in Konoha Hospital these days and is called the Little Medical Saint. His future achievements are limitless. In addition, we found that his chakra amount is very amazing. Even if he uses advanced medical ninjutsu to treat others in Konoha Hospital, no one has ever seen him have insufficient chakra. Did that kid really inherit the bloodline of Senju perfectly?" Danzo stroked his right eye. His eyes flickered, and he hesitated whether to attack Kyunyi Rikuto. The terrifying talent displayed by the other party made him seem to see the shadow of his teacher, the 2nd-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. If such a genius can be accepted, when he really grows up, he will definitely become his right-hand man. Although he has Hashirama cells, he can use the power of Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan to quietly influence and interfere with the will of others in a short period of time, and it will not take long to recover. But if it is to try to use the real Kota Amatsukami to permanently and thoroughly modify a person's will, that would consume too much eye power. Because the power of the wood escape on his right arm is not as good as that of the former 1st-generation Hokage, and he is not a member of the Uchiha clan. After using the permanent Kota Amatsukami, it will take at least several years to fully recover. Moreover, considering that Shisui's other eye is likely in the hands of the 3rd-generation Hokage, this made him hesitate. Secretly monitor Kyunyi Luren, remember not to alert the enemy. Danzo is ready to wait. Further confirm Kyunyi Luren's talent, whether it is worth wasting the precious Kota Amatsukami. Anyway, with the 3rd-generation Hokage watching, he cannot get involved in the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in a short time. If he can secretly harvest such a genius, it is also a good choice. Especially, if Kyunyi Luren can really inherit Tsunade's mantle completely, his value will be even greater. Yes. Chapter 41 I am the man who will become the 5th Hokage. Lu Ren, hurry up. At the gate of Konoha, Shizuan was holding Tun Tun, waving at Lu Ren, who had changed into casual clothes and was carrying a backpack. Beside him, following Ui Kuren, Tenten, and Ino. Finally, we are leaving. The air outside is still fresh. Tsunade stretched lazily, showing her beautiful curves. A look of joy appeared on her beautiful face. If it wasn't for Lu Ren to leave the village with her without any worries, she would not have wanted to stay in Konoha for so long. Especially what happened to the Uchiha clan, which made her even more disgusted and disappointed with the 3rd Hokage and other high-level officials. This boy is quite popular with women. Tsunade couldn't help but chuckled after glancing at the 2 little girls, Tien Tien and Ino, who had tears in their eyes and were reluctant to leave. However, if she was in the ninja school, if she met someone as handsome and powerful as Lu Ren, she might also be tempted. Not to mention those little girls. Well, I'll go first. Lu Ren comforted the 2 little girls and said with a smile, remember to practice well, I will check when I come back. As he said, he looked at Ui Kuren, who came to see him off. He went forward and hugged her, looking up at her pretty little face. The sight passed over the amazingly curved mountains and looked at Ui Kuren's delicate face. Sister Hong, then I'll leave the house to you. Well, don't worry. Feeling Lu Ren's attachment to her, Ui Kuren, who was a little happy and reluctant, touched her brother's head and smiled, when you go out, remember not to be petty and listen to Tsunade-sama. Lu Ren smiled and nodded, got it. Brother Lu Ren, have a good trip. Goodbye, Lu Ren, we'll wait for you to come back. Goodbye. Lu Ren carried a backpack. Under the gaze of Ui Kuren, Ino, and Tenten. Leaving the gate of Konoha, he followed the footsteps of Tsunade and Shizuan. 2 adults and 1 child, 3 figures went away. Have you said goodbye to your 2 girlfriends? Tsunade was full of teasing. Not 2 girlfriends, but 3. Lu Ren's face was not red and he was out of breath, and he said confidently, Sister Hong is also. You kid. Tsunade raised her eyebrows. Shizuan, who was standing aside, also looked at him speechlessly, junior brother, boys can't be too fickle. Tun Tun. The little red pig in her arms also cried. That's because they don't have the ability. I am destined to become the 5th generation Hokage. Oh no, I am destined to become the king of the forest. Lu Ren folded his arms and said with confidence. The more women Hikuni Lu Ren has, the better. As a tentacle monster, he doesn't need to flip any cards every day and wait in line. He is not afraid of 100 or 80 people coming together. Hokage? Then you have to work hard, junior brother. Shizuan was a little surprised, and then chuckled. She knew how exaggerated the talent of this little junior brother was, and he was no worse than the former 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze. And, like the 4th generation Hokage, he is also a disciple of the 3 ninjas. It may not be impossible to become the 5th generation Hokage. Hokage? Tsunade was stunned. He stopped. She stared at the handsome and young face. In the distance, there was a young boy wearing a Konoha forehead protector, who said confidently, Sister, I want to be a Hokage like Grandpa, and protect guard. Your boy, it's still far away. She returned to God. Looking at the 8-year-old Lu, she looked a little bit. The unsightly door of the leaves, secretly, it is you. Maybe Mue really becomes different. But, she didn't know. Lu Ren glanced at the depths of the forest, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The right hand, which was folded in front of his chest and placed on his left arm, made a seal without any expression. Hehe, just stay there and turn around a few times. Soon, the master and his apprentices talked and laughed, and walked away. The figure disappeared. and the 2 root ninjas who followed in secret and secretly monitored. They circled back and forth several times. Then he realized with a change of face. They were always circling back and forth. The 3 figures who had been walking in front and never stopped were fake. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Relief. The scene in front of him changed. The 3 figures in front disappeared. A member of the root organization looked ugly. Damn, it's an illusion. When exactly was it? Another root member was also somewhat confused. He had no idea when the 2 of them were attacked. They had discovered us a long time ago. What a scary kid. Based on the previous intelligence of the root organization, this Kyunyi Luren was not only good at medical ninjutsu, but also proficient in illusion. He once easily used illusion to knock down the root member sent by Danzo to test him. Do you want to continue? Since we have been discovered, there is no need. After hesitating for a moment, the leader made a decision and said in a deep voice, otherwise, if the legendary 3 ninjas get angry, it will not be good. Go back and report to Danzo first. Swoosh. Whoosh. 2 figures disappeared in the forest. But, they didn't know at all that after the 2 of them left, a somewhat blurry face that vaguely resembled Lu Ren's outline strangely appeared on a tree trunk close to them. Watched them leave indifferently. Chapter 42, Super Strength Fist, the special talent of the Senju clan. Danzo. Several miles away. Carrying a small backpack, holding the back of his head with both hands. Long-haired Lu Ren, who seemed very leisurely, followed Tsunade and Shizuan slowly. His eyes flashed. The corners of his mouth raised, with a playful look, then I'll play with you. If it were him in the past, even with Tsunade's backing, it is inevitable that he would be a little wary of Danzo, the root who is rooted in the big tree of Konoha and hidden in the depths of darkness. But now, he has opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and is not afraid at all. Even if his own chakra is still a little short of the total amount, he cannot directly open the complete form of Susanoo. With the unsolvable eye technique alone, he is already invincible. Have you sent them away? Tsunade, who was walking in front, asked calmly. She just noticed that Lu Ren was making a seal with one hand, and she realized something. After all, this disciple has a strong perception ability. If someone tried to follow, it would be a waste of time. Well, just 2 little bugs, don't take it too lightly. Lu Ren nodded and spread his hands. If it weren't for Konoha's people, it would be more than just a warning. Hey? Someone is following? Shizuan, who was completely unaware of the situation, was a little confused. She couldn't help but look at Lu Ren and Tsunade. What's going on? Next time, if someone wants to die, you don't have to show mercy. Tsunade said directly. She has no good feelings towards Root. Especially Danzo, the dark guy, she hates him very much. However, your attainments in illusion really make me look at you with new eyes. She looked at Lu Ren in surprise and said with a smile, it seems that now should have left you a lot of good things. Lu Ren did not hide it and said bluntly, well, the illusion scrolls that my great-grandmother left for my grandmother, she gave them all to me. Great-grandmother. Shizuan's pupils shrank sharply, and she couldn't believe it. Isn't that the #1 illusionist of the Senju clan, Senju Dehua? She didn't expect that the legendary illusion master actually left behind illusion scrolls. Well, I've basically mastered all those illusions. Lu Ren shrugged and chuckled. Unfortunately, the highest level is only A-level illusion, not S-level. Those illusions, you've mastered them all. Jingyi froze. She looked at Lu Ren in shock. Even A-level illusions are not an exception. See what the other party meant. The scrolls left by Qian Xiaodehua probably recorded a lot of high-level illusions. But Lu Ren mastered them all. It's incredible. Tsunade was speechless. She stopped and stared at Lu Ren, the evil disciple. She said faintly, I estimate that in 2 or 3 years at most, you can drain all my decades of accumulation. Such an exaggerated talent. If it weren't for the special medical field. To be truly proficient, not only do you need to master those medical ninjutsu, but you also need to combine rich medical knowledge with clinical practice and slowly accumulate experience. I'm afraid that there will be nothing to teach soon. Sister Tsunade, I'm still a long way to go. Lu Ren scratched his head. He didn't want to go back to Konoha so early. Unless he turned the chessboard over, he would probably have to intrigue with those old guys, and it would be impossible for him to drink tea and pick up girls every day. Isn't it nice to travel around the ninja world with a beauty like Tsunade? As for you Karina, Ino, Tenten and the others. When do you miss them? Why not just sneak back for a few days? In that case Tsunade crossed her arms and asked, you should have mastered the super strength punch I taught you a few days ago, right? Of course. Lu Ren smiled and nodded. He condensed chakra in his right fist. He rushed out like a young cheetah. He punched a boulder several meters high in the forest ahead. Boom! The boulder several meters high. It instantly broke into pieces and exploded. Smoke and dust rolled. So powerful! Shizun couldn't help but exclaimed. Although she was Tsunade's disciple, and the other party had never hidden anything. But her own chakra control could not be so precise, and she couldn't learn the super strength punch. Tun Tun! Tun Tun also echoed there. Although the Senju clan does not have the Sharingan, they have been able to fight against the hostile Uchiha clan since ancient times and have not lost. Looking at this exaggerated scene, Tsunade was not too surprised and said lightly, apart from the rare wood release of the first generation Hokage, it is because our Senju clan, in addition to having a much higher amount of chakra than ordinary people, has an extremely fine chakra control ability from birth. In this regard, whether it is the Uchiha clan or the Uzumaki clan, which is a distant relative of the Senju clan, few people can compare. Therefore, our Senju clan can compete with the Uchiha clan, who can easily copy other people's ninjutsu and taijutsu with the excellent insight of the Sharingan, and are more proficient in illusion. So that's it. Chapter 43 would release Rikuto helicopter seeking support. So that's it. Rikuto, who was trying his hand at it, suddenly realized. After Tsunade's explanation, he finally understood why his chakra control was superior to others. It turns out that the members of the Senju clan, in addition to having an amazing amount of chakra, are born with extremely high chakra control. Of course, at your current age, Lu Ren, you have such an amazing amount of chakra and exaggerated chakra control, which is outstanding in the history of the entire Senju clan. Tsunade said with a smile. At least, she has never seen such an outstanding genius as Lu Ren. Not only does he have a rare blood limit wood escape and an amazing amount of chakra, but he also has an extremely high talent for ninjutsu. It is almost equivalent to the combination of her grandfather Senju Hashirama and her second grandfather Senju Tobirama. Sister Tsunade. Where are we going next? Lu Ren was not too complacent. You know, the people of the Otsutsuki clan are equivalent to standing at the top of the ninja world when they are born. Not only do they have the Byakugan, they also have the legendary Samsara Eye, and they can easily get the bloodline net. What is his strength when put on the table? At most, he has greater potential. Go to the capital of the Land of Fire. When I was in Konoha a few days ago, I received requests from several nobles and ministers, who wanted me to go there to treat their families. Tsunade shrugged and chuckled, those guys are generous, and the rewards are quite generous. I believe that the medical fees. It's enough for her to have a good time. The medical fees that the three of them have earned in Konoha Hospital these days are not enough for her to have a good time in Konoha's casino, but she owes a lot of debts. Ahem, junior brother, Tsunade-sama owed a lot of debts before. In order to avoid being chased by others, we still have to get some money to pay back part of it. Shizun, who was standing aside, said while holding Tun Tun. Tun Tun. Then do you want to fly directly there? Lu Ren nodded. He is not short of money. But if there are patients, he naturally doesn't mind going to treat them. It's not that he is kind-hearted and a doctor is kind-hearted. It's that he needs a lot of clinical practice and experience. For him, those patients are guinea pigs sent to him for him to practice. This will help him improve his medical skills, broaden his horizons, and facilitate the development of forbidden techniques in the future. The second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was able to develop a series of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques from scratch. Even space-time ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder God technique and forbidden techniques such as Impure World Reincarnation were developed. I think Lu Ren, who is unwilling to be ordinary, does not think that he is inferior to the other party. He will not think that he is inferior to the other party because he has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the enhanced version of the Mori Mori fruit, and even mastered the perfect fairy human mode. He underestimated the role of those ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. The endless ninjutsu and secret techniques of the Uchiha clan. It is undoubtedly a great treasure. When he completely digests them, it will definitely greatly enhance and enrich his vision and foundation. Lay a solid foundation for him to create new ninjutsu and forbidden techniques in the future. Fly over. Tsunade raised her eyebrows. Looked at Lu Ren in surprise. And Shizun was even more stunned, looking at Lu Ren in disbelief. Junior brother, you can fly. Would release helicopter. Lu Ren raised his right hand and pointed in front of him. In the surprised eyes of Tsunade and Shizun, a sapling grew out of the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Green leaves and colorful flowers bloomed there. It turned into an elliptical car shell. Moreover, there was a bunch of huge sunflowers at the top and tail of it. It was just a simple helicopter of Lu Ren brand. What is this? Tsunade and Shizun widened their eyes. The interior space was extremely spacious, far better than an ordinary carriage. It was just like a movable house. It could accommodate 3 people. Besides, it was no problem to lie down and roll around inside. No matter how powerful the ability is, it depends on how it is used. I haven't done nothing in the past few years. Lu Ren smiled and said, although I can't use wood release openly in the village, I can make a miniature model with my chakra control. I have studied it more than once in private. Come in. Lu Ren opened the hatch. Tsunade and Shizun, who were somewhat surprised, sat in. Tsunade sat inside and leaned on the seat. Then I have to open my eyes. It's really comfortable, and there's no need to be exposed to the wind and sun. It made her look forward to it. Junior brother, can this really fly? Looking at Lu Ren who closed the hatch and got in. Looking at the strange means of transportation, Shizun was a little curious. Sister Tsunade, senior sister Shizun, just wait and see. Lu Ren patted his chest. As he said, he injected chakra directly into the helicopter. You are responsible for pointing the way, and leave the rest to me. Woohoo! In an instant, the sunflower on the top of the helicopter was like a windmill. It was spinning violently. A fierce wind pressure blew. In the incredible eyes of Shizun and Tsunade, the 2 of them shook and felt their bodies sink slightly. The entire helicopter took off from the ground. In a blink of an eye, it was already more than 10 meters above the ground, and it was still rising. Incredible, it really flew. From the open window, looking at the ground below that was getting farther and farther away, Shizun was stunned. Even the well-informed Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim, you are really unexpected. The wood release of the first generation of Hokage, which pacified the troubled times and was famous in the ninja world, was extremely powerful and could be said to be unstoppable. Even wood release, the 4 pillars family technique that could create a wooden house out of thin air, and the upgraded version of wood release, the linked pillars family technique, were developed. But they didn't develop such a flying technique. I didn't expect that Lu Ren would use such a simple principle. He used wood release to create a vehicle that could directly carry people to fly. So Hai Shizun asked helplessly, if that's the case, won't the noise be too loud? Don't worry, I have a way secret technique, camouflage technique. Lu Ren chuckled and made a seal with one hand again. The Lu Ren brand helicopter that originally appeared oak-colored to the outside world. It turned into the same color as the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it clearly. Although the helicopter created a strong wind pressure, the sunflowers acted as propellers, so there was no loud roar like a machine. Flying higher would not attract attention at all. Secret technique, camouflage technique. This was a low-level ninjutsu learned from the collection of the Uchiha clan. Simple and practical. Then, let's go. Under Tsunade's guidance, Lu Ren controlled the helicopter, which had already been hundreds of meters above the ground and integrated with the sky without him noticing. The sunflowers at the tail also began to rotate, gushing out strong airflow. Pushing the lander brand helicopter, carrying the three people away. Chapter 44, Summoning Contract and the First Generation's Wood Release. Woohoo! The wind was howling. The huge sunflowers were constantly rotating. The amazing wind pressure pushed the lander brand helicopter quickly and flew straight into the distance. What a convenient technique! Looking at the clouds flying by, Tsunade stared at Lu Ren, who was only 8 years old but extremely charming. As if she had made a decision, she suddenly said to the disciple, "Come to think of it, I haven't given you a gift yet, Lu Ren." Gift? Lu Ren was stunned. He couldn't help but smile and said, "That's not necessary. I am already very satisfied to be your disciple, Sister Tsunade, and learn medical ninjutsu from you." He really didn't care about any gift. Even if Tsunade gave the first generation of fire on her neck, the crystal necklace of shadow would release chakra was given to him. It didn't have much effect on Lu Ren. He was the user of the nature-type Mori Mori fruit. If he really wanted to do it, he might be able to use the wood release chakra to condense a similar crystal. Of course, if it was the two heavy pendants, it would be another matter. Looking at Tsunade with her eyes closed, she bit her finger and quickly made a seal there. "Tsunade-sama, are you going to?" Shizun's eyes shrank and she couldn't help but guess. Summoning technique. Tsunade, who had to close her eyes to complete the seal because of her hemophobia, pressed her hands on the ground. In the surprised eyes of Lu Ren and Shizun, on the ground, a large area of summoning techniques spread out. Bang! The smoke was everywhere. A half-human high, aqua-blue slug appeared there. Is this the art of summoning spirits? Lu Ren looked curious and full of interest. Through this technique, the summoned spirit beast was directly summoned from a very far place. It was really incredible. "Hello, Lord Slug, Lord Tsunade, I am here to treat you." Shizun, who had reacted, greeted the other party politely. She hurried forward to treat Tsunade, who had hemophobia, and wiped off the blood for her. As Tsunade's disciple, Shizun naturally knew the name of her summoned spirit beast. Slug is its species, and Slug is its real name. It is a split body separated from the body of Slug Sage, the founder of the Wet Bone Forest. It is rumored that the real Slug Sage is incredibly large. Even if Lord Tsunade tried her best, she could not directly summon 1/10 of its body. "Tsunade-sama, and Shizun, long time no see." The slug was calling softly. "Living slug, he is my newly accepted disciple Kyunyi Lu Ren, I want him to sign the summoning scroll of the Wet Bone Forest." Tsunade said directly to the slug. "Tsunade-sama, your new disciple." The living slug looked at Lu Ren in surprise. Living slug, Lu Ren is a descendant of Senju, and has the wood release of Hashirama-sama. Shizun added. "The wood release of the first Hokage? It's really amazing." The slug was a little shocked. "I didn't expect that the child in front of him, who was only 8 or 9 years old, had awakened the wood release of the first Hokage. "Is this your summoning beast, Sister Tsunade?" Lu Ren looked at the living slug. He understood what Tsunade meant. Although he prefers the kind of mighty and domineering summoned beasts, he did not reject the kindness of this cheap teacher. Anyway, there is no rule that only one summoning contract can be signed. As one of the 3 sacred places for summoned beasts in the ninja world, the excellent healing and combat abilities of the living slugs are still good. Besides, he also wants to see it in the future. What is so special about the fairy arts of the wet bone forest? After all, his fairy mode was figured out by himself, which is different from the fairy arts of the 3 sacred places. Maybe there is still some reference. It is even more difficult to refuse in person. "Since it is your request, Lady Tsunade, then we will naturally not refuse," said. The half-human high-living slug had its abdomen squirming. A wet scroll was spit out by it. It rolled in front of Lu Ren and spread it out directly there. There was a long list of names on it, which was dazzling. The last one was Tsunade's name. "Master Kunyi Lu Ren, please write your name on it and press your fingerprint," the slug said to Lu Ren. "Sister Tsunade, this. Don't you want to?" Tsunade asked with a smile, although the appearance of the slug is not so amazing, whether it is healing ability or combat ability, it is outstanding among the summoned beasts. There is one thing she didn't say. The real reason why she wanted Lu Ren to sign. It is the wet bone forest, which is as famous as the 2 holy places of Myaboku Mountain and Ryokai Cave, and has a long tradition of fairy arts. Even she has not mastered the fairy arts of the wet bone forest. But she believes that Lu Ren will be able to do it in the future. "No, I want to sign, then please close your eyes first, Sister Tsunade." Lu Ren laughed. Without any hesitation, he decisively bit his finger. He wrote his name on the summoning contract and left his fingerprint. In the blink of an eye, when he wiped the blood, the wound had disappeared. "Then please teach me, Lord Husher." Seeing that Lu Ren, the new contractor, was so humble and polite, Husher was very happy. "Lu Ren, hello." Tsunade, who had turned her head away to avoid seeing blood, turned her head after Shizun reminded her. She said bluntly, "Husher, I called you out not only to let Lu Ren sign the contract and the special scroll of secret technique that was placed with you before." "Understood, Lord Tsunade." Husher nodded. The abdomen moved again. A half-meter high scroll was spit out. "What is this?" Lu Ren was shocked. "Well, this is what my grandfather gave me before he died. It records the wood escape ninjutsu he created throughout his life." Tsunade took the scroll. There were some memories on her face, and her eyes were complicated. "The one left in Konoha is just a backup. Mine is the original, and more comprehensive, but unfortunately, no one, whether I or other members of the Senju clan, can successfully awaken the bloodline limit of wood release." Tsunade's words. It shocked Lu Ren. After all this time, the wood release ninjutsu in the hands of the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo is incomplete. He was thinking about whether to get the wood release ninjutsu developed by the 1st Hokage from Danzo first. "Now, I'll give it to you, Lu Ren," Tsunade said with a serious face, handing the half-meter high scroll to Lu Ren. This Lu Ren stared at Tsunade in a daze. Although he guessed that Tsunade might have a scroll related to wood release ninjutsu. But, it shouldn't be possible for her to hand it over to him so soon. After all, he had just become her apprentice not long ago. Tsunade is not an irrational person. It would take at least 2 or 3 years for him, as a disciple, to fully gain the other party's true recognition, right? Little brat. Don't give up your dream. Tsunade looked directly at the somewhat stunned Lu Ren with her beautiful eyes, and patted Lu Ren's handsome face. With infinite expectations, she smiled and said, "Sister, I am waiting to return to the village in the future to attend your 5th generation Hokage's inauguration ceremony. If it is you, you will definitely become a Hokage. 9. 4. Together with the dream of rope tree. Lu Ren. Tsunade-sama. Shizune on the side was full of surprise. Immediately, she showed an expectant smile. Lu Ren, you have to work hard. Lu Ren. Tsunade's earnest expectations and full of trust. He felt that Tsunade and Shizune seemed to have misunderstood something. Becoming a Hokage? He said at the beginning that he wanted to be the man of the 5th generation Hokage. Chapter 45 The Legendary Fat Sheep Seeking Support. It's really fast. It's less than half a day, and we've reached the capital of the Fire Country. Half a day later. Outside the capital of the Fire Country. In a hidden forest. The huge sunflowers that can't be easily identified by the naked eye are constantly turning. The simple Lu Ren brand helicopter slowly descended there and landed on an open space. 2 figures jumped onto a big tree, looking at the prosperous city in front of them. Tsunade and Shizune couldn't help but feel a little inexplicable. It would have taken at least 3 days to get there. I didn't expect that we would arrive so quickly. This thing is very convenient, but our purpose is not only to treat people, but also to practice and settle down. Tsunade pondered for a moment, and said directly to Lu Ren, don't use it easily in the future. Sister Tsunade, you are right, I understand. Lu Ren nodded suddenly. They are mainly traveling. If they are not in a hurry, it is really unnecessary. Anyway, with wood release, he can build a house anytime and anywhere, and doesn't have to sleep in the open air. That's enough. After all, strictly speaking, their journey has no specific destination. Treat people and collect rewards, just by the way. With Tsunade, one of the 3 great ninjas, leading the team, they are skilled and bold, and they will go wherever they want, and they will not rush to travel, they have plenty of time. And the boring and tedious journey? It is also a process of practice. Along the way, he can also take time to practice and accept the teachings and guidance of Tsunade, the famous teacher. It's good that you can understand. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. It has to be admitted that Lu Ren's disciple is very smart and understands it at once. There is no need for her to worry at all. Then we plan to stay in the capital for a few days and find a hotel to stay in first. Tsunade made a decision directly and said with a smile, then Shizune will take you to the city for a walk. Cure the disease and so on, let's talk about it tomorrow. Wait, Sister Tsunade, what about you? Lu Ren raised his little hand. Looking at Tsunade with suspicion, are you going to the casino again? Children should stay out of the adults' business. Seeing that Lu Ren had exposed her thoughts. Even Tsunade blushed. He flicked Lu Ren's forehead with his finger in annoyance. Okay, I don't care. Covering his red forehead, Lu Ren shrugged, it just so happens that I still need to study the ninjutsu scroll you gave me. If he hadn't suppressed his elemental ability. Even if Tsunade hit him with a strange punch, he wouldn't even blink. Not to mention that his forehead was flicked red. But let me be frank. Tsunade's luck was not good enough for him. During these days in Konoha, he was full of curiosity at first and even followed her to the casino. Wanted to see if this Konoha princess was really as exaggerated as the legend said. Only then did he know that there were people whose luck was so bad. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 bets are lost. No matter how bad the luck of ordinary people is, they may win 1 or 2 after playing 8 or 10 games. But she was different, she was a veritable loser in 10 bets. From slot machines, dice, cards, etc. Anyway, Lu Ren had never seen her win. Her bad luck in gambling was a rare extreme in the ninja world. He was powerless to complain. He couldn't bear to look directly at her. She was indeed the legendary fat sheep. No wonder the casino owners were so excited when they saw her coming. It's not because of her stunning figure and beauty. But someone sent them money. Wait, Master Tsunade, where do we have the money? With a bitter face, Shizun took out her shriveled wallet and checked it. The deposit for 2 rooms, minus the meal money for 3 people, is basically gone. Although treating those nobles, the reward is definitely indispensable. But it's impossible to be shameless and ask for the medical fee in advance before the disease is cured, right? Then save some money and just open a room. Lu Ren can sleep with us. Tsunade knocked on Shizun's head and said unhappily. An 8-year-old child, what's the big deal? Even if it's like this, it's not enough for Master Tsunade to gamble. Shizun covered her head, aggrieved. Tun Tun. Tun Tun beside her shook her head and called out. As for money, I still have some here. Lu Ren just took out his wallet. You are a kid, it's not safe to carry so much money on you, I will keep it for you. Her eyes lit up. Tsunade, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed Lu Ren's wallet. Under Lu Ren's speechless eyes, she took out a few pocket money and handed them to him, smiling and saying, It's decided. Tsunade was justified. Her teacher was afraid that her disciple was young and ignorant and spent money recklessly, so she kept it for him. Is it okay to borrow it temporarily? It's not like he won't pay it back. At most, he will win the money and return it to the other party later. Then let you keep it. Lu Ren shook his head helplessly. This little money is just tuition. Sure enough, a woman can't be left idle, she has to find something to do. The 5th generation Hokage, maybe he can take office in advance? Or, should she get pregnant earlier and concentrate on taking care of the children at home? Although he was not short of money, he would not indulge Tsunade to gamble. It was impossible to cheat him of his own money. Anyway, he could only ensure that everyone could eat and drink well. For the thought that flashed through Lu Ren's mind. Tsunade on the side seemed to have sensed something and sneezed several times inexplicably. She rubbed her nose and couldn't help muttering, Strange, I shouldn't have a cold. Not long after, the 3 entered the capital. The streets were bustling with people and traffic. All kinds of shops and vendors were dazzling. It is indeed worthy of being the capital of the land of fire. No matter the scale or the prosperity, it is not comparable to Konoha. After all, although Konohagakure is the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, it is famous and receives many various mission commissions every day. But relying solely on the commission of mission rewards on weekdays and the little tax revenue in the village, it is far from enough to support a ninja army of at least tens of thousands. Even if it is not a war period, the finance still needs the support of the Fire Country daimyo. This is also one of the means for the daimyo of each country to control those ninja villages. For example, after the defeat of Sand Village in the Third Ninja World War, the daimyo of Wind Country has been constantly cutting the funding of Sand Village under various names. This forced the 4th generation Kazekage of Sand Village, Raza, to spend a lot of time and energy to extract gold from the desert and sell it to maintain the finances of the village. Boss, 2 rooms. Wait. In a hotel. Before Lu Ren finished speaking, Shizun on the side said first, Sorry, 1 is enough. And Tsunade on the side stood there with her arms around her chest, and she did not mean to object. It's not that she doesn't understand the difficulties of Shizun, the Minister of Finance. Just save some money. Anyway, Lu Ren is just a kid who hasn't grown up. There's nothing to be shy about. Lu Ren. This is what you arranged. Chapter 46, Netherworld Space, Tree World Birth. Shizun, take Lu Ren for a walk. A room was booked in the hotel. Just after putting the luggage back in the room, Tsunade couldn't hold back and became a hands-off shopkeeper. Wait, Tsunade-sama. Shizun couldn't stop her at all. Tsunade ran away excitedly with the money she had cheated from Lu Ren. She had been to the casino in the capital of the Fire Country countless times in these years, so she was naturally familiar with it. Sister Shizuan, you should go and take a look. Lu Ren was a little helpless. Sister Tsunade's hemophobia is too troublesome. It's not just Shizuan who is worried. To be honest, even he is a little worried about Tsunade. After all, having the weakness of hemophobia is really worrying. Even though it was clear that Tsunade was one of the 3 ninjas and was very powerful, even a well-trained jonin could not withstand her terrible force and could deal with most emergencies. But I still couldn't help but worry about accidents. But, Lu Ren, you... Holding Tuntun, Shizuan hesitated. Because, although Lu Ren's personality was very calm and precocious, he was only 8 years old. Don't you know my strength? Lu Ren chuckled and said, even you, my senior sister, are not my opponent. Besides, my innate perception ability is not vegetarian. I can find you guys. Then Lu Ren, you have to be careful. Hearing Lu Ren say this, Shizuan couldn't help but feel relieved and said to him, if you have anything, remember to come to us. Well, don't worry. Lu Ren smiled. Anyway, he still has to stay in the capital of the Land of Fire for a few days. He didn't wait to go out for a walk. After all, he had experienced the more prosperous 21st century. Although the two have different meanings, the unique customs and customs of the ninja world are different from those of modern cities. But in comparison, he would like to study the wood escape scroll left by the first generation of Hokage. After all, it must be said that some high-level wood escape ninjutsu are indeed unique. As a user of the natural system Mori Mori fruit, although he can learn from and imitate most of it, but it is likely that he is just a mere form. It may not have the power of the original version. Swish swish. Wait for Shizuan to leave. Confirm that no one is watching. A huge scroll was spread out there. Lu Ren opened the Sharingan directly. With his photographic memory, wrote down the ninjutsu recorded on it one by one. Would release, would clone, would release, would wall, would release, silent binding kill. One by one, the ninjutsu that can only be used by those with the rare and unique bloodline limit of would release was memorized by Lu Ren quickly. Unknowingly. 2 hours passed like this. Almost, I can give it a try. Lu Ren stretched his body and stretched his muscles. The Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan instantly turned into a dazzling pattern. Oanamakai. Netherworld space. In an instant. It was as if Lu Ren had done nothing. He disappeared strangely at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Netherworld. It is said that this is the world where the gods live. This is a parallel space with dark tones and eternal silence. From here, you can directly see outside. The prosperous towns around are three-dimensional, and you can see every blade of grass and every tree. Lu Ren's disappeared figure strangely appeared there. And the place where he stood was still in the hotel. Inside. This means just being in the underworld. It is equivalent to giving Lu Ren the vision of the Byakugan. Although he himself cannot directly monitor 360 degrees without blind spots. But to some extent, it is more exaggerated than the Byakugan. Looking at the semi-transparent hotel that can be seen directly through, and even the surrounding streets and buildings, Lu Ren chuckled, I have to say, there is no place more suitable for practicing ninjutsu than here. Oanamakai. It is the pupil technique bred by both of his eyes. The ability of his left eye force, can open the netherworld and place oneself in it. It can make itself partially or completely virtual, and can also move directly in the netherworld. And the ability of his right eye can directly affect the outside world from the parallel space of the netherworld, and launch invisible attacks on the target. Moreover, unless one has pupil techniques such as the Sharingan and the Byakugan, it is invisible. Even those perception-type ninjas with excellent perception ability can only sense his chakra. It can be said to be a very unsolvable bug ability. The key is that when he is in the netherworld, He is equivalent to having the perspective ability of the Byakugan, and can directly see through all obstacles. Of course, it is not without limitations. These days, after more than one verification by Lu Ren, the size of the coverage of the parallel space of the netherworld has been confirmed. It is probably centered on himself, within a radius of 200 meters. And more importantly, it can change continuously as the host moves, instead of remaining unchanged. This is equivalent to a first-class ability for peeping. Seeing two young men and women in a room dozens of meters away, having sex in broad daylight. Lu Ren's mouth twitched. Shaked his head and ignored it. Would release, Tree World Advent. Looking ahead. Lu Ren's eyes were stern. There was no intention to seal. Just a low shout, and the outstretched right hand clenched violently. Swish swish. In an instant. In the space of the netherworld. A large area of the ground was torn apart, and a large number of saplings emerged directly. Growing continuously at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a large number of towering trees. Boom boom. They seemed to have life consciousness, destroying and devouring everything that blocked them. Crushing madly in all directions. But at the same time, the hotel and surrounding buildings that should have been submerged by the countless towering trees and destroyed in an instant were not affected at all. Even the pedestrians on the street were not panicked at all, and were still talking and laughing there. No abnormality was detected. Chapter 47 5 Escapes Dalian Bullet Technique. Seeking support. Wood escape wood ingot wall. Wood style, tree binding and eternal burial. Wood style, wood dragon technique. Wood style, multiple wood clone technique. Boom boom. In the netherworld. One wood style ninjutsu after another. Easily mastered by Lu Ren, and used directly. Generation. The price is the amount of chakra in his body, which has been consumed for most of it. After all, he is only an 8-year-old kid, and his body is far from grown up. Such a chakra amount is already quite amazing for most ninjas. Although he needs to return to the real space once after staying in the netherworld for 10 minutes before he can come in again. But with Lu Ren's powerful pupil power, this consumption is naturally not a problem without really using Oanamakai to attack the target. Would release ninjutsu, basically no problem. The rest, what's lacking is chakra. Looking at the densely packed trees that filled the netherworld space, Lu Ren, who was sweating a little, couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Shake the sweat off his head. Next, let's clean it up a little. Would release wood clone. One after another, wooden clones directly emerged from Lu Ren's body, a full 20. Although the netherworld will change with the movement of his host. Moreover, every time he entered the ghost world, this parallel space would be refreshed directly and completely, so as not to be affected by these trees. But he still planned to use the last chakra to clean up the ghost world space at one time. Every 5 people, responsible for one direction, use 5 consecutive bullets. With the order from the original body, Lu Ren. The 20 wooden clones were directly divided into 4 groups, facing the 4 directions of east, west, south and north respectively. All of them were making different seals with one hand. The gestures changed quickly. These days, he was naturally not idle in Konoha. The ninjutsu he got from the Uchiha clan. He used the parallel space of Ghost World as a training ground and had mastered a considerable part of it. Wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, basically mastered a lot of 5 escape ninjutsu. There are also some 5 escape ninjutsu above A level. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. The wooden clones accumulated chakra. They all faced the dense forest. As if by coincidence, they suddenly spit out chakra. Hoo. Earth Dragon Bullet, Water Dragon Bullet, Fire Dragon Bullet, Wind Dragon Bullet, Thunder Dragon Bullet. 5 different types of ninjutsu suddenly intertwined together to form a new technique. It turned into a dazzling storm, triggering a violent explosion, sweeping in all directions. 5 styles, Great Link Bullet Technique. Boom! The huge fluctuations directly swept across the space of the netherworld. A large number of trees were destroyed like a rotten tree. It turned into sawdust flying in the wind. The smoke and dust rolled, and the scene was in a mess. Tisk, the power is just average. The somewhat exhausted Lu Ren shrugged. He directly recovered the chakra of those wood clones. The figure disappeared in the netherworld. If the third Hokage was here, I'm afraid he would want to strangle this pretentious kid to death. He has all the chakra attributes, and he has always been proud of being able to perform the 5-shot technique with the shadow clone. He once showed great power on the battlefield, making countless ninjas terrified, and was known as the best in the ninja world. But in Kyunyi Lu Ren's eyes, the power was just average. What's more annoying is that Kyunyi Lu Ren really mastered the 5 escapes, the big shot technique. Moreover, he directly separated 20 wood clones and divided them into 4 groups to perform. At such an age, such a chakra amount, and the subtle chakra control. It's simply jaw-dropping. It was really a mess. His chakra is still too little. Not to mention the first generation Hokage, even the second generation can't compare. Lu Ren was sweating and sitting there panting. The training just now consumed more than 90% of his chakra. Go out and replenish it, he said. Lu Ren dived into the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared in the hotel. It's not that he can't rely on photosynthesis to replenish his physical strength, but that would be too slow for him. It's not that there is no faster way. A moment's work. Through the mayfly technique obtained from White Zetsu, Lu Ren merged with the earth, borrowing the organic network such as the roots of plants and underground water flows in the ground. Soon he came to the depths of the forest more than 10 miles away from the capital. Roar! A giant bear was amazing. But before he could pounce on it, he was ruthlessly pierced through the body by the sharp vines. Gurgle gurgle! The giant bear wailed. And the vine seemed to have life. It kept surging there, as if it was really swallowing. The whole giant bear shrank at an astonishing speed. The fat body of the beast became skinny. It made people dumbfounded. Somewhat scary. He's still a little short. The green vines shrank back. It turned into an ordinary arm. Lu Ren cut off a few bear paws that he had left behind and sealed them with a storage scroll. After all, these were rare and delicious ingredients. Relying on his own powerful perception ability, it directly locked onto other nearby beasts. Roar! A few minutes later, another tiger fell there wailing. In the blink of an eye, he went from being majestic to being emaciated and losing his life force. Lu Ren completely peeled off the tiger skin without any effort. Oh, there is also a tiger whip. Such a tonic should not be wasted. Lu Ren, who was about to leave, remembered something. He turned back and started to scratch the tiger's dried corpse. Chapter 48, When he gets ruthless, he even beats himself. In the afternoon, wandered around the capital of the Land of Fire. Experienced the customs and practices of the Land of Fire, which were different from those of the Hidden Leaf Ninja Village. Let's practice some more physical skills. Lu Ren returned to the hotel. Seeing that Tsunade and Shizun had not returned. With sufficient physical strength and his chakra fully restored, he had no intention of resting. Instead, he opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan again. Directly activated the pupil technique, Oanamakai. Entered the netherworld space. Wood clone technique. On Lu Ren's body, 2 similar wooden sculptures appeared. At a speed visible to the naked eye, they turned into 2 lifelike wooden clones. His eyes were burning and he was full of fighting spirit. Without hesitation, he said to his wooden clone, which was almost equal to his original body and had been allocated 1/3 of his chakra. From now on, you use physical skills to attack me with all your strength, no mercy. He was not in a hurry to become a big fat man in one bite. Those ninjutsu can be practiced slowly, no need to be too anxious. With his talent, I believe he will be able to master them all in a short time. But his own physical skills cannot be left behind. He wants to develop in an all-round way. I still remember the original trajectory. After Might Guy opened the 8 gates formation. The great power of the punch and kick that even distorted the space. It really shocked him and made him fascinated. The power of physical skills cannot be ignored. After all, although Might Guy relied on risking his life and holding the determination to die to open the 8 gates of Dunjia, completely burning his vitality and blood, he could achieve that level in exchange for that short-lived terrifying power. But doesn't it mean that, as long as his own physique and blood are strong enough, he can train his physical skills to the extreme? Even if he doesn't open the forbidden technique of the 8 gates of Dunjia, he may not be unable to achieve that level. And he has the perfect Yang Dun power, extremely strong vitality, extremely amazing recovery ability, and a physique far beyond ordinary people, which is exactly what he has the possibility to achieve all this. Liu Ren firmly believes that as long as he perseveres in training his physique and training himself, in the future, it may not be impossible to have physical skills comparable to or even surpassing Might Guy's 8-gate full opening. Of course, ordinary physical training cannot be relaxed, and it takes hard work to see the results day by day. Only fierce battles are the best catalyst for sharpening physical skills. If there is no opponent, then create an opponent for yourself. If you can only use physical skills, a wooden clone that has half of his chakra allocated to it may not be able to match the original body. But 2 wooden clones each allocated 1/3 of his chakra, 1 + 1 is obviously much greater than 2. In terms of physical skills alone, it is enough to crush the original body and give him the greatest pressure. After all, the one who truly understands himself is himself. The thinking and moves of the wooden clone and the original body. Not to say that they are 100% identical, but they are almost the same. Only by forcing oneself into a desperate situation can one break one's own limits under extreme pressure. Really get sublimation. Then I'm sorry, original body. You hit yourself, so cruel. The 2 wooden clones complained there. But they decisively opened their Sharingan, and their men were completely merciless. They rushed up directly. The number 1 wooden clone rushed over first. The strange punch with accumulated chakra. It hit the original body fiercely, making Liu Ren's hair stand on end. With the Sharingan's super dynamic vision, Liu Ren quickly predicted the swift movements of the wooden clone and reacted quickly. He suddenly turned his head to dodge. At the same time, he raised his knees. He blocked the sweeping kick from the second wooden clone. The next moment, a fierce elbow hit the first wooden clone. How could the 2 wooden clones, who also opened the Sharingan and whose physical skills were infinitely close to the original body, be suppressed so easily? Bang! While the first wooden clone blocked Liu Ren's elbow, a right hook directly hit Liu Ren's abdomen, who was unable to dodge because he had to guard against the second wooden clone. He bulged his eyes. He vomited blood and flew out like a cannonball. Bang! His crossed hands barely blocked the attacking right leg. But his arms were still numb from the powerful strange force. Even if he tried his best to dissipate the terrible force of the 2 wooden clones, he was still dragged on the ground for more than 10 meters. Sure enough, I'm still far away. His face was full of determination and stubbornness. With amazing healing ability. Like nothing happened, Liu Ren barely managed to stabilize his body and ran out again without hesitation. Come again. Bang bang. This level is not enough, come again. Bang bang. Ah. In the netherworld space, fighting and screaming continued. It was terrible. It was an unequal battle. It made Lu Ren's nose and face swollen and embarrassed. He fell down again and again, but struggled to get up again and again. Before he knew it, he was covered in blood, and he had no intention of stopping. He gritted his teeth and continued to fight with his two wooden clones. In order to hone himself to the greatest extent, he was not bound by the rules, and even the Sharingan and the strange power fist were allowed to be used. With his monster-like recovery ability and his own medical ninjutsu that was increasing day by day after following Tsunade, he didn't worry about being fatally injured at all. He even took the initiative to suppress the elementalization of the natural system Mori Mori fruit. It was to train his basic physical skills and improve his combat effectiveness. Perhaps, he just needed to follow Tsunade for a while and grow comfortably step by step. Even the future Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the two hanging walls, might not be able to surpass him directly. But in Lu Ren's eyes, this was far from enough. His enemies were never the Hokage, the leader of the root, or the Akatsuki organization. It's Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Even in the future, we may have to face the Otsutsuki clan far away on other planets, with unfathomable background. Even the most mysterious, suspected to have evolved into the real Otsutsuki god, Otsutsuki Yam, who is not in the same dimension as other Otsutsuki. Saving the world has nothing to do with him. All he wants to do is to surpass the legendary Otsutsuki god with his talent and hard work. This is Lu Ren's real ambition. After obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, after being able to open the netherworld space with the pupil technique of Oanamakai, for a long time, due to his age, he has not yet had the power to protect himself, so he has been restrained in the village, keeping a low profile, and quietly accumulating strength. He completely let go of his concerns. He practices with all his strength here, without any restraints. Even like today, in order to practice physical skills, he did not hesitate to fight and kill his own wooden clone. For Lu Ren, this is just the beginning. Chapter 49 Lu Ren's Ambition, Angry Tsunade. Bang bang. Come. Not enough. Not enough. Time passed bit by bit. Every 10 minutes, Lu Ren had to withdraw from the netherworld space. But he was covered in blood and bruises, and he launched the pupil technique, Oanamakai, in an instant. Immediately broke into the parallel space and continued to fight unyieldingly. Hoo. I don't know how long it took. Lu Ren, covered in blood, suddenly appeared in the room. Fell there, gasping for breath. Although it was a bit arrogant, it did have a great effect. He was a little weak, but he didn't feel any loss or unwillingness. On the contrary, the eyes that could barely maintain the 3 Magatama Sharingan revealed unspeakable excitement, full of paranoia and madness. I can feel that I am constantly improving. He saw that he could quickly become stronger. The possibility of the 3 ninjas, Tai and Genjutsu, truly developing in an all-round way and moving forward in parallel. Fighting with oneself, forcing oneself into a desperate situation, constantly breaking through one's own limits, and achieving comprehensive sublimation. And after the wood clone is released, it returns with precious experience and memory. The effect is remarkable. Although this method is cruel, even if you are not careful, you may kill yourself. But it is feasible. If there really is a god in this world, Lu Ren clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were more crazy than ever. Then why can't it be me? If it were someone else, he would definitely give up this crazy training plan. But Lu Ren would not back down because of this. His ambition to be ordinary. He was not allowed to back down. Use the last chakra. After further treatment with his amazing self-healing ability, he straightened his bones. His chakra was exhausted, and he was seriously injured. He was exhausted. Finally, he couldn't hold on and fainted. In the evening, Tsunade drank some wine and was a little tipsy. She returned to the hotel with Shizuan. Looking at Lu Ren, who was sweating profusely, with a bruised face and even blood all over his body, lying there in the room. The face changed drastically and he was stunned. Lu Ren. Shizun was anxious. Throwing away the pig without hesitation. She rushed up at the first time with a scream. Lu Ren blood. Tsunade collapsed there all of a sudden. The body trembled involuntarily and couldn't move. With fear and worry in her eyes, and some indescribable anger, she stared at the bloody Lu Ren. What on earth is going on? Lu Ren, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Holding the unconscious Lu Ren. Shizun's face was full of worry, and she was so anxious that tears came out. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have left you. As a medical ninja, she kept checking Lu Ren's body. She was relieved after confirming that there was no danger to his life. But she found that Lu Ren's internal organs were damaged to varying degrees. If it weren't for his amazing self-healing ability, I'm afraid he would have been dying long ago. His life was hanging by a thread. Shizun, how is the situation? Tsunade gritted her teeth. Sitting there helplessly. The body couldn't stop trembling slightly. Looking at Lu Ren's young face, it still looked bruised and swollen. With his own exaggerated self-healing ability, he didn't recover directly. It's conceivable how cruel he was. At this moment, she saw her disciple lying there covered in blood, but she, the teacher, couldn't do anything. Suddenly, she hated her weakness and incompetence. Because of hemophobia, he couldn't even stand up. Damn it! Tsunade-sama, he injured his internal organs and had multiple fractures all over his body. It seems that he has experienced a very fierce battle and all of them are blunt injuries, which should be caused by physical skills. There was Shizun who carefully checked every injury for Lu Ren. At this moment, Tsunade didn't care about the hemophobia. Hands kept making seals. The palms were emitting a soft green light. Pressing on Lu Ren's chest, accelerating the healing of his damaged internal organs. Without even raising her head, she gritted her teeth and responded, but his body has an amazing self-healing ability, and it is slowly recovering. Lu Ren's injuries. She couldn't help but gasp. What kind of fierce battle could have injured Lu Ren, whose recovery ability was comparable to that of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, or even better? And how did she feel? Some of those injuries seemed to be caused by the strange force fist. Could it be? No, it's impossible. Shizun's face changed. She secretly rejected the idea that had just arisen in her heart. She had always been by Tsunade-sama's side, so it couldn't be him. And Tsunade-sama couldn't possibly hurt Lu Ren, there was absolutely no reason. Who on earth is so cruel? Looking at her beloved disciple, lying there unconscious. Tsunade was trembling all over because of hemophobia. The soul was constantly under strong impact, and her face showed pain. The bloody and cold body of her former brother, Nawaki, lying in her arms, came into her mind again. Ah damn it, get up! She clenched her fists tightly. Tsunade's pupils trembled. Gradually, she became determined and murderous. Gritting her teeth, she ignored her hemophobia and stood up suddenly. Damn it, which bastard hurt this child like this? Her face was ashen, full of anger, and revealed an amazing murderous aura. I won't forgive him. Although they didn't spend much time together. But I don't know if it's because they also have the blood of the Senju clan in their bodies. For Lu Ren, who has a calm personality, amazing talent, and is extremely intelligent, Tsunade has unknowingly treated him as her own brother. Shizun, let me do it. Tsunade-sama, Shizun was shocked. With surprise in her eyes, she subconsciously made way. Stop talking so much. Tsunade's face was full of murderous intent. She was not excited because she got rid of her hemophobia. She carefully checked the injuries of the lander. But soon, her face changed. Super strength fist? How is this possible? Although there are some people who are born with infinite strength. But that kind of power burst is still very different from the super strength fist that condenses a large amount of chakra and releases in one breath. As an experienced medical expert, she is also very good at super strength fist. Tsunade can basically conclude that those injuries are most likely caused by super strength fist. Tsunade-sama, I just had some guesses, but I'm not sure. Shizuan on the side looked at Tsunade's shocked look and said there. Who hurt him like this? Tsunade's face was uncertain, full of doubts. But while she was treating Lu Ren, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although his internal organs were damaged, his recovery ability is far beyond that of ordinary people, so it's not a big deal. Besides, he should have treated himself before he lost consciousness. Chapter 50. What? You have a kaleidoscope? Lu Ren only felt that he had a beautiful dream. In the dream, he lay on a soft sponge, rolling around. Vaguely, he dreamed of a beautiful woman again, and the infinite beauty made him linger. He didn't want to wake up from his dream for a long time. But, no matter how beautiful the dream is, there is always a time to wake up. For example, when Lu Ren slowly opened his eyes. He only felt a little sore all over. Then, what he saw were two huge mountains. On the mountains, there was a pretty face that was slightly angry and ruddy. She was glaring at him angrily. Little brat, have you had enough? Sister Tsunade. Lu Ren's eyes widened. For a moment, he was a little confused, then woke up. Bang! The next moment, the whole person flew out and hit the wall. And Tsunade, with a red face and extremely embarrassed, gnashed her teeth. The right hand stretched out, kept the gesture of snapping fingers. Little pervert, she glared at Lu Ren, who fell there and was a little dusty. The scar has healed and you forget the pain. You can't even sleep well. Hey! Lu Ren was a little confused. He looked over subconsciously. The heavy pendant looked extremely majestic. But soon, he felt someone's angry eyes. Lu Peopal just felt a little chilly. He woke up and wiped the crystal from the corner of his mouth calmly. He scratched his head and pretended to be fine. Sister Tsunade, what happened? In his heart, he was still thinking about it. That was pure natural, without additives. Lu Ren, you finally woke up. At this time, Shizuan walked in from outside. At his feet, there was a pink pig. Tun Tun rubbed against him, showing his concern. Tun Tun. I'm fine, I just fainted because I consumed too much chakra yesterday. Lu Ren patted Tun Tun's head. Recalling yesterday's experience, he confirmed that he seemed to be too tired and fell asleep in the end. We were shocked to see you lying there covered in blood when we came back. Shizuan patted her chest in fear. Tsunade-sama's hemophobia has attacked. Sister Tsunade's hemophobia. Lu Ren looked at Tsunade. It's nothing. Although I was shocked, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Tsunade tidied her clothes and walked over. She glared at Lu Ren unhappily, but did not blame the little brat for his misbehavior just now. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lu Ren, her eyes full of solemnity. Tell me. What happened yesterday? Who hurt you like this? And why do your injuries still have traces of the strange power fist? This Lu Ren scratched his head and said awkwardly, you misunderstood, no one attacked me, I hurt myself. He didn't expect that Tsunade also developed hemophobia because of him. And from the sound of it, the hemophobia that made her, a medical master, helpless, has been miraculously cured? You hurt yourself. Tsunade and Shizuan were stunned. With her fists clenched, Tsunade glared at Lu Ren fiercely. Tell me, what happened? In order to practice physical skills, I let the wooden clone fight with me in physical skills, so I hurt myself. Lu Ren spread his hands. He didn't intend to hide it. After all, both Tsunade and Shizuan were people he could trust. In the next training, he still needed the two to help with treatment. And there might be more than one person in the ninja world that he couldn't beat. But there might not be someone who could kill him. Unless it was some Otsutsuki hiding in the dark and not daring to show up. You kid! Tsunade was furious. She almost couldn't help but slap him. Yesterday, she saw the other party lying there with blood. But she and Shizuan were scared. They thought someone attacked. Who would have thought that it was Lu Ren himself who did it? Hey, Lu Ren, you are too reckless, aren't you? Shizuan was speechless. Letting the clone beat him up like that. Looking at the entire ninja world, this guy is the first one, right? However, letting his clone practice with him. What a wild idea. You are really too cocky, you are just reckless. She tapped Lu Ren's head with her fingers. Tsunade asked unhappily, to hurt you like this, did you let more than one wood clone attack you? Not many, only 2 wood clones. Lu Ren spread his hands. Only 2. Tsunade suddenly realized. As the granddaughter of the first generation Hokage, she was naturally not completely ignorant of wood release. Wood clone is a more realistic entity clone than shadow clone. Even if the allocated chakra is sufficient, it may not be worse than the original body in terms of physical skills. No wonder you were injured like this. Shizuan on the side didn't know what to say. Looking at Lu Ren, full of resentment. They were so worried about each other yesterday. It turned out that it was caused by themselves. The strange punch made such a big noise, but there is no trace of damage here. Did you go out of the city to practice? No, I used the eye technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan to open the different space. Lu Ren shrugged. Prepare to confess the matter of the Sharingan to teacher Tsunade. Otherwise, it will be bad if there are any misunderstandings in the future. Mangekyo Sharingan. Different space. Hearing this, Shizuan and Tsunade both couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Looking at Lu Ren in disbelief, Lu Ren, you have the Mangekyo Sharingan. What is going on? Took a deep breath. Tsunade looked solemn and looked directly at Lu Ren. Although the other party was young, he was always calm and would not joke about such things. It's like this, I found that the wood release I awakened is a little special, maybe it's a little different from the first generation's wood release. Special. Tsunade couldn't help but frown. She looked at Lu Ren and said in a deep voice, well, I've noticed this too. You don't even need to make a seal to use wood release, but no matter how special you are, you can't have Uchiha blood, right? Unless one of your parents or other direct ancestors is a member of the Uchiha clan. She knew it very well. Unless you have Uchiha blood. Even if a foreigner transplants the Sharingan, he can't close it. Just like Kakashi, the Sharingan made him famous as the copy ninja Kakashi. But because he couldn't close the Sharingan freely like other Uchiha clan members, he consumed chakra all the time. Pull, become a huge burden. This means that Lu Ren should not have transplanted Uchiha's Sharingan. As far as she knows, Lu Ren's mother, and his grandfather. They are all ordinary civilian ninjas, and they can't be Uchiha people at all. Could it be that the older direct ancestor has the bloodline of Uchiha? That's not the case. Lu Ren did not hide it anymore, and said bluntly, but I can directly absorb and plunder other people's chakra and even nutrients in the body through wood release, and turn them into nutrients to replenish myself. And as long as I can get the other party's blood, I can make its hidden genes perfectly integrated with myself, and even other people's blood limit can be copied and plundered in disguise. Said. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, it had turned into a blood-colored Sharingan. 3 black Megatama, spinning. Clearly visible. What? Hiss. It's really a Sharingan. Looking at the other party's scarlet eyes, Tsunade and Shizuan were completely stunned. Looking at Lu Ren in disbelief, they couldn't help but take a breath. Even they couldn't help but feel a little numb at this moment. What a terrible ability this is! It can even copy and plunder other people's bloodline limits directly. So, your Sharingan was opened by yourself after integrating the Uchiha bloodline. Tsunade took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Looking directly at Lu Ren, she asked in a deep voice. 2 years ago, when I was fishing by the Nanhi River to practice medical ninjutsu, I accidentally picked up the body of Uchiha Shisui, but found that his eyes had been dug out. Then I used wood release to absorb some of his chakra, and accidentally absorbed some flesh and blood. Lu Ren did not hide it and said, after I came back, I suddenly felt my eyes were hot in the middle of the night, and then I found that I had the Sharingan. It was from that time that I knew that my wood release was very special. Then, after now died, Lu Ren, you were stimulated and opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and asked directly. She had heard her second grandfather mention it. Uchiha's Sharingan will evolve due to strong emotional impact. But because of this, many Uchiha clansmen have changed their personalities and become more and more extreme. That's not the case. Lu Ren said helplessly, it's like this. On the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, I couldn't help my curiosity and secretly sent out wooden clones to gather intelligence. I let them sneak into the Uchiha clan with their ability to lurk without being easily noticed. You kid! Tsunade's mouth twitched. She had already warned the other party not to pay attention. I didn't expect this guy to be so bold that he dared to send clones to sneak into the Uchiha clan directly. If the top leaders found out, there would be big trouble. So, Lu Ren, you actually know what happened to the Uchiha clan? Tsunade asked lightly with her arms folded. Then Lu Ren, what is the truth of that night? Looking at Lu Ren's blood-red Sharingan, Shizun next to him couldn't help but ask curiously, did Uchiha Itachi really massacre the entire clan? Although Shizun is young. After all, she has traveled all over the country with Tsunade and has experienced a lot. As for the truth given by the village leaders, of course, she didn't quite believe it. When my wooden clone broke in, I happened to see Uchiha Itachi slaughtering his own people, and found that the subordinates of the root leader Shimura Danzo were quietly following behind and collecting the Sharingan of those Uchiha people. Lu Ren shrugged and made up a half-truth, but Uchiha Itachi's actions were instructed by Danzo. As long as he is willing to kill other Uchiha people, he can save his brother Uchiha Sasuke's life. So, I didn't hesitate to collect some Sharingan before the root. And I took the opportunity to take away some ninjutsu scrolls from the Uchiha clan's library.